way, right? So it would have to be doing it in such a way that my calibration steps would preserve a false signal amidst all the photometric reduction, and it would have to be showing me something that looked very much like what you see through a manual telescope. But it's not impossible, no.
Okay.
Did Django say he wanted to talk about? I just wanted to sort of hang out here tonight, so someone else wants to talk about stuff.
Yeah, no, I had a question about. It was more of a general question. It was about stuff that was brought up earlier, about gas pressures. I think there was people were talking about different theories of gas pressures, and one of them was the container idea that the gas, because there is gas pressure, you can measure it, and that sort of is evidence for a container. I was just wanting to hear a little bit more about that, because they're saying, it's saying that I find interesting.
Well, I remember you in the lobby saying that all the air is held on into Earth by gravity into the shape of a ball around the planet.
Well, I mean, I didn't say that was my idea. I said that was what the globe.
So you don't think that then, right?
Not necessarily. I'm not saying I don't think that. That's what I've been told to believe, and I haven't been given anything substantial otherwise. So I guess my question was, I was just wanting to hear the idea that you put forward there. I just want to hear a bit more about it.
Oh, you wanted me to tell you how physics, it says that gas pressure requires a container?
No, I understand that. I guess what I'm curious about was the idea of the container. So I think what you said was something along the lines of, and correct me if I'm incorrect, any of this, that the gas pressure can't be because of gravity, and it must be in a contained area, otherwise, like a tire made out of air.
Gas pressure requires a container. Now you take it however you want to and twist that around.
I don't know. I'm not trying to twist it around. I guess what I was going with from there is in that container. So I guess, is it the assumption that the gas pressure is the same throughout that container, or are we talking about?
No, why would it be?
Well, I wouldn't have thought it would be either, but I guess I would have thought it would get lower as you went higher, right?
Hold on. For constant pressure throughout any volume, what do you need? You need a constant temperature, right?
I suppose when I say constant temperature, constant pressure, I don't mean literally constant. I'm meaning within the within variables, like you say. There's going to be warm spots where the pressure is going to be higher.
Yeah. Okay. So temperature and pressure are directly proportional, right?
Sure. Yeah. So I guess.
Okay. So we don't have a constant temperature on the Earth. So why would we expect a constant pressure?
I suppose. I guess when I'm saying a constant pressure, I mean a constant
vertically or horizontally.
Well, both. Yeah. So I mean, constant pressure. We talk about like pressure. I mean, you can look up pressure charts and whatever, and you can see what the pressure is various places on Earth. It's been recorded in those places, and it's all whatever might be between 900 and say 50 and whatever 1100 or something. So relatively similar in terms of the pressures. Like I say, relatively similar. But I guess what I'm thinking about is then if you go higher, does the pressure decrease? Because I mean, people talk about pressures on when you're in the aeroplane, the pressure decreases when you're at higher altitudes. How does that fit in with the theory of it being pressurized because it's contained?
Oh, that's not a theory.
Which isn't a theory, sorry?
That gas pressure requires a container.
Sure. Well, I guess.
And the gradient requires pressure, right? So a gradient requires a container.
I guess the question I'm asking is with the pressure question is in the idea of the container. I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm just asking about it. In that idea, does the pressure decrease as you go higher, or is it?
Well, that's measured.
That's not an idea. Yeah. That's like that you can measure that. That's not in contention that there's a pressure gradient.
Yeah, that's just a fact.
That was the question. I was asking about whether there's a pressure gradient, so as you go higher, the pressure decreases.
Well, there is. We all know there is.
Okay. Well, no. I mean, I don't know what people know. I'm just asking. I'm asking what people know.
Yeah, but I think the issue is that you're trying to think of it like a static volume, but it's not. It's a dynamic system, right? You have cycles of gas happening all the time: nitrogen, carbon, water cycle, oxygen, all that stuff happening at the surface mostly, right? And then you also have temperature problems because you have the sun, you have uneven heating of the surface will heat up the air above it, etc., etc., etc. So there are too many variables for you to just say, well, there's a pressure gradient, therefore it must be gravity, therefore gravity must be able to contain gases from an infinite vacuum. That just doesn't make any sense, and there's no demonstration.
I suppose the theory there, I suppose, is that if it decreases with height, with enough height, it reaches zero. Because if it's decreasing with height, and we measure that.
So it goes so high. So it goes so high that it creates a vacuum chamber. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, similar to mercury.
Sweet.
I mean, I'm not saying
mercury.
That, I'm asking that.
Mercury does what?
Well, if you have a high enough tube of mercury, it creates a partial vacuum. Obviously, not a complete vacuum, but it's enough that there's visible vacuum in a tube. Most people did that in high school science, didn't we? Got a mercury barometer. Is that just me?
Does it work without the tube?
Mercury?
No, what you're suggesting, like it creating a vacuum.
No, because there's air around it. It sucks the air in.
Right. In fact, for to simulate any vacuum, you need a sealed container, right?
Well, that's not necessarily true. The question I get, the thing with the mercury.
Well, it is necessarily true.
How would you simulate
the container
a vacuum?
Isn't sealed with mercury.
So how would you simulate a vacuum without using a sealed container? Explain.
Well, the measurement with mercury is not in a sealed container. It's in a container that is locked with mercury, but it's not sealed. So it's not a closed container. You can pour things in and out of it.
Yeah, and there's another problem with this, right? Mercury's liquid, not gas.
I mean, the same principles apply if the pressure decreases enough. I guess
some of the same principles, I guess, but not entirely, right? Because mercury will have a fixed volume, gas will not.
That's true.
And they display different properties.
You're also able to compress the gas very easily. You won't be able to do that with mercury. So, like, there are some similarities between gases and liquids, yeah, but they're not the same. You shouldn't treat them the same.
They don't have the same number of degrees of freedom.
So I suppose with the idea that, I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not like, I don't want you guys to think that I'm saying this is fact, because I'm not saying that's the case. The idea that you have mercury behaves differently to air, I get that. So I guess if we look at a water system, pressure in the water system gets higher as you go deeper. For example, scuba diving, something I do a reasonable amount of compared to the average person. As you go down, pressures get higher. Not because of.
So we're again talking about the liquid.
Yeah, so we were talking about the mercury, so I'm curious about the mercury. So I guess what I'm asking is, like, in terms of the system, for the water, the pressures get deeper. The lower you go in the ocean, it gets deeper, right? And it gets more pressure.
You're talking about another demonstration of a gradient within a container, though.
Well, the water's not in a container because there's nothing on top of it.
Yeah, it is.
The water's just the ocean.
There's air on top of it. There's air on top of it, and at the bottom you have things like the ocean floor containing it. You have shorelines, beaches, right?
All that stuff.
It's absolutely yes, it is a container. Every body of water is contained.
But the problem is that for water, you do not need a closed container, right? Because water has a fixed volume.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me the results of this experiment. I have a vacuum chamber, a vertical cylinder, and at the bottom is a little inlet hole. And I inlet a little gas into it. Does the gas settle at the bottom because of gravity away from the vacuum? Or does it disperse evenly throughout, reaching thermodynamic equilibrium? Because that's what you're claiming the Earth is. Claiming the Earth is some gas being held by gravity away from the vacuum.
I suppose what I'm asking is effectively we've sort of said that for the gas scenario we've said that pressure decreases as we go higher. Do we agree on that? I don't know if we got to consensus. Was that agreed?
Pressure decreases as we go higher. Yeah, but that was explained to you why.
Well,
or hypothesis why.
What was it? I didn't.
Yeah, the gas is created at the surface of the Earth.
Of course, gases are created at the surface of the Earth.
You don't just have a pressure. Hold on, you just don't just have a pressure gradient, right? You also have a temperature gradient, don't you? All the mountaintops are frozen, right?
We'd expect so, yeah.
All right, is that because of gravity as well?
Well, it's because I'm not a weather person, so that's not something I can really answer. But I suspect that's because of a lot of things.
No oceanographer either. Remember?
I'm not, but I do spend a lot of time in the water, and I guess I'm curious as to why gases are created at the surface of the Earth, which is why there's more gas pressure at the surface.
It's like photosynthesis and stuff.
Sure.
Outgassing, composition, chemical reactions.
Sure. So why is
a lot of farting on the surface, people farting, animals farting, a lot of gas is created there. A lot of farting on the surface.
Okay, farts on a jar.
I suppose. Sure.
It's like the gas is not coming from the sky, right?
Okay.
Can we agree on that?
Yep. No problem.
Right.
But I guess what the next question. So moving on from that, why is pressure increasing as we go deeper in the ocean? Unless there's water.
The weight of the water. The weight of the water.
He doesn't like that answer.
God damn it! I thought I bought this one. Jesus Christ!
That answer's interesting. I guess the link between then what is weight? I mean, weight is pulling down of things from gravity, right?
Are the means to test that?
To test what?
Whether it's being pulled down by a force called gravity or not a force, depending which flip-floppy day it is.
Well, we can both say that they're both fluid, gases, and liquid.
I mean, my little experiment was never addressed.
What was your
right? So the gravity would be strongest at the surface of the Earth. We have a vacuum chamber on the surface, not way up there in the sky, on the surface. That gravity is not strong enough to hold gas away from a vacuum.
But
your supposition is that if we make if we have a column of air that's tall enough, that air will eventually be heavy enough to be pulled away from the vacuum, or massive enough, or however we want to put it. But that's
I guess I'm applying the same logic as with the mercury. The mercury is heavy enough to get pulled away from the.
Stop using liquid.
It's a liquid. It doesn't have the degrees of freedom of gas. Gas goes in every direction.
I understand that. The reason I'm using the liquid is because
I know they're both fluids, right? You know they're both fluids. But, I mean...
We literally just went over this.
They have similarities, but they're not the same.
We just went over it. I didn't bring us back to it.
I said it, but, yeah.
They have distinct difference.
Basically, the issue is that you require a volume if you have gas, right? Because gas will fill the available volume. And if you look at like the actual math and stuff and the formulas that they use for gas and temperature and all this stuff, you need a volume. It doesn't work if you don't have a volume. Why is that?
Sorry, I'm not following what the link between what we're talking about and the volume stuff is.
Well, like P1 and V1 equals P2, V2, stuff like that.
Sure.
You know, Charles' law, Boyle's law.
Sure, yeah. I guess I'm not following the linkage between that.
Well, these all require a volume, a fixed volume, right? Usually expressed in cube meters or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, what's the volume for the globe?
I'm not. I guess I don't know. I don't know what you're asking. Sorry, I'm not sure what. I'm asking a question about the height of the gas and the fact the pressure increases closer to the bottom, which is.
Yeah, why wouldn't it?
I think it would. I mean, I think it's logical.
Well, if I could I just ask a question real quick? As far as I understand, there's two conflicting claims here, right? Because I've heard people say that the higher gas pressure at sea level is because that's where gases are created. But we also see higher water pressure at depth, and you say that's because the water is pushing down. But we, or me, I should say at least, I don't know Django's position, but me as a glober, I guess you could say, right? I would contest that the higher air pressure at sea level is also from the air pushing down. And so I don't quite understand how you could disagree with that, but agree that the water pressure is from the water pushing down.
Because it's moving freely. It's moving. The gases are separate particles moving freely, not pushing down on you. They're not experiencing weight from above anything. They're moving freely
between like thermodynamic gas pressure and pressure from like pressing on something physically, mechanically.
Have you guys, speaking of moving freely, have you guys seen the experiment where you can break a ruler using a piece of paper? Have you seen this?
No.
It's quite interesting, actually. Get a rule. You might not want to use a ruler because they're more than slightly expensive. Get a stick or something, place it on a table, place on the edge of a table so half's hanging over, half's not. Hit it with your hand, stick falls off the table, goes flying. Do the same thing, but place a big piece of paper on top of the stick. So that on top of the table and on top of the stick is a big piece of paper. You then, which weighs nothing, obviously, or very little, and you then bang the stick again nice and hard, and the stick snaps because it can't move the paper because air has resistance and weight pushing down on it, right? I guess that's what I'm trying to ask is we've got an idea that weight of fluid has weight, but gas doesn't. And that's kind of what I'm being told, that gas doesn't have weight, or is it? Does gas have weight? I guess that's the question. Does gas have weight?
Well, you forget. I've seen that little parlor trick. You forget. You put a nice little bow on it saying, well, that's the gas. Well, you also said you have to hit it really hard, because if you were to slowly pick up the thing, it would just lift up. It's probably creating some sort of vacuum as you whack it really hard. So you can't just assume that there's gas pressing down on the paper like you did. You do realize you did sort of put a bow on that, right?
Well, I mean, I didn't say that's what's causing it. I said that's the video says that's what's causing it.
No, but you said you said right.
I'm saying, I'm asking you, is that right?
I did notice that you do often say somebody else said it, not you. You don't claim anything. You're just asking questions for other people. This is like the 10th time.
I'm not asking questions for other people. I don't have any personal experience with that. I've never done that experiment myself. I'm asking. I'm not going to sit here and say, I've done this.
To call that an experiment's is a stretch. But anyways.
Okay. Well, can I ask you this, right? At any point within a volume of gas or liquid, right? What is the pressure above your hand? You hold out your hand. Is the pressure on your hand, on top of your hand, less than the pressure underneath your hand?
Well, in a liquid, the answer would be yes.
No, it's not.
Oh, that's incorrect, because as you go deeper into water, it gets higher pressure. And that's something that I can very easily test and have tested. A point along any horizontal line within a body of liquid at rest is of equal pressure on all sides. Maybe if you've got some significant depth, then yeah. But in air, no. The pressure is equal. Hey, I thought we said before the pressure got less as we got higher. Is that not?
Well, does a barometer upside down read any different?
What?
Well, you're saying that there's like this pressure pushing down, the air's pushing down. Well, then wouldn't there be a different pressure reading from a barometer if you tipped it upside down?
I'm not sure if that's how barometers work, but
It's not how pressure works either. So you can imagine a column of air extending up into the
So
atmosphere.
is the pressure
The weight of that pressure creates the weight of that air creates a certain pressure at any given height, and that pressure exerts its force relatively equally within that height.
So are you trying to tell me? Are you trying to tell me that?
Hold on. It's a cool story, but you had to start with. You can imagine a column of air. Why would I imagine a column of air?
And how would you make a column of air?
Isn't it bending space-time making the pressure?
I mean, you can make a column of air relatively easily.
Yeah, with what? You need a container, right?
Pipe, I don't know, whatever you want. But,
all right, you guys are hold on. You guys are getting distracted by a word choice here. This does not require a separated column of air from the rest of the atmosphere. It's simply a
Sure it does. If you want to say that that's weight, you need to identify that on top of that column starts pressing down straight down on that column. You can't just use imaginary words for your imaginary stories and get away with it.
The question I think we're asking is, does air have weight?
Can you look in live stream voice text real quick?
Sorry, what?
There's no vertical columns of air.
I would say air has a weight because you can liquefy it and then you can measure that.
Okay, I agree with that. Yeah. So if air has weight, so if we agree that air has weight, and we agree that water has weight, and you said that water's weight is what creates the pressure at the bottom of the ocean, then why does air's weight not create the pressure at the bottom of the atmosphere at sea level? How are those two things different?
Air can flow up, it can flow down, it can flow sideways, so the water can't flow up out of the water when the water's pressing down on it. It just doesn't collapse in on itself and water jets up off the shore.
So, okay, so you're saying that the difference is that water has like a surface at the top, which essentially would be a container in your.
No, the water itself doesn't have the degrees of freedom that gas does.
But in any, if you go 20 feet down in the water and you look at how the water moves, it is moving in
Dude, the difference would be that the gas would fill the entire available volume.
Do you not agree that water and gas have not the same number of degrees of freedom?
I understand what you're saying.
As in their molecular motion.
Where we disagree.
Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Their molecular motion, right?
They're different states of matter. So
I think
that's your answer.
The confusing part here is that we're saying that air has weight,
and water's actually interconnected with dimers. If you really want to get super technical, it isn't like it has way less degrees of freedom than say other liquids.
Plus the container.
Because the molecules actually kind of overlap and actually chain together.
Well, the containers required for each is inverse. For the volume of water, you need a container to contain the volume of water. I mean, but it's inverse.
When you measure the pressure in air, is it because the particles are bouncing off the surface of what you're using to measure it with? Or is it because the particles are sinking and weighing down upon the device?
Would it be different? Is that a different thing? If you were to push more particles into a container, more particles
it would be
bounce
different
off?
Because if you had a downward vector, then there would be a difference if the barometer was not aligned like upwards. If you hold it upside down, and now you don't have the particles going downwards, hitting the barometer, right? But you do because the particles are actually moving in all directions randomly, bouncing off each other and everything, etc. Because that's what gas
are moving in all directions, more or less, yes.
Yeah, so all the barometer is really doing is measuring the kinetic energy of the molecule.
I agree with that statement.
So not weight then.
That doesn't mean there's a downward vector to it.
I've never claimed that barometers measure the weight of air. No. What I'm saying is that the weight of air is causing the pressure that the barometer measures. That's the difference.
That's cool. What's the evidence?
What is the gravitational theory of thermodynamics?
I think what the confusing part here is, I understand, and I don't want to go back over this, degrees of freedom thing. I think the confusing part is that water does have a relatively free movement in its environment. It can move around throughout its environment.
But it doesn't fill the entire volume, does it? If you have a half a glass of water, it's not going to fill the entire glass.
Arguably, neither would air if you have a big enough container.
Well,
Because
like
the top of the
something that
container-
is.
It will with air. That's the thing. It will with air.
Container where this doesn't happen.
Well, I think that's what.
Right. So we're
what
back
I'm
at
saying.
imagination. That's not evidence.
I'm saying
Air
that if
has
you
to press upon a container for you to have the pressure. That's the antecedent of the gas pressure. Is how much it presses on the walls of the container.
Right. It comes back to Indio's example of the tall cylindrical vacuum chamber with the little inlet at the bottom, and you just put in a little bit of gas.
Mm-hmm.
If it has weight, does it just sink it and fall to the bottom? Leaving a vacuum at the top?
I suppose if we talk about densities, and this is something that's quite interesting actually, if you talk about, say, a heavy gas, so there's not all gases are equal, and you put a heavy gas in the bottom of a cup, that heavy gas doesn't just instantly spread out everywhere. That heavy gas would sit in the bottom of the cup until it was disturbed.
For how long?
Gas is until it's disturbed.
And for how long is that?
That's an impossible question to ask. That's like how long is a piece of string?
No,
it's disturbed when it's disturbed.
Yeah, so all air is moving around.
Yeah, it would actually dissipate over time.
Over a long period of time.
Well, if you use an example like sodium hexafluoride, the problem with that is that it's not really that it's quote unquote heavier. It's that it's super viscous. So it actually attaches to itself. So if you look up the viscosity of S6, which is sodium hexafluoride, it is one of the most viscous gases.
I'm not a chemist, so I'm not gonna. I can't discuss the viscosity of various gases, but I think the point that we're making is that gas in an environment that isn't contained, like a cup, doesn't just instantly disappear into the air. If you put heavy gas into a
don't
cup.
make the rule, though. We're
what
talking
if you pour
about
it on a
synthetic,
table?
man-made gas, dude. That does not exist in
the
nature.
table's a flat surface, which is, in no way contained. In a valley, it would be contained. In a cup, it would be contained. I think the point is, if you have
it wouldn't.
Sphere,
No, it wouldn't because it's gas. No, it wouldn't. It's a gas, dude. If you have a valley, that's not a fixed volume. What are you talking about?
I spent a fair bit of time working on mine sites, and I've seen a fair few videos and actually seen some colleagues die because gas was sitting in a hole, and 3 guys climbed in and they all died. So, I mean, those guys and their families would probably agree that gas would stay there.
So that's a valley in a mountain?
What? It was a hole in a mine site.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, though.
And,
you're saying that the gas is heavy.
It was a heavy gas, and it was sitting inside the hole, and it didn't come out of the hole.
So you have a gas that's denser than the air. Okay, we already know that denser things go downward. What's the mystery?
Why?
Yeah, that's what you just said.
That's the $1 million question. The why.
Why do less dense things go upwards? Is there something in the sky pulling less dense things towards the sky? There must be. They go upwards, right?
Well, other things go downwards.
Oh wait, I hadn't heard
all
this
things don't go downwards. That's the
so
point.
you guys are saying you don't know what causes dense things to differentiate.
Some things go down, some things go up. Things move in all directions.
No, the idea, the claim of we know the cause of why things fall down, right? Yeah. Why things go down versus up. The claim that we know the cause of this is nonsense. There's no experiment that can or ever has demonstrated it.
9.8 meters per second.
That's a description, though. That's not a causal mechanism, right? True. So saying 9.8 meters per second squared is the rate. That's not a causal mechanism. So the causal mechanism, the claim is mass attracts mass, space-time bends, whatever. There's no experiment that actually demonstrates that.
Actually, mass attracts mass is not a causal mechanism. It's also just a description.
Good point.
That's an assumption.
So gravity is not the cause of anything, then.
Fantastic.
Well, then.
Awesome. Well done.
Gravity doesn't cause things to fall anymore. Thanks for owning yourself.
I'm not really sure we get that from. Gravity can certainly cause things, but mass attracting mass is just a description.
The force.
A description of what? Somebody's imagination.
So what causes things to fall?
What causes the G force? the force.
We observe that mass
by
attracts
acceleration.
mass.
We observe things fall when we let go of them. Things heavier than air or denser than air. We drop them, they fall. Why? What's the causal mechanism for that?
You
We
applied
observe
energy to it,
mass
and
Then
it
what's the
attract mass.
experiment that
Equilibrium.
demonstrates that causal mechanism?
Well, I love my
That's what I'm
planet.
talking
You know me.
about. That there's actually no experiment that demonstrates that to this day.
It goes
If
down.
gravity
I'm not sure what
affected
you're
gas,
asking.
if gravity affected gas and pulled down on it, no one would smell farts because our noses are higher than our butts.
Well, come on, guys. You got people in here lecturing us about thermodynamics. You don't even understand that hot stuff rises. That's pretty weak.
I mean, yeah. Surely
yeah.
that's an easy one, right?
That's
Maybe if we turn the nose upside down, we wouldn't smell the farts.
We're talking about entropy again. So entropy, the law of entropy.
How do you smell the farts if it's going downwards?
What's the question?
what?
Sorry.
They don't go downward.
Okay,
It's hard to take it seriously when we're talking about farts. I mean, that's
Yeah,
honestly.
this one does not
For the
way
right
that
turn,
we-
Clyde.
Anyway, well, the question was, what causes the force of gravity? That was the question.
And I think this actually
What
gets
force?
to one of
Isn't
the
it the
really
pseudo
interesting
force now?
fundamental disagreements that we have, right? I think, for me at least, it is sufficient to have a model which says, this is how we think this works. Here are some equations to describe it. And if we apply these equations to the natural world, they appear to work. This is what we have to work with. And I'm like, cool, that works
Well,
for me.
there's
You're
a problem.
wrong. You
There's a-
just
there's a
said
big
wrong
problem.
thing.
Hold on. Well, like, you got to tell him why he's wrong. Because
Yeah, there's a big problem with that because if you're talking about forces, you're not actually talking about anything that's physical, right? Not in the equations. You're talking about a unit, which is actually comprised of multiple other units, isn't it?
I'm not sure what your point is.
My
Well, what's
personal
1 Newton?
experience is when
1 Newton of force. What does that
heavy
mean?
shit, it hurts.
You're saying forces are not physical, which I'm not really sure
No,
what
I'm
that means,
asking
but I
you,
don't really understand what the
if someone says
problem
1
would be.
Newton of force, what does that mean?
How would you like me to describe that to you? You want to know the units on that? Do you want to know?
Yeah, the units. What are units?
Newton is the unit, dude.
It's a Newton. That's a
No,
unit.
Yeah, the Newton is the
Newton has
unit,
some
but
units.
it's
It'll be like
actually a compilation of other
kilograms,
units,
meters per second squared or something.
All right, so you have 3 separate units there.
Sure,
Yeah, I guess
absolutely.
you can break it down more.
Okay, so then the force is just a concept, not anything physical, right?
Well, I think
The force
It is.
can
It
be
is a way that we
right.
describe how things work. Yeah,
Yeah, that's all it is.
I have no problem with that.
Which is called the pragmatic fallacy.
So
Yeah.
I think what.
It's a logical fallacy to say this is true because it works. That's a logical fallacy.
I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying it works. That's my only claim.
Awesome. So you're a pragmatist.
but
That's
why
fine.
is it- but
Like,
why?
listen, I literally have no problem with that. Saying, yes, we have a bunch of mathematics that make predictions that work. I have no problem with that. Once you start
we
saying,
certainly agree on
my
something. How
variables
about
are
that,
real,
guys?
that's when I
Common
have
ground.
a problem. But
No.
I have a problem when people start saying X causes Y, and like Y is real, and Z is real, and
Okay.
Phi is real, and all these variables, right? So, like Heaviside said, it was once a joke told upon a mathematician that drove him mad, like his variables were S for the sun and M for the moon. People start thinking their variables in their equations are realities. When they're just placeholders, they're conceptual placeholders for things that are in reality. They're representative, but they are not the things.
I hear what you're saying, right? You say that these equations work, right? So they work, but
Epicycles work.
we're asking why. That's what we're asking.
So Maxwell came up with his equations using a mechanical model of the ether. That worked. Do you believe in the ether?
No, I do not believe.
So
in
he's using his
Okay,
equation.
so there we go. So these examples, right? That there's models that work that represent things that don't exist in the physical world.
I think
That's
the
fine.
core difference is that there's, with development, we've demonstrated that some of those older models don't work.
What's wrong with Maxwell's equations? I mean, they're unwieldy and shit.
Equations, but
Not
I
the
think
units used.
the general concept is that you can make a model that fits for a while for a thing, and then over time, if you test that model, you may find that model doesn't work anymore. And I think the point that Ateo was making is that gravity model is continuing to work. The more we test it, the more it continues to work.
It's
Which
okay.
one?
It works, but why?
I mean, it works, but why? I'm not sure. Why
So
the argument
who
there is
cares?
it works because
So it
it's right.
works.
Well, let me
Yeah,
restate
make more
my opinion
widgets
then,
and products
just so
and
we're all on the same page, right? We have a model of things such as gravity, solar systems, whatever you'd like to call it, right? With that model, with those mathematics, we can make testable predictions that turn out to be accurate a lot of the time. When they don't, we go back to tweak things, right?
Pseudoscience communicator. Have you seen the masks? Hey, have you seen the masks that support Superman leaps and boundings?
I'm going to continue talking, but I'd appreciate
No,
it if you didn't
okay.
interrupt me. So
Hey,
what I'm saying
buddy,
is that we have
your
models that
spiel
describe the
is
natural
old.
world.
Hey, pseudoscience communicator. Your tryout can continue in a minute.
All right, guys.
Have
Well, I'm
you
going to head
seen
out if you don't want to have a civil
have you
conversation.
seen
But I've
the
appreciated
masks?
some of the talk, and I hope you guys all have a really good night.
Don't
You're a
disrespect him.
sucker.
Just let him say his piece.
See you guys, man.
Oh, he left.
Oh, come on. I wanted to... dude.
He's a sucker. He's on a
I know.
pseudoscience communicator tryout. Both of them.
Well, I thought you sounded like a multi-level marketing pitch man. That's what
He
it sounded
did.
like to me.
Right.
He was trying to sell us stuff.
Completely full of it.
Well,
Old Hoss had enough. He was like, no, I've had enough. We've been on this
Now,
for
I
like
just
40
realized
minutes.
these are the circular reasoning twins from the lobby, and I was like, nah, come on,
Yeah.
dude. I mean,
He said the circular reasoning twins.
Yes, that's what he called them
That's
in the
hilarious.
lobby.
I kept trying to bring up the question of why, and that kept getting diverted.
Well, no, I listen, I had a good question for him. Like, epicycles work, right? The Ptolemaic model, that works. Still use it today. Why was that abandoned? It worked. Why did they abandon it? Doesn't work. Like, Kepler's laws don't work any better than epicycles.
Philosophical preference.
Philosophically, what? Say that?
Yeah, I just said philosophical preference.
Yeah, that's what it is. Philosophical. I don't like that one because of the philosophical implications, so I choose this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Archimedes' principle works without G.
It's so funny when they say, you need G for it, right? And they show half the equation. Like, no, dude, G cancels out in the full equation.
Dude, you're so right. I remember in physics class that would happen most of the time.
Yep, that happens a lot.
You have to use G so that you can strike it out.
Yeah, there was another one. They cancel out the mass when they're trying to figure out the mass of exoplanets or something. They cancel out the masses. What's the other mass? The mass of the Earth, supposedly.
And also, like they kind of need to put the G in there because without the acceleration, then you don't end up with a force, right?
Oh, yeah. Because you want to switch between conservation of momentum and... They want to use Newton's force law, so they need to use that, right? So you need that G to...
Well, if they're using those, though, I mean, don't they debunk the whole spinning, rotating ball right there? Because that would be a non-inertial reference frame, and his laws aren't supposed to work there, right?
Boom! Get him.
Ouch.
Oops.
And where's G in all the where's G in all the gas law equations?
Oh, they throw it in so they can cancel it out and on the other side.
Yep.
Heretic, you should have thrown that one at the Ateic out.
Yeah, I think it's great if they want to use Newton's laws, because that will be fine on a stationary inertial reference frame.
So in the early 1900s, I mean, I think Martov has probably seen this. I used to post it all the time. Goodyear, like back before airplanes, people made hot air balloons. And Goodyear had a manual on how to operate one of their hot air balloons. It's called a manual of free ballooning or something like that. And in the entire document, which is like 250 pages, they do not mention gravity or have G or mass or any of that stuff even once. It's all just weight. That's it. Weight, that's it. Nothing else. Temperature of the gas. Somehow they floated balloons around without gravity or without, mass or any of those considerations.
Yeah, but then
Probably
like they're
would've
gonna
canceled
argue
out
that
anyway.
weight already assumes a downward force, kind of. So
I mean, doesn't weight assume a downward force?
Well, they use things like
there
specific
you go.
gravity. So, right, that's the difference between what something weighs in air versus what something weighs in water, which is buoyancy.
Sorry. Yeah. Because it's got a lower downward force, right? Or higher, depending.
Well, I mean, you could extrapolate it to that, but it's not necessarily apparent from the evidence.
Man, if you put on a scuba tank and you jump in the water and you float around on the surface, it's pretty apparent that someone holding you up doesn't have to put in any effort. That's pretty observable, I would say.
Extrapolating it to a force is not observable. That is a mental construct, which Martov's laid out, right? So
Sorry,
force itself is a mental construct.
Buoyancy?
There's no such thing as a force. There's no force
in the math there is. In the math there is, because it makes it easy to try to calculate things. But
if you're like pushing something, that's obviously a physical force, right? Or are you saying non-physical forces?
No, we're saying force
force.
itself is conceptual.
Sure. I mean, pushing something though, that's a force that's measurable, right? That you can observe and see and do.
How do you measure it?
With a force sensor.
A force sensor? How's a force sensor?
How do you measure what?
Well, I mean that's just how I had a force sensor in the classroom when I took physics mechanics, and yeah, that's how you measure forces.
We measure
straight up.
We measure speed, which is we measure speed, right? And how do we measure speed? That's another derivative, right? So that's distance. Distance traveled divided by time.
You have position,
right?
Velocity, acceleration.
So the force is the change in the speed in distance. The change in that speed over time is acceleration.
Not necessarily.
Right? That's a force.
You have a force in a point in time that's not moving.
Yeah, and necessarily. F equals ma, right?
And get a set of scales and put it on your wall and push on
it. Hold on. F equals ma, right?
Yeah, that's Newton's third.
Okay, so if you don't have an acceleration, so F equals ma, a is 0. Where does the force go?
It doesn't.
Sorry, what's the question?
If a is 0, then it's not moving. Then it's
this is your formula for force, right? F equals ma. Okay, so if the acceleration doesn't, so if there's no acceleration, i.e., a equals 0, then the force is 0.
Hang on, sorry. Can just one person talk, because it's very hard when there's 3 people talking? What were you saying?
I thought there was.
Well, for the end half there was, yeah, but I missed the whole first half because there was multiple people talking. I couldn't hear him.
Do you want to tell him again, Martos, or should I? Okay. He said F equals ma is the force equation.
Mm-hmm.
If a is 0, as in no acceleration, then it's F equals m times 0. That means there's no force.
I think that's a misrepresentation of how forces work. If you push on a wall and the wall doesn't go anywhere,
I misinterpreted the equation. Jesus.
Can you give us the correct equation?
I just did, but you guys were too busy talking. If you push on a wall and the wall doesn't go anywhere, it's not because there's no force being exerted on the wall. That's because...
Well, there is no force, because a force would require an acceleration.
Well, I mean, I would... So if you punch
it's defined.
Okay.
That's how it's defined, right?
It doesn't move.
This is literally the formula.
There's no
F equals ma. Force is a mass that's accelerating. Okay.
Great. I would love you to test this. I'd love it on video. Go find a brick wall, punch it.
So like you're pushing the wall. You're pushing the wall. Okay, cool. But what's accelerating?
So your personal definition now. Your personal definition of punching walls. That's what it is.
You guys are saying if there's no acceleration, there's no force.
Okay.
That's what the equation says. It's not what we're saying. It's what the fucking physics book says.
The way you're saying it is a misrepresentation.
We're doing the equation. Okay, let's do the equation.
The equation is pretty simple.
I'll make an arbitrary m, 1,000. times A, no acceleration.
No acceleration.
0.
The force is 0.
1,000 times 0 equals F 0. How am I misrepresenting that?
Well, I think what we're talking about here is we're talking about force, and you're saying that if there's no acceleration, there's no force.
That's what the formula says.
That is what the formula says.
That's what it says.
Because force, right? If you have the force in units, you would say like I have 10 newtons of force. Okay, but what does that actually mean? That means you have 10 kilograms of a mass that's accelerating at like a rate of 1 meters per second squared.
I think we're talking about two different things.
You're talking about imagination, and we're talking about the actual.
You're talking about imagination. I'm talking about reality.
No, we're talking. How is F equals ma imagination if that's what they're using in physics?
Well, hang on. No. You're talking about equations, letters, and numbers, and I'm talking about reality.
So the equation. You're telling us the
force only exists in the equations, dude.
Well, if you go and push on a wall, you are exerting force on the wall. You may not be moving, but you are exerting force on it.
So then,
if you're not moving, then there's no acceleration, right?
Is Newton's second law
not necessarily? But that's not the question. The question is there a force? And the answer is yes. If you park a car on a hill and you push against that car,
how do you quantify that force? How do you measure it?
Well, which force? Which one? The car on the hill? Because you can measure that using the gravity equation. Because the gravity gives you an acceleration. You're putting equal force in the opposite direction, which equals a net movement of 0. That doesn't mean there's a net force of 0.
You mean like pushing on a wall?
Very much like pushing on a wall, as it turns out.
Right. So the force
is car up a hill and don't move it, just get it sitting there. There's still forces being applied, and that's why if you do it to an expensive car, you'll probably break the bumper bar, and you'll probably find yourself with a really big bill. But I think that wouldn't break if there was no force on it. So obviously there is a force on it.
Then why does the equation say there isn't force in
both directions? Well, no. That's a misrepresentation of the equation because there's two forces, in fact.
Oh, two forces. Okay. So if you take the net force of the wall...
Do you mean to tell me that a car on a hill isn't exerting force on you if you're sitting below it?
Well, of course it is, but...
Even though it's not moving, you're below it, but it's pushing into your body.
But then you're pushing back. Wouldn't that cancel out the force?
If nobody's moving...
I mean, get a heavy car and find out. Park it on a hill, go jump in front of it, and take the brake off, and you tell me if it cancels the force out. It'll get very flat very quickly. It'll be very painful.
If you've got an equal force, then it's just cancelling out an equal force, isn't it?
But it doesn't make the force disappear.
Well, it makes it equal.
Energy.
So it disappears. It becomes equal.
If you have $1 and I have $1, it doesn't make the dollar disappear just because it's equal.
No, you've got $2. That doesn't make sense. They're not pushing against each other.
I think we've gotten into a very non-constructive
conversation. Yeah, because your analogy doesn't work.
What doesn't work?
Reality? Does reality misrepresent the equation? Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. You just said $1 and $1 doesn't make no dollars. Of course it doesn't. It makes $2, but they're not pushing against each other. If you've got a force and then you apply an equal...
dollars against each other?
Hang on, shut up, let me finish. So if you've got a force and you apply an equal force to it, those two forces cancel each other out and become 0. Yeah?
0.
Then you got a force in one direction, a force in another direction.
I think you guys
and then the reason that it's 0, right? The reason that it's 0.
I'll let you guys talk, and now you guys let me talk. That's not very fair.
But that's literally the point. The reason that it's 0 is because there's no acceleration in either direction, i.e., A equals 0.
Guys, real quick. The formula is net force equals ma. So it's net force, meaning if there's no acceleration and you had mass or whatever, the net force would be 0. And net force would mean that nothing's moving. There is no net force. I don't think that means that there isn't an actual force being applied, because there might be a force being applied. But the equation is for net force, which is the total amount of forces being applied. So if you have a force going to the right and a force going to the left that are equal, then you'll have a net force of 0 because they cancel each other out. That's why your acceleration is 0. Do you get what I'm saying?
Somebody described.
Right, but there's like an obvious problem with this, as far as I'm concerned, because like if you put an object on a table and you're going to say, well, okay, there's a downward force vector, and then there's the table pushing upwards with an equal force, blah blah blah. Okay, but at the same time, I can say that there are actually two sideways forces that are also pushing on the object that are equal, and my evidence would be, look, it's not moving. Therefore, there are two forces pushing against each other. That would be silly, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, your example would be that there wouldn't actually be any forces in the left and right direction because it's not moving at all, unless you have like air resistance, friction, static friction, stuff like that. But in the physics, the Newtonian physics, you would have the two forces, which would be the normal force of the table pushing up on the ball and the gravitational force, which is pushing down on the ball. But that would have no acceleration, so the net force would be zero, but the force is still there. It's just they canceled out each other. And that's what the equation is showing here. F equals ma, but it's net force equals ma. That's just what I'm going off from what I learned in physics C.
Thank you. I'm not very good at explaining physics, but that's exactly what I was trying to say.
Okay. I noticed that I'm not like trying to go against anyone here, but I just remembered that that's what the equation is. It's net force. So it doesn't mean that there isn't a force. It's the net force. So it's the total forces.
Yeah, they just put some color on it for you.
Yeah, basically.
So if there's a net force, does that mean that the Earth's a globe or what?
No, it doesn't measure as a ball, so how can it be a globe?
I think that's not really what we're talking about. But this has actually been a really interesting conversation. There's been a lot of interesting stuff raised, and thanks for taking the time to talk to me, guys. I appreciate it. Hope we can talk again soon.
Where are you going?
Oh, you're leaving?
I have to pick my girlfriend up from the ferry, otherwise she's going to castrate me, possibly chemically, over time.
Oh, you're in Sydney,
how's your girlfriend hanging out with fairies?
Well, that's a great question. I'll be sure to ask what I see. Thanks, guys. It was great talking.
All right, see you.
So, yeah, if any of the forces you guys were just talking about are valid, the ball's already been ruled out just on those grounds alone because they only apply to inertial reference frames. A spinning ball is a non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah, you're right. Because in that physics, it only works if nothing's around it moving. But that's why they created the theory of relativity, so they could explain that away when that's not.
That's why I asked if it makes it a ball. It makes it a ball. But obviously not.
It doesn't make it a ball. It doesn't.
Of course not.
That.
That's why I asked it. It was kind of a rhetorical question.
It was a question where we went into physics, but
it makes it not a spinning ball. So if they want to stand by those laws, then I guess at best they're going to have to argue for a geocentric stationary ball.
Yeah, and what their argument would be, they would say that it's relative or whatever, but that's just a theory, so you can't prove that anyway.
Wait, but Einstein throws out Newton altogether. So in the process of trying to justify Newton, he had to toss it all out, right?
I don't even know. Einstein was a shill, man.
What were you saying yesterday, Heretic? Was it so? If you accept, what was it? So you throw out Newtonian and add in Einsteinian, and then so that's for a stationary.
Well, Newton's laws are only valid in an inertial reference frame, right? The rotating, spinning ball would be constantly accelerating. That's a non-inertial reference frame, right?
Yeah.
So if we're going to go with Newton's laws, then okay, well, welcome to stationary Earth, I guess.
Right.
Basically, that's what if I remember in the physics class, we would always have it as Newton's laws, but nothing else is moving. Like everything's stationary. So, yeah.
Well, if nobody noticed, they didn't try to prove the globe. They don't care about the globe. They only care about space. That's the only thing they were trying to prove.
True.
That's their obsession.
So how was
that's mostly what they talk about.
How was that guy? I just jumped in, but you guys were just talking about gravity and forces. But was he a glober, or he just wanted to talk about forces?
He was a glober.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously not an oceanographer. What was the other one?
The other one was
Meteorologist.
interesting. I wanted to talk to that guy more.
Whenever he got like cornered, he hung. Well, I'm not an oceanographer. I'm not a meteorologist.
They were both ball lovers.
Yeah, it was exoplanet guy again. He was in here a minute ago.
Yeah, that guy. He's the astrophysicist.
But again,
so I asked
he won't answer specific questions. No, he won't answer any questions that are detailed.
No.
So the question I asked him about, how do you measure stellar parallax in, how did I put it?
You said
how do
something
you
with
count for
parallax.
stellar aberration in that? And he knows right then he was going to give up the goods. Because parallax is not measured by just making a measurement. They make an observation of the stars, and then they say, well, the Earth is moving, so that star is in an apparent position, and its true position would be here because of stellar aberration. We don't see its true position. Because think about it like this, if you're like, it's raining out, right? And you have an umbrella, you're fine. You hold the umbrella over your head. But if you start running, now the raindrops are hitting you at an angle. And the umbrella isn't working anymore. That's what they say the light is doing because we're in orbit. The light is hitting us at an angle, so the star is displaced from where it should actually be. And that displacement is what they say is the parallax. But it's not a displacement that they actually measure. It's a displacement that they calculate. That's why I asked him the question. And that's why he dodged it.
So he just totally avoided it? Did he give you any answer at all or nothing?
Yeah, he said, I don't have time to get into it or something to that effect.
Yeah, he said, I didn't want to.
Then he was here for another 2
I know
hours.
his exact word. He said, I didn't come here to lecture about astronomy. He said something along those lines.
Yeah, but he just spent like 3 hours before that, or whatever amount of time it was, lecturing us about astronomy.
I know, right?
I was wanting to ask him if he believes any of what he's told.
I started with questions. I started with questions about his job because I know when it comes to that, they're prideful about their work. So that'll get them, to trust you more and answer your questions more by feeding into their, ego. So I asked him about his job, what he does, and then I asked him what he thinks, like, what good is he doing for humanity? And it's like, it has no military purpose. It has no other purpose than for humans to just, explore the cosmos or whatever, basically.
That's why I said next up, Apollo's the sun going across the sky. Like, it's just story time.
Yeah, exactly.
All it is.
Astronomy is useless.
Astronomy's story time, dude. It's just a story.
Yeah, it's useless though. Like in reality,
I asked him the other time. I said, "What's the difference now between your stories and all the stories they used to tell 1,000 years ago about the stars?"
Yeah,
you can make predictions, testable predictions.
We do speculation.
What do you do?
We do speculation Sunday. He does speculation weeks.
Speculation year.
I thought you were gonna Backroads. I thought you were gonna ask him if he's talking his book, right? Because he just spent probably $120,000 studying something.
I asked him about how much.
You think he's gonna go through all that university and then be like, "This is a bunch of bullshit. I just wasted $120,000 in 6 years of my life. I'm gonna just recant everything I just learned."
Yep.
Then he's gonna pay that shit off.
Yep. He's got to pay that off, man.
His job, he says he get paid enough to live. And I'm like, well, that's a waste of money, don't you think?
A lot of people want to get into astronomy departments.
But it's so useless. I wanted to ask him more questions about it. Like, what useful, okay, you're looking at stars. Well, what good does that do to everyone?
The job of astronomer, right? That itself is a filter. Only certain types of personalities are even going to apply to that.
It's just so.
And they're not that. They're like stargazers. They're daydreamers. They want to stare at the sky and daydream.
Yep. It's just useless. Like, why don't you become?
He doesn't care about utility, dude. He's a daydreamer.
See, I take many engineering classes, so I have the mindset of what good does this do for society? Like an architect builds buildings, an engineer builds buildings, stuff like that. Even McDonald's workers, they make a burger. What the heck do astronauts do that's good for society? Yeah, true. But what do astronauts do? I mean, not astronauts. Astronomers. They look at the stars, give you pictures of stars and planets and whatever, and that's it. What good are they?
Well, maybe if you made stories about the meaning of life and all existence when you build buildings, maybe it would have a higher status or something.
Maybe. Yeah.
You need to tell a story while you're building the building.
It's crazy because the useful people of society
sing a song.
Popular. The actual useful workers of society are not popular.
You need to go to your engineering job singing like that thing, the dwarfs. Hi ho, and maybe you'll get more respect.
I should try that. Yeah, they probably just look at you like, "What do you want, bro?" In your high vis jacket, with your hard hat on, the build site. But yeah,
just say you make predictions that are useful.
Prediction? No, bro. We use mathematics and
we use mathematics,
logic, and.
So, are you really taking engineering classes?
Huh?
You're taking engineering?
Yeah.
You should
architecture.
Yeah,
I did 3 years of engineering classes though.
So,
what did you say?
There's a cool paper from an engineer in the math channel. Hold on, I'll post it.
Okay.
About this same type of crap, right?
Yeah.
The same arguments that he makes, this guy utterly refutes them. Because there's the guy that came up with string theory. It's a guy named Wittgenstein. He's considered by mainstream academia as the smartest, in quotes, the smartest guy there is or something.
Well,
he won a Fields Medal, whatever. But he wrote a paper called Edward Wittgenstein. Yeah, so he wrote something called the Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics, which is a long paper on how great mathematics is at predicting reality and yada yada yada. Well, of course, an engineer, electrical engineer, wrote a refutation called the Reasonable Ineffectiveness of Mathematics.
I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, so I got that. I posted that. I posted in a live stream. I'm gonna just read a part of it because it's kind of funny.
Okay. Because, engineers actually do.
Physicists may have nightmares on studying a standard electronic engineering text, finding that the use of negative time in the theory of non-causal filters. However, a non-Platonist engineer has no qualms about such transformations into negative spaces, as there is no ultimate reality there. That's the difference, right? He thinks that his equations are an ultimate reality.
It's just an equation, bro.
Whereas an engineer just who cares? It's not ultimate reality. It works because we have a job to do, and we're not going to make any philosophical statements about it.
Yeah.
I don't get paid to philosophize. I get paid to
You're so right.
Make sure the building don't fall down.
Yep. Because
these guys, they get paid to philosophize when they don't realize they're even doing philosophy, right? The Copernican principle, that's the basis of all of it. That's a philosophical statement, right? The Earth is not the center of everything. That's a philosophical statement. Yep. But there's no consequences to their fuck-ups.
No, because if you're an engineer and you fuck up, that's
what happens if an astronomer fucks up?
Absolutely nothing.
They say they discovered something and give themselves Nobel Prizes.
Yep. Well, engineers.
Shit! Gravity don't work. Oh, we discovered dark matter. Let's give ourselves Nobel Prizes.
Ooh. Yeah. That's right. India, you had him on falsifiability. When you asked him that, he was stumped, man.
Yeah. What observation would falsify? Because he knows what they do, right? So if they're if they have a theory and they make an observation and it's different or wrong, they'll just go back and change the theory. They have like adjustable parameters, like little dials that they can turn and twist until their little mathematics matches their observation. And this is what they do. And it's not me that even complains about this. Well, I am complaining about it. But other fields in science complain about this. There's a guy, he's a particle physicist for CERN. He went back over like all the supernova data that they've been generating for 3 decades, and he actually ran his own like statistical analysis. And he said their error bars are all fucked up. He's like, all this is just garbage, the whole thing. And of course they're like, oh, you're not an astronomer, you're a particle physicist, you don't know what you're talking about. If you're not in the field, then they'll just like hand wave you.
The difference between these professions, engineering and astrology, is that astrology is not really real world. You don't have real world consequences. You just make up as you go. But engineering is, they deal with real world stuff that matters. So your equations have to be correct. Your structures have to be safe. They have to be built. They're useful to society. And unlike,
look, you don't even really trust your equations to a degree, right? Like, because you guys will build things 3 times too strong.
Yeah, they always overestimate.
You always gotta.
Not building 7.
Always add.
I said not building 7. Perfect.
I'm not building 7.
They cut corners on that one. They rounded down. They didn't round up.
No. You can't do that. You gotta. This stuff has to matter. And, I live in Florida, so, there's hurricanes here. You have to have hurricane-rated glass. You have to have thick rebar in the concrete, in the foundation, everything. So the building does not even collapse a little bit. Even if a chunk of the building comes off, that'll get inspected and repaired immediately here. You just can't have that. If you don't know this, but in Florida, Surfside, there was a building collapse from weather damage, and it was like an old condo from the 50s.
What about that? Yeah, I remember that.
You remember that? Yeah, that.
I know exactly what you're talking about. There were people living there, right? It was a total failure.
Yep.
Yeah,
practically everyone died. Barely any survivors. Probably because they were all old, but
89 earthquake in the Bay. I live in the Bay Area, and I remember it. And
fuck, y'all got that building tipping over there.
Oh no!
The Millennium Tower, yeah.
Yeah.
Chugging $20 million penthouses, and these people are, whatever. I don't have any sympathy for what goes on in San Francisco anymore, but yeah. Exactly
I just watched a video about that, the fix they're doing. It was an engineer, a structural engineer, basically saying this ain't gonna work either.
Mm-hmm.
The entire building is gonna be held up by 2 little freaking pegs, dude. They made this whole structure, but the load ends up going to these 2 little pegs that are 8 inches around.
Because you got to think about these equations. That you also have to go with the type of material you're doing. They have a material rating for the type of material, the elasticity rating for the materials.
I got to show you this video. If you're a nerd and into this shit, dude, I'll show you this video.
I am.
Crazy.
Half of San Francisco is.
Did you guys see the turnkey earthquake earlier this year?
Oh yeah, I saw that. Those buildings just fell apart, man.
Dude, that was like building toy building blocks falling over. It was crazy, man.
It was like a house of cards just coming down. It's awful.
Yeah. Never saw anything quite like that, man.
I think astronomers get paid more than engineers, even though their job is useless.
I've got to ask: are you flat water, flat Earth?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Flat water or flat Earth?
Yeah, you sound just like him.
No, I'm not. I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you talking about some YouTuber or
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I have a YouTube channel, but I don't post a lot of videos.
Right on. You do sound a little bit like.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to see this video. It's actually, if it wasn't going to kill people, it would be hilarious.
I saw that in my recommended before.
It's so bad, man. It's so, and it's that's where all the I don't want to call them rich, but I mean rich compared to the rest.
Yeah,
of the
they're rich, dude.
Yeah, rich compared to the rest of the country for sure.
The thing with this,
not Zuckerberg rich, but
even with the equations, you know, you got to think about it in real world. If your equation works out to have like, I don't know, one rope hold up some heavy piece, even if that rope is really strong, you're gonna need.
That ain't really the problem with this. Is the problem is that they're connecting something to the side of the building so it stops sinking. Right? They're driving piles in, and then they're making like a big, basically a concrete thing that's going to attach to the side of the building, and it's attached to these piles. But then they have something what connects from that concrete thing to the piles is like two 8-inch pieces of steel, dude. It's like they didn't like realize that, like, you know, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. It's pretty sad, dude.
Wow.
Like, yeah, it's
That's
bad.
crazy.
Like, even I understand how bad it is. I'm like, Jesus Christ, how did no one see that?
That is not good at all.
Like half of San Francisco is reclaimed land too. There's not much more that can go down there. What's that?
Do people live in that tower? What's that
Yeah, but they can't sell it. It's unsellable at this point. So,
oh my God, bro,
it's tipping over, man. It's sinking on one side.
Is that the tower still in use, or is everyone evacuated?
No, they're still there. They say it's still fine, but like, there's people next to it. Like, you can't even sell your places next to it. You know what I mean? Property value is not cool,
dude. You gotta get out of there. I'm sorry, I could not be in that building.
It's taking slowly.
Oh, sure. You know, when it comes to buildings that are like this, you know the rate of change, right? That curve.
Yeah, it can accelerate. Yeah,
slowly, but it'll get faster exponentially, and it'll just get worse.
Yeah, as the center of mass starts shifting, right?
That center of mass thing. If it goes past a certain point, it'll just accelerate down, and there's nothing you can do to stop it at that point, and it'll just fall over.
They'll like change a law and put homeless people in there and let them be the ones that take the.
Oh my God!
I mean, I swear to God, if that happened, I'd be like, yeah. I don't
let
doubt
the
it.
homeless live in there. There you go. Why not?
Seems like
I just bust them in from South Texas, man. We got a whole bunch of extra people.
I know what you mean,
man. Yeah, apparently.
Oh man!
Call your governor, Backroads. Call your governor. Say, hey, we know where we can send those people. Stop sending them to New York and Chicago. Send them to San Francisco.
Hey, guys, stop. Newsom will take
Go
them.
get AIDS.
Can't put anything past that guy.
Yeah. But yeah, basically, this is, in my opinion, a much more important career than astronomy.
It bums me out because astronomy
it's real
was
world, man. Astronomy ain't fuck all doing anything for anybody, man. It's like, yeah, there's some cool lights over there, then they shift and they gravity and the force. Yeah, fuck off. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
How's that helping us?
You get it.
Like, that's not helping us, man. Thanks.
Yeah, you get it.
Oh, you make $200,000 a year teaching this shit? Yeah, that's great. Man.
Come on, man. We need another 10-meter freaking piece of glass that's broken the first 3 times.
Right.
I was a space and dinosaur kid growing up, so it bums me out to find out all this is bullshit, you know?
You know, speaking of steel, I have a friend who has been doing steelwork for like, I think 8 years or something. Yeah. And he's finally getting his master degree in the steel science, and you have to take like 3-hour test, a talking test, or it's crazy, but everything about every property of steel basically he has to know. So it's like, and it pays you a lot. It's very important.
So is on the test, right? Is that like you can do steel demolition with a kerosene?
I don't know. I'd have to ask him.
Yeah. They did it on 9/11. They demolished 3 buildings with some kerosene.
I know you're going with that.
Dude, why use explosives, dude, when you could just use some jet fuel, just throw it all over the building and it just falls down in its own footprint. It only takes 45 minutes.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to say about that, right?
You don't have to hire all those demo guys, man, with the
No, what are you gonna say about that?
I'm gonna say building with the last character in your name.
Right.
Building 7.
Number 7.
All of them are trash, dude. What do you mean just 7? All of them were trash.
Yeah, all of them were, but number 7 didn't have anything hit them.
I love that meme. I love that meme, and it shows the towers. Never forget, and then there's a little down there. Building 7, like forget.
I saw that.
So since you're taking engineering, so the level at what the planes hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
The shear strength of the steel was 90,000 KSI.
Mm-hmm. Kilopascals.
I was
the strongest parts on an airplane are 60 KSI.
Right.
So basically,
the landing gear.
Other than the shaft for the turbine, all the other parts, they're aluminum and rivets and it's not held together. So
aluminum can't go through steel.
So let's think about this for a second.
1 inch thick steel.
90,000 KSI versus 60 PSI. What happens?
The plane will get shredded easily. It's like a cheese grater.
So this is the way to end it. Like end all 9/11 conversations. When someone says, "Well, it's a giant plane. It has a lot of mass. Yada yada yada." You just bring up.
It's going really fast.
No, just listen. This is the perfect argument. Newton's law says for every action, there's an equal opposite reaction. So that means that you can take the plane smashing into the building and reverse it. So you could take the building and throw that at 550 miles per hour in an airplane, and it's the same physics.
Yep. In the building.
Now what happens?
The building.
No one is going to say the plane just sits there and cuts right into the building.
No. Right. That's a perfect
end of it. That's the end of it. Right there. It's over.
Yep.
What happens if you run into a Pentagon? Like, you got another disappearing plane that hits the side of the Pentagon. How does that work?
That was actually like the Transformers Starscream, right? He just folded up. He just folded up and went into the hole.
I think it just goes away. Yeah.
It was a Starstream.
There's a Skyscream. I can't remember, man. I haven't watched Transformers in a while.
Been a while too for me.
You ever saw the videos of the
Pennsylvania was interesting too, man. Hey, where's the plane?
Oh, that plane vaporized, bro. Vaporized. That's what they said in the news. It vaporized.
There's video of first-hand accounts.
Yeah, vaporized, man. There's news clips of them saying that the plane vaporized.
Yeah,
it didn't melt. It turned to vapor. It skipped the melting part. It went straight to gas.
Unbelievable.
It didn't turn into
luggage, laptops and phones and all just gone.
Didn't they find passports of the
except for passports.
Except for passports, because paper and shit.
She put a plane in a microwave. See what happens.
Weren't there Muslims in bars the day before reading how to fly a commercial airline for dummies or something?
They played like Microsoft Flight Simulator like 1994, and that worked.
Crazy. But I have to pretend like it's... Yeah.
Well,
they had a really good joystick, so that's why. Like the joystick really simulated an airplane. So they had good computer equipment.
Yep.
That must have been it, man.
Man.
And they were idiot savants, right?
$1 trillion budget, $2 trillion they lost that Rumsfeld announced the day before. Maybe that had something to do with it.
But, yeah.
Hey man, we got a problem, man. There's this accounting. I don't know. We lost some dough, bro. We'll get back to you, okay?
Yeah, I noticed when I was driving into work, right where my office is, I saw a big bullseye drawn on the side of the wall.
Imagine.
Well, that's where the plane hit. Where the people that investigated the missing money, that's where their offices were.
I know, isn't that weird? It's just so it's a coincidence, man. I'm a coincidence theorist, of course. You guys
coincidence theorist.
Yeah, we have a coincidence. Well, yeah, I think we have a coincidence theorist role.
I mean, that's pre-cloud, right?
We should have a coincidence there, sir.
There's a central storage place for documents. Like maybe that was the case back then. Now you'd have to kill an AWS data center to get rid of it. But
yeah,
what a weird thing that there's like a centralized place for documents. And not only that, but like Twin Towers kind of had the same thing. Someone took out a massive insurance policy. I forget the name of the guy who bought it.
No, what the plane hit was the people. So it was it was like a naval JAG unit, right? That's the judge, advocate general, right? People that prosecute military crimes. That their offices were what was hit. They were the people that audited the Pentagon and discovered that was missing, right? Whether they had the records or not, who knows? But they ain't around to testify because they're like 6 feet under.
Why would they lie?
6 feet under rubble.
Well, what could they possibly gain by doing all this? I don't get it.
I know what they could gain from doing all this.
Hey, man, I have to get my fucking butt probed now to go on a fucking airplane, man.
I was about to say that.
Dude, not even what can they gain. We already know what happened. That was in the past. What did they gain?
I would walk on the plane with a drink in my hand, smoke, and we're like, hey, and they'd be like, yeah, come on in, man. Come on in.
It's like riding a bus.
And it was so great, man, back in the day, back in the 80s. And they tightened it up a little in the 90s. They got rid of the smoking. But you could drink all you want on the plane. I got for it. But, and then
it wasn't until the mid-90s, though. Like, they got rid of smoking. It was like mid-90s on the plane.
Yeah, like 94, early 90s, mid-90s. Yeah, I remember they started getting rid of them in all the bars and shit and restaurants. And
how funny is that, though? You go, this area on the plane is non-smoking. And you go, we're in a fucking metal tube. Where was he?
Hey, I always got the smoking section. It's in the back, away from the rest of you, highfalutin. Yeah, it was great, man.
Yeah, and you could always get like 3 seats as well.
Right, there's always empty seats, man. Always.
Now it's like
plane travel.
Code 10. He has a bottle of shampoo. Code 10.
Right.
I'm telling you right now, plane travel in 2020, 2021 is just probably the worst it's been ever. Make your ass wear a mask. Make your ass get a vaccine. Come on. This shit. This shit got strict.
Said you're in Florida, right?
Well, I'm saying if you want to do international flights.
Yeah. I got to go to Canada on Sunday. I'm worried about it. We'll see.
Good luck.
Just wear like a woke, quote unquote woke t-shirt type thing.
Get yourself some really good.
You got a virtue signal. You got to show that you're on the right team, dude. When you go through customs,
just wear a pin that says "trans kids are kids," whatever the saying is.
I don't know, but don't go there. Don't go there.
Trans rights are human rights. That's what you.
Yes, that's saying. Yeah, that one.
Let's get back on the building.
Yeah, let's not go there.
How about building? You guys remember Building 6, man? Fuck, man.
Wait, I have a joke. All right, this
Building
is
5 had a giant hole in it, like Godzilla stepped on it.
So did 6, though, man. There was Building 6.
Oh yeah, true.
9/11. Genders are like 9/11. There used to be 2 of them. Now it's a touchy subject. I had to say it. I'm sorry.
Dude.
I thought I was trying to stop you.
I was trying to stop him too, but
I'm sorry.
On the topic of smoking sections in planes, even though they don't allow smoking on planes anymore, somehow I still wish that they'd install the ashtrays. I kind of miss those.
Well, those are old planes. They just,
So you can just flick them up and down and annoy people.
For all the people that want to smoke a cigarette, but piss them off more for fun.
Yeah. Well, I just use the vape pen these days, man. I'll just go in the bathroom, man.
But vaping is bad.
If I'm like, on a 6-hour flight or something, 10-hour flight.
What are they going to do? What are they going to do if you let one on mid-flight?
They're never going to let me on a plane, first of all. But I'm never flying again, man. Yeah, I don't even want
to take a boat.
I love flying. Don't get me wrong. Once we're in the air, man, I'm like, yeah, man, fuck yeah, this is awesome. You know, I'm pumped.
Dude, what would they do anyway? What would they do if you lit one up mid-flight?
They're gonna just arrest you when you land.
They do an emergency flight.
Okay.
Emergency landing.
You know what? They probably would these days. They probably would cuck it up and go, all right, we got to turn the plane around. That guy had a smoke in the bathroom, man. Oh, fuck. Oh,
they have armed undercover police on the plane. Don't they have that now?
They'd probably be more angry about the lighter than the cigarette, right? They'd be like, lighter! He's a terrorist! Get him!
He's going to light the plane on fire.
He's got a book of matches. Oh, fuck.
And
turn the plane around.
How do we let
They couldn't do they couldn't do an emergency stop in Australia because the only place you're flying to is the place you're flying to. There's nowhere else to stop.
There you go. That's it.
Spark one up. We're flying to Perth. We can't stop anywhere. Let's just go to Perth.
You know, I've watched, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 videos of people being very, very unruly on airplanes these days, man. And I'm like,
yeah,
especially in the last couple of years. A couple of years, everybody seems a little more uptight, you know, or something.
Everyone's losing their minds, bro.
People losing their fucking shit, man. It's absolutely
incredible. It's almost like the frequency weapons. Not going to get into that.
But people just losing their shit all over the place, not just there, in stores and fucking.
Yeah,
toilet paper, mate.
San Francisco's a fucking nightmare. I'm like, what the hell's going on there, man?
Hell no, San Francisco. Great. I would never get within 100 miles of that.
There's people punching up over toilet paper, for fuck's sake, like, you know.
Bro, don't people in San Francisco just break into places and steal stuff for free?
You can do whatever you want. You know. They can't arrest you. They can't arrest you and detain you if it's under $950. Cops are done with this shit. They're done with it. It's cite and release under $950 and no one can. Legitimately, it's cite and release, meaning they can stop you. But also, like, if you're a cop, you don't even do that anymore. You're like screwed doing that. And also, the crime is so underreported. People point to the FBI statistics. It hasn't gotten bad. But that's bullshit because nobody's reporting anything. Because why would you? People are literally parking their cars, leaving their trunks and doors open.
Oh, dude, I saw this kid, man. He's so smart, man.
Their windows.
Yeah. They break all the windows, right? So what he did, man, is he got some rock candy. Like, it looks like broken glass. And he spread it all over his seat. And he's throwing it on the dash and outside the car. And then he would just leave his windows down. And I was like, that's pretty
weird,
smart,
man.
Smart.
I was like, hell yeah, that's genius, bro. Yeah.
For your store, you should make the price of everything more than $950. So
that's right. I think they tried doing that or something, and it was.
Who's going to count that up, though? Who's going to count to stole 100 over that?
Cops aren't even going to come. Cops aren't even going to show up for.
I don't understand.
Not even that day, so it doesn't matter.
What do you mean they? What do you mean they don't arrest them? Like, or they don't? Well,
they give them an appearance ticket.
Right.
Here, show up in court, please. No, I'm sure you told me your real name.
Because they have a DA. DAs don't prosecute those crimes. So.
What's your name? Timbo Slice? Okay, let me write that down. Timbo Slice. Where do you live, Timbo? You're homeless? Okay.
Take a speaker system and just bring it back home.
All right, here's your ticket. We'll see you later.
That's just telling people that they're allowed to steal. No wonder there's so much fucking
That's
crime.
The problem.
That's crazy.
It's almost
put your finger right on the problem.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
They're closing a lot of the big box retail places like Walmart's and shit all over the place. Because people just come in and they just pile up a whole cart full of shit and then they go
I know this might sound crazy, but what if the San Francisco government is doing it on purpose to destroy their own city?
No. We got a coincidence theorist here. We got a coincidence theorist in the house.
California.
They would never do that. They love everybody.
Well, what happened? What's going on with this movement? what's going on with this movement, trying to bring people into cities and getting them out of the country? This sounds complete opposite.
50-minute cities.
Well,
yeah, I think that's not working.
It does. Hey, that's how they roll, man. It's probably just the opposite, man.
Here's the part I can't figure out: is that San Francisco's a cesspool. Homeless people, open drug use, theft, crime, you name it.
Seattle.
And property prices are at record highs. Why aren't people leaving?
Because
you got to vote with your feet.
It's funny, dude, man. They're not
they are.
We're kind of trapped. I'm trapped, man, because I got a really nice house, great neighborhood. It's worth a bunch of money.
Are you in San Fran area?
No,
I'm in the Bay.
I'm in between San Diego and San Francisco. I'm like,
you're
closer to San Diego. Anyway,
you're in the good part of the world.
They have this thing here in California, man. It's called Proposition 13, man. If you bought a house, 30 years ago, you're paying taxes, basically 30-year-old taxes. You only pay like 1% of the purchase price of your house for your taxes every year.
Wow!
So you're kind of stuck in it. It's like, if I was to sell and maybe move somewhere, now my taxes are going to be all fucking through the roof, man. It'll go from $2,000 a year to $12,000, and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to pay $12,000 a year in fucking property taxes. I like my $2,200.
Don't move to somewhere in California. Move to Mexico.
So that Prop 13, man, they've been trying to get rid of that shit for fucking decades, man. That came in the 70s out here, and it stuck because all these little old ladies, man, were like getting burned. And they're like, well, I got to move. I can't afford the taxes. They were retired little school teachers or whatever. Yeah, they passed this fucking proposition, and it became law.
It's a good thing, though, right?
They passed it. Like, why did they pass it in the first place? To get people to move to California. It probably wouldn't. It would be cool to repeal that. Dude.
Well, you could inherit now. You can inherit.
They tried everything to repeal it, and I swear, man,
I'm sure, but that would be it would be unjust. Let's put it that way. Which never stopped them, but
exactly.
My girlfriend's going to inherit a home that her mom bought in the '60s in California, and she's going to pay the same property taxes that her mom paid because of this.
Yep.
So it's
great.
a $2 million home now.
It's like a double-edged sword, man. We're kind of stuck here.
But it's kind of good.
Yeah, because you can go to Texas.
Grandma doesn't get kicked out of her house because she owes $50,000 on her taxes or whatever.
She has no income,
and she makes what, $2,000 a month? Social Security or retirement or whatever.
Yeah, But that's the thing too. With I know a lot of people are leaving California, and it seems like there's always this migration of people.
Yeah,
I've had a lot of California license plates in my state.
A lot of my friends, a lot of the people I know, man, moved out of here and went to Texas or Tennessee, man. I don't know why those two places, but that's where they're going.
Yeah, I know some peeps that went to they would go up to Idaho.
We had a lot of folks move. We had a lot of folks move from California here to Alabama.
Whoa!
I want to. They're just moving out of here, but there's always, it's weird, man. California, it doesn't seem like it's fucking getting. Traffic's still fucked. There's a million people everywhere you go, man.
They don't solve any problems. They literally solve no problems. If Gavin Newsom solved the traffic problem, he'd be a legend. Yeah. I would change my opinion of him in a heartbeat.
Hey, I don't know if you guys know, man, but I think I'm going to spill the beans, man. But I really think that guy's going to try to run for president this year.
Well, Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, here's at this point.
Please do.
No.
If he gets 1% of the vote, I'll be shocked.
He's gonna run, man. I think, man. I got it from a pretty good source. My friends, dude, man, the guy's he went on a world tour. I don't know if you guys know that, man.
Yep, he did. Yep,
and he was going out,
he's going to Florida, Texas.
Kissing all the world leaders' butts or their friends or whatever he was doing. Probably bringing them wine. He's got a big vineyard up here.
What is he gonna run on? What has he done?
Wait.
Abortion. That's it.
Abortion.
Yep. Abortion is the only thing, dude.
Abortion.
Bohemian Grove. Abortion that got away, man. What the hell?
Anyway,
Literally, that's all he does.
You might have heard it here first, but we'll see.
What's he going to do? Get up on the podium and be like, yes, we should have abortions because I shouldn't be alive right now.
No, man.
I'm to California. We'll do whatever you want. We don't care.
Is it
if abortions were legal, people like me would not exist.
I have I just went to California recently. I'm not from I'm from the state, but I moved a few years ago. But something one of my uncles that just loves to talk your ear off. You know, he's that uncle. He's like the first thing he does to $1.2 million
of reparations.
Is this something that's going on in California?
It's only in the news. It's only in the news. It's only like
whatever's on the news is not
pretty sure it's a big distraction. First of all, California.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
$32 billion in the hole right now. Apparently,
there's no way that's going to happen.
Are they going to give every single minority of fucking $1 million? No, I ain't gonna fucking happen.
Yeah.
It sounds almost as good as that Trump was going to clean. What do they call it? He was going to clean out all the bad people, man. Trump was going to do it.
Drain the swamp. Yeah,
drain the swamp, man.
He is the swamp.
And you know, it's like, wait a minute, man.
Swamp Thing.
I remember those Q-tards, man. People I was listening to.
Bro, those Q-tards are stupid.
Why would California pay reparations for slavery when it was never a slave state? That doesn't even make sense to me.
Hey, man, we're trying
Politics don't even make sense anymore, man. Politics.
See, that's how crazy it is, Indio. That's how distracting they have to be in order to keep their fucking little showboat going, because this showboat's fucking getting exposed left,
was California even a state yet? Hold on. Was California even a state when slavery ended?
1850. It was 1850, right?
Yeah.
So they just snuck in or something?
1850s, I think.
Okay, here's the argument. The argument is that California, notwithstanding the slaves part, but like the discrimination in housing, in government policy, and all the things that pervaded from the 1850 up until whatever. So like you need to meet requirements. There's something like you need to have been in California from like 1970 or had a relative who was in California between 1970 and whatever. And it can be up to 1.2 million. They had 5 million, but they reduced it to 1.2. And this is, I think, just San Francisco localized.
Right.
Gavin Newsom has obviously entertained the idea, but he's going to back out of it because he's a fucking punk-ass bitch like he's always been. And
they're all punk-ass bitches. Yeah. They're all punk-ass bitches. Remember that.
What you want to hear.
He ain't no different than the rest of them.
What about the Native Americans? If we're going to do this, what about the Native Americans? What about the Jews?
That's it. That's why they gave those guys the reservation, and they got gambling now. So
that ain't good enough, man.
No.
Gambling, really? That's why.
They're happy.
Listen.
Hey,
the casino doesn't unhurt my hurt feelings. I need some hurt feelings money.
American Indians aren't protesting, out there. They don't have no Indian Lives Matter or some shit, man.
California? No, they have 3 casinos. Cash Creek.
No, they get their casinos, and I shouldn't say they, but
not tax free though. Don't they get the casinos taxed to death though?
Oh no, I was saying Cash Creek. It's a casino out here.
I'm just saying. Doesn't the state usually they have to? I know out here.
There's
casinos that have on reservations created by the federal government, and the states can't tax those. But there's other states where the state let the Indian tribe that didn't have a reservation, like in the Northeast, they let them build a casino, but they want their bribes and stuff.
Well, so they just have to
agree to pay state taxes, though they didn't have to.
They just have to buy the land, and then it's owned by the reservation. It's owned by the people, and then they get backing. Like there's some Chinese.
Yeah, I know how it goes. I know how the grift goes, man.
Italians, Chinese, could be
Italians, Chinese. Everyone's got their hand out.
Russians, whoever's got a big pile of cash laying around, like, hey, you want to make a deal? Oh, okay.
Yeah, the state's like, we're going to oppose this unless you bribe us. They're like, okay, because I'm not paying a bribe anyway. This Russian mobster is. So,
Yeah.
Well, isn't that the reason for gambling is because it's part of the culture. So they say like it's almost like a religion.
I don't think gambling.
I could use peyote, right?
Gambling is not part of Native American culture. I've never heard of that in my life.
You've never heard of that? I thought that's.
Well, that was the. Yeah, they do the.
No, states. Listen, gambling became on Indian reservations because it was illegal in the states.
Right. Exactly.
And then Indian reservation is federal territory. It's not subject to state law, and there's no federal law against it. So they could just build casinos.
Where is this being live streamed at?
YouTube.
On YouTube.
Oh, what's the channel?
I'll put the link in the live stream.
All right. I gotta go. It's like 3 a.m. So.
All right, yeah, get some rest, man. I got like another maybe hour or something I gotta go to, man. But
nice talking to y'all, guys. I might be here tomorrow.
All right, man. Do I call you? How do I pronounce your name? Blue?
Me?
Yeah, 25.
The Backroads.
Oh, you're Backroads. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the
Backroads. All right, there you are.
All right.
All right.
So,
all right, Backroads. I'll just
my name, Wow or Glow or whatever. Like I'm in my head, it's G Lou. I don't know why.
G Lou. All right.
It's one of those things like A Rod or whatever. Like it is some amalgamation of my name.
Right on, Lou.
I'm not going to give you any more PII, but you know what I'm saying.
To me, it looks like glue.
Right.
Yeah, I'm
to
like
me, it's G Lou.
25.
G Lou. Like my friend used to call me that when we were, little kids. But
right on, G Lou. Do we got any new customers up in here by chance, man? By chance, anybody? No, not seeing any new.
What time is it where you guys are?
11:25.
2:37.
11:38.
1:38.
8:37. Got you beat.
Oh, you bitch in Hawaii?
Yeah.
Fucker. Which island, man?
I knew I heard something in your voice.
Oahu.
You're in Oahu. Right on, man.
Yeah.
I could hear a little something, man. Did you hear it?
I know a flat earther on Maui, man.
Yeah.
How long have you been out in Hawaii? Because you're talking like a Hawaiian. You got the accent.
It's been like 4 years.
Oh yeah, you got the accent, no doubt.
Yeah, right on, brah. Brada. No, man. What a killer place, man. I want to just love on Hawaii for a second, man. If you've ever been there, I don't know, but holy shit, man. The air, the water, the trees, the breeze, the rain, the wind. It's just like, what the fuck kind of place is this? This is so cool. I don't have to wear shoes or pants ever again.
Or microclimates.
Yeah.
I don't have to wear pants.
I stopped wearing underwear.
You just fucking just go in the water. You get out. You don't even need a towel, man. You're just like, shit. Where's the bar? Okay, let's go there, man. Yeah. It's just incredible. What a fucking stupid, great place to just. I love it. Love it. I would move there.
We're talking about real estate and all that stuff.
It's over there. I looked at the cheapest place I could buy in Kauai, maybe 2 years ago. I was like, dude, what's the cheapest place, man? It was like $942,000, man. And this place fucking needed everything. And I was like,
it's a tear down. You got it.
It was basically a tear down. Yeah. It was like built in 1952 and it was fucking completely, there's no car.
What's the cost of living out there outside of what are the rental prices?
Well, I got like a 4-bedroom, and we're about 2,600.
My God, that's cheap.
That's way better than here.
How close are you to the beach, though?
Fuck, dude, that would cost you like $4,000 where I live.
Yeah, well, you live.
I'm up.
Yeah, I live in.
I'm up. I'm kind of up in the valley, but.
So you're inland a bit. Well, like.
Yeah, I'm away from town.
Like 10 minutes out of town?
I mean, yeah. I mean, really.
That's not bad.
If you're out of town, it's not that bad.
There's no bad. There's no bad part of Hawaii. Like, I mean, there's like crime and shit. Don't get me wrong, but
I was about to say, I thought I dogged the bounty hunters there, man. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
I've never seen them.
But the weather, I mean, you can go to like
getting high. That's why.
Yeah. I mean, you can go over the pipeline. You can go.
I don't care what he says on TV.
But it's just such a cool place to just sit there and look at all that flat water all day long, man. It's so awesome.
Yeah, that's one of the things that pretty much sealed the deal for me.
Hey, have you seen that photograph? Have you seen that photograph from Kauai to Oahu? 110 miles.
I think so.
Where you can see the
but
land
I think he's
and
a little.
It's 110 miles. You shouldn't be able to see any of the fucking island. You can see most of the island.
He's up. I think he's up on the.
Yeah, there's a bluff.
His
bluff right there, man.
Elevation's a little bit higher, but
yeah,
still.
it's like 100 feet up. Yeah, not even 100 feet. I think it's somewhere like, it might be 100. It's no more than 100 feet because I went on that same bluff, man. I was trying to take the same fucking picture, man. I got there at like 6 in the morning, man, and I just missed the sun coming up over the horizon, and I was like, damn, I just missed it. I was looking for that island, and then after that I couldn't see it, but I did.
Probably too humid there to get an image, man.
Well, I was hoping, I had one shot at it. That was it. And I was like, okay, let's do it.
I looked at the Hawaii. I think it's like a 70% is the average humidity. It's very humid there.
It's 75, easy. Yeah. All 80% most of the time, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough...
it's a tough...
You have to wait for like a rare weather event.
You got to get the sun right behind it, man. That's the only chance you got.
Oh, so the sun can rise?
The sun rises right above Oahu, 110 miles away, when you're on Kauai facing east. And it's a direct line shot. At least it was the day I was there, man. I knew it was going to be. It was going to be like, I think it was.
You might be able to get there from like 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet.
No, dude, Kauai, I don't think there's anything over 2,000, but I was on a bluff that was maybe 100 feet above the sea level, maybe, but it was just
people have gotten that shot 100 feet above sea level. They've gotten that shot from that distance.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them out there, obviously. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, man. We'd still be going, hey, man, there's lights in the sky, and that proves Earth is a globe. What?
I got a big piece of glass I stare at the sky with.
It's so cool. I got this cool piece of glass.
A globe then, man. What am I thinking?
We got a camera on the glass. It's totally globe, man. 100%.
It's a strange days. How'd you end up out there? Do you know somebody or family or something like that? Or you just like, fuck it, give me a plane ticket one way?
That's not a bad plan, is it?
Not a bad plan.
Listen, man, it's only one of how much risk do you want to take, man? Like, I'll take a one-way ticket. They can't make me leave.
Right.
Nah, my old lady.
A woman. It's always a fucking woman.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, but it's just, it's the way it is.
I don't know if you know this or not. I know you're a smart motherfucker, man, but every single movie out there, every Hollywood movie is about a guy and a girl. And if you guys can prove me wrong, that would be great. I'll be here all week, man. Thanks.
Hold on.
The Shining?
Yeah.
The Shining.
Guy and a girl, man. Yeah, it's a crazy dude, man, with the fucking
Jaws. Unless Jaws is a female shark.
Jaws.
Brokeback Mountain.
Wait. What's?
Sorry.
Wait a minute.
Brokeback Mountain.
Ew.
Day.
All right, I'm busted. Fuck it. All right, I totally concede here, man. My theory is fucking blown. All right, but I'll say most movies. How about that?
You said it like Theory's blown.
What about Star Wars? I'm like, wait a minute, isn't that the chick, the Leia princess? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's a girl chick flick.
What about Alien?
Yeah, got a little incest going on in there.
Somewhat incestuous.
We live in a fucking strange time, boys and girls. We live. Or wait, I'm sorry. Did I pronounce the wrong things? My bad.
Listen, you want to know what shocked me the most about like Star Wars is that when Luke kissed his sister, there wasn't like an uproar about, oh my God, he kissed his sister in a movie. It's just like, he didn't know it was his sister. It's okay. Like, what the hell is wrong with everybody? I don't even have a sister, and that's gross.
That's weird.
Dude, they shared a womb. They're twins, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, dude. He was trying to bang his twin.
I mean,
that's
they were
from the beginning.
They were born at the same time, and one got shipped off, and then one became royalty, adopted by, and the other became was a poor man. Yeah. Interesting story.
Hey man,
he was trying to get it before day one.
Space is fake, man. Hey, I did have a little bit of a flat pill yesterday, man. I was hanging with my buddy from high school. It's like, dude, man. Yeah, he was talking about this. They're building some homeless shelters or something. He goes, man, why are you spending money on that shit? I go, dude, why the fuck are they spending money on NASA? Do you know how much they spend a day? Do you have any idea how much they spend a day on this stupid fucking space shit that fuck is going nowhere and helps nobody? And I go, it's $75 million a day. And he's like, no. Like, I get $75 million a day they're spending on this shit, man. Go fucking give us fucking pictures of fucking lights in the sky? Fuck off, man. Come on. And he's like, you know what? You're right, man. You're right. Well, why are we spending money on that shit? You know? So just a normie, man, can kind of snap out of his delirium. Even the simplest thing.
That's just the allocated funds, though. That's $70 million a day. That's just like the money that's allocated to them through the congressional budget process. But they actually have investments. NASA itself has investments.
Oh yeah,
right? They have intellectual property rights and patents and shit like that they get money from.
The military, dude.
Right? They're no different. They're no different. They're no different than your labor union. They're no different than your church.
Nope.
Right.
No different at all. They have assets that appreciate in value.
Yep.
Yeah, man. But I'm just saying, man, it's an easy way sometimes to kind of flat pill somebody, man, and say, hey, man, why are they spending $75 million a day and show us pictures of fucking lights in the sky, man? What the fuck, man?
Yeah, I told you, I don't even talk to people about flat Earth. I just slam NASA.
Yeah,
I just slam this stupid space shit, dude.
It's ridiculous, man. I mean, even if it was real, man. Even if it was
real, we all know that's why most people believe it in the first place. Is that they've been brainwashed by space shit.
None of us are going there. None of us are ever going to fucking go to space, and we're going to fucking move to fucking Mars. But no, it's not going to happen, man. Not in my lifetime, not in your lifetime, not in our kids' lifetime, man. Have you looked at Mars, dude? There's not like a piece of tree or lake or nothing, man. Nobody's going nowhere, dude.
We're going to Mars. Yeah, what are you going to eat there? What are you going to drink?
Relax.
What are you going to like? What are you going to? And then what fun is there? So you can go, oh, honey, let's go to the beach. No, there's no water. Like, what are we going to do? Like,
hey, let's go at the park, play frisbee. No, not going to happen, dude. No grass. Yeah, you're fucked.
There's no air.
Yeah.
So the frisbee isn't going to fly. It's just going to.
Oh, it won't fly, man. It'll just fly forever, dude. I was like, no, it won't fly.
No, it needs aerodynamics, man. Like, yeah, it'll fly for a while if you got a strong arm, but other than that, like,
it's not going very far, man. Yeah, that'd be funny. You just
might kill somebody.
Fucking, there's no air, dude. But we got helicopters on Mars. Oh, how's that helping you, man? How's that helping you out, man? Is that helping you with your,
Do you remember the one that they filled up, like they dropped it out of the sky in like, so that was you know about the helicopter one, but there's one, it had airbags.
Yes,
remember
the
that
airbags. Yeah, the airbags, dude. Yeah. I think that one failed, didn't it?
It's no.
I think that partly failed. That was a partial failure or something, right?
Well, do you guys remember the one that it just totally crashed and it never got it to work? But it was, well, we were working with the British people and they used metric and we used or and there was a miscalculation in because we were trying to convert from metric to English and it was a problem. Our bad. Sorry. I was like $100 fucking billion thing, man.
Hey,
$100.
I want to bring up something about the metric and standard, because a lot of things that come up are about like the distance from here to there and from from this to that, and it's always I think it's in standard.
Yeah, it's all English shit. Yeah, it's English crap.
Usually, so like the 666 and
yeah, that's in miles. That's all English.
Yeah, it's called imperial, technically. Imperial. Okay. So feet, inches, miles is imperial.
I've
Gotcha.
speculated on the idea of imperial measurements and why they're called imperial.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they used to be called the English Standard, and then at some point it changed to calling it imperial.
Yeah.
Like the French and the English have some issue with like being in charge of everything, like the units of measurement. So French used to have tortices, and then they changed it to the meter. And then the French had to like say, well, we're going to define the meter as how far speed of light travels in this thing, and then the Earth at the equator is an exact value of meters. Like they just do bullshit.
All right, so looking at your picture, you dropped into. You got the big balls there. I get that. Okay, you got the 10-foot Home Depot ladder. You get some weird curtain and shit with some pulleys and shit in the back. But then you got this ninja guy in the back of the ladder. And then you got the big fat boy down here at the bottom of the ladder. I'm not, those two guys are not instilling a lot of confidence in what the hell's going on here in this picture. You know what I'm saying?
How much do you think this costs the American taxpayer? This freaking little.
It's got to be like at least $50 million. At least.
Alien testicle pile, whatever that is.
Yeah.
This is a live stream text?
Yeah, it's in
live stream text.
What's going on here? Who's doing all this like great big huge gap of just dots?
Well, that's the balls. That's the airbags that they had a satellite or they had some rover thing that they were going to crash this into Mars and let it bounce around for a minute. And then it was going to come to rest and they were going to release this like rover, right? A Mars rover, right?
Seems legit.
It was totally me. Well, it's fantastical. I'll give you that, right? It's fantastical.
So, because the air on Mars is so thin, according to them, that was going to be coming down at 900 miles per hour.
Right.
And then they're going to pop the airbag, and it's just going to bounce and roll around.
Oh, there it is. There it is. I think I was in the wrong room.
It happens. So yeah, that was the airbags, and there was some rover, something they had inside of it. Yep. And I thought it failed, or maybe it did make it, and then I don't know. But it was so long ago, dude. I can't keep up with all this shit, man. Every day there's some new NASA cuck shit show.
Yeah, hold on. I got a cartoon that demonstrates that.
That was it. That was it.
Yeah. Got to get my daily dose of cartoons.
So it was coming down on a balloon, though.
Yeah. That's what they got. If you watch the video, it shows like
they had a parachute. Yeah, look, it totally looks like that is some Hollywood shit there, man.
Yeah, and they tested that a lot, I'm sure.
Oh, they had the retro jets. They had the retro jets that slowed it down.
Because every time they do it, they got to do something a little bit different, right?
They bounced this thing about a half mile down the road, right?
It worked so good. The first time they had to invent something new the next time.
That's not going to fuck up any of those, high tech components and shit in there that are, Oh, and
yeah. Why didn't they do that with the moon, right? Why didn't they invent a new lunar lander each time they went?
Right. Why didn't they? They're all the same.
Yeah, why? Unimaginative 1970s people.
Hey, Indio.
Yo, what up?
I was talking to the guy about exoplanets because I wanted him to annoy you. That way you can shellac him. That's what
he did. Did you listen? See how he dodged, man? He just did a freaking whip me.
Who's the guy that left when was asked that question? Oh, you asked him that question.
Which question?
And he was deflecting, or he was avoiding. He was avoiding one of your questions.
You're all dodging, man. Dude, it was like the Matrix in here, man. I was trying to shoot at an agent.
Yeah, he was avoiding your question. He didn't want to answer you.
They were ducking the fucking machine gun.
Yeah, I asked him about the stellar aberration. He's like, I don't want to give an astronomy lecture. But he already gave one for like an hour. You don't want to have to justify onion nonsense coming out of your mouth. That's what you don't want to do.
Yeah, and then it was the Django, I think it was.
The Django, yeah.
Glue 25, your mic is hot micing right now, bro. My bad.
Yeah, it was the Django. Yeah, he was a train wreck too. But you notice, Miggy, what they weren't concerned about the shape of the Earth. They're worried about space. They just got to preserve that idea.
Dude, it's all about the lights in the sky with these Mongos, man. I mean, they just cannot get away from it. It's like
for real
titties, man. They're like, "Where's the titties? They're in the sky." Okay, let's go. Yeah, they're fucking Mongos.
For real, man. Both
the circle jerk twins or some shit.
Someone called the logical fallacy twins or something. I don't know what it was.
Funny, bro.
I'm sorry, Flatsy. My bad. But I mean, that's how it is. I mean, they're just. I mean, I know you have had guys just stare at your chest while they're talking to you. I mean, that's how these guys are. They just stare at the chest. They're like, "Here's the sky over here. Look at the sun and the sun lights." And it totally makes sense. And we got telescopes and satellites.
I wanted him to talk about exoplanets so that Indio's trigger level can just raise up to the top. That's what I was hoping for. That's why I told him, "Hey man, what about exoplanets?" And then I was like,
"Yeah,
go to work."
Thanks a lot, buddy.
I want Indio. We got you, son of a.
Well,
no, that's literally what I don't want to talk about. Because he ain't gonna answer any questions.
Yeah, it's not gonna ever go anywhere, man. There's no evidence for no fucking exoplanets other than
there was other people.
Blue
there
shit.
Was other people in the chat asking the guy, "Can I ask him a question about exoplanets?" And he was like, "Yeah, go ahead, get ready for story time." He was
yeah, get ready, man. Grab some popcorn because it's gonna be really good.
Well, did you hear what he said about we do the calculations from the CCD by hand? What are you talking about?
Wait.
Yes. So the CCD is the sensor for the camera, right? For the telescope that picks up the image. So we do the calculations for that by hand. Oh, so you take a voltmeter and then you see the analog signal for the voltage, and then you convert that that curve into digital form by hand. And then he says, then he starts talking about it doesn't go into some software. We actually take the images and then we do it on the computer. Yeah, you're using a computer. You're using software to manipulate the images. Just because you're doing it personally don't mean anything. It's software. Just the dumbest shit this guy was saying, man.
One more thing. Don't the corn come first before the pop?
What?
What?
What we were talking
Corn
about?
pops.
What are you talking about?
Instead of popcorn, it's called corn pop. That would be the
What
more
you talking about,
correct.
Willis?
That'd be the
Hey,
more
we got
correct.
who's
ahead,
Centaur, dude? Hey, Centaur, are you there, bro? You've been sitting in the chat for like a week. There's no.
How about Blood Sticker, man?
We also got one deck.
He got
We got
no
one
rolls, man.
Let me see.
Centaur.
Centaur, he came back.
Centaur.
Yeah, he came back. And he's not on Deafin.
Here, I'll get him. I'll get him on the.
He doesn't have a mic, man.
All right, go for
Hey.
it, Centaur.
You got a mic?
There's no
Maybe.
parking at the dance floor, bro. You got at some point you gotta mute that mic and say what's up.
Parking on the dance floor, man.
At least he's not. At least he's not on. At least he's not on Deafin this time, right?
Yeah, he's not on deafened, so he can hear.
All right, well, maybe he's doing his laundry or something.
Yeah, for a week.
I think when you go when I first
For a
came
week,
in,
yeah, he's been doing.
when I first came
for a
in, you
week.
guys were talking. Oh, sorry. You guys were talking about the airplanes and not being able to go in the cockpit.
What?
Does that ring a bell?
Hell no.
Nah, man.
Oh, that was like an hour ago. You guys were talking about getting on the airplane, and
I
'cause
was
I was just doing.
Oh,
I was talking about air travel. Like you and I get on an airplane, you and I get to go
Yeah.
and sit in our fucking seat and yeah. Today's air travel.
No, they. I was just saying. I was going to say they let my son into the cockpit, and I got to sit there and I recorded about a minute and a half.
Nice
of my son with the co-pilot.
That's so cool. Yeah, I got to do that once when I was a kid.
We're talking about post 9/11 air travel, basically.
Yeah, pre and post. I was talking
pre and
the
post,
pre
yeah.
stuff, man, was awesome, man. The post, not so good. And why would they? And I think why would they lie? Why would they?
It's getting a little better, I think.
Well, if there's any impervious material that you want to look for, that shit's in the passports, man, because they found them shits on the floor.
Hey, man,
we should have covered the plane in that shit.
They should have covered the shit in passports, dumbasses.
Well, they're coming out with a new version of the Abrams M3 battle tank, so it's going to be covered in passports.
Oh my goodness, man! Hey,
bro,
bulletproof vests.
Yeah, covered. Freaking passport material.
We also have one deck. We have one deck up top with VC Verified.
Yeah, we got one deck, Blood Sticker, and Centaur.
Sup, deck?
Centaur's name seems familiar to me, though. It seems like a old troll guy from the old server.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, remember? I think I know. Wasn't he the devil worshiper?
Hello there, guys. You all right? Yeah.
Hey, Dak. Hey, Dak sounds. Wait a minute, Mr. Dak. You sound like you're upside down. One Dak.
No, I'm not upside down, mate.
Are you sure you're not upside down? Are you 100% sure you're not?
100%, mate.
All right.
Yeah. Look at his profile, man. It's obvious. Look at his profile.
Yo, Indio,
the sun is the light of the world. The earth is flat and stationary. Man, can't go wrong there.
Were you talking about Sinstar? Sinstar or something?
Centaur, man. Whatever his name is. Centaur.
No, but
dude, I remember someone by that name in the old server. I think he's the guy that
It's
said...
kind of like
I don't even want to say if it's the same guy on what he said. The most vile thing ever said in this server.
All right.
Oh, he's got me
if it's the same guy.
Man.
Well, hopefully...
if I told you, you'd actually be shocked.
Text it to me.
Don't do it, man.
It was in voice chat. It was in audio.
Yeah.
I actually do have a recording of it because I sent to Discord and they were like, "We don't care what the people say in VC. We can't."
No, but they sure care about what we say, huh? Certain subjects.
Well, that's really YouTube. We don't have to worry about like Discord. It's just YouTube.
Yeah, Discord. Yeah, there's a lot of servers I go to, man. They talk about whatever, man. They're sharing videos and pictures.
Yep.
And,
See, Discord won't. There's no. What Discord told me was There's no method for them to record, and they do not take evidence of terms of service violations from third-party applications. So we recorded. This guy said some stuff. It was recorded on the live stream. They didn't care.
So you're the third party.
YouTube's the third party.
Who's the second party?
YouTube is the third party, right? That the recording was off of YouTube. The recording wasn't, but it's a recording of the chat, but it's off of YouTube. It didn't originate in Discord.
Well, so if I was to record this conversation on OBS, right? I just screen capture or whatever.
I don't care.
And I could say, hey, man, OBS, I recorded this stuff. These guys were talking about whatever. And I sent it to them. That's at least second party. They probably don't even care about
They don't care. They don't care.
It's interesting, man.
They told me I can pull up the email and shit. But they told me
have to do that.
Our chat's encrypted. We have no method of monitoring the voice chat, and we don't accept third party stuff.
Right. They don't give a fuck.
But that's why we're all here.
And great job as weeding those Mongos out of here, man. You guys are fucking gone.
Have you guys ever seen?
I can weed them out.
Have you guys?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
It won't last.
Have you seen what you call it? What's that movie? It's like Penn and Teller. What's that? What's those guys' names?
Penn and Teller.
Yes, Penn and Teller. They do this like kind of documentary about what the aristocrats. Have y'all seen this?
No, not yet.
I haven't. No.
Oh man, you want to talk about?
Biggie, are you out of work? Stuff? Or are you still at work?
No, I'm out of work, bro.
He's out.
Well,
the aristocrats is like
bring it on. Let's go.
Let's do this shit, Mick.
Well, I'm saying, man, let's get some fucking ballers
Are
in
you?
here.
You're already at home already?
Yeah, eating my strawberries. I want to.
Oh fuck yeah! All right.
Eating strawberries again?
We're gonna eat some fucking Glovers, man, for late night snack. I'll call it, man. Mm-hmm.
Early breakfast.
Yeah, we got a VC verified man. Okay, is up in the house. What's up? Okay, and that we got.
She's a lovely young lady.
Yeah, I think we should interview one deck, man, for Flat Earth, because this guy has joined this back in March. He joined us, but he's been on Discord since 21. He sounds very like on the other side of the world to me.
Okay, I'm in UK, guys, Manchester, UK.
There you go. So, but we gotta.
So hey, give us your Flat Earth story, journey, awakening.
Yeah,
whatever you want to call it. We don't have to characterize it as anything. Like what brought you to realize the Earth is not a spinning water pear zipping through outer space.
Yeah, I tell you when it was. I was doing some research back in 2017. I was looking at pyramids, and for some reason, I was at that time being a glober. I was looking. The Anunnaki popped up.
Mm-hmm.
You know the Anunnaki story about Nibiru and aliens coming down and altering DNA and all that. So I was looking into that, and it freaked me out a little bit because I'd never heard of this story before.
Right.
And I thought, why? And the pyramids, the story of the pyramids, and all this. And I'm starting to think, why have I never been? Why am I only just finding all this stuff out now? And have I been lied to about all sorts of things? Anyway, it started really playing on my mind. and freaking me out a bit. So I was just mentioning it to my brother who lives in Australia. I was having a phone call with him. I said, this Anunnaki stuff is really fucking freaking me out. Like I said, it's getting into my head a bit. I don't know what to make of it all. You know, he said, fucking hell. He said, if you think that's bad, he said, there's people who actually think the Earth's flat. So, no, but this is the truth. This is true now. So then, immediately, something triggered in my brain. And I laughed, and I ended the phone call, but it played on my mind, and I thought, I was just thinking to myself on my own, fucking Earth is flat. Because previously to that, I've always watched the sun. I've been obsessed with watching the sun, the moon, the stars moving overhead. Yeah, the constellations constantly coming in: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, all the time. And I thought, the Earth is fucking flat. I've never seen a curve. The horizon's horizontal, the sea level's level. But at that point, I didn't know there was other people really looking into this who believed the Earth was flat. I thought I'd been given this message to go and spread the word. And that's what I did. I started drumming it down people's throats, like my friends at work, my family.
Yeah. It's called going full fucking flat. Yeah. It's like, damn, I got a flat pill you.
But then that caused me problems.
I lost some friends. Yeah, we lost a few soldiers. Yeah. Damn, it's too bad.
Well, and then I was ridiculed by friends and family, and I went into a bit of a depression after that. Because I had no one to talk to about this. I was in no group chat.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah. Anyway, then I found so I left it alone for a bit. I did a little bit of research, what I did on my own. Found Eric Dubay, found the Rothbottom book, the Bedford Level experiment and all that. So I started looking into all that. And then I just sort of left it alone for a year or two. And then I started looking on Instagram, found some groups on there, found Jen Murray on Instagram, found a few other people, and I realised then there was this fucking big debate going on about it all. So I started getting into the debate scene without knowing much about the situation, and realising it's fucking lethal out there if you don't know what you're talking about. And then I got on another. So just to cut the story short, so I got on another downer, and I thought,
don't cut it short, man. Don't cut it short, man. We got time, man. We're here like 24/7, man. Don't cut it short, man.
Yeah. So I started battling with people, not knowing what the fucking hell I was talking about, and trying to find out when someone said this, a Glober said this to me, and I thought, well, it sounds about right, but then I had to go research it and then come back and try and answer that question and asking people what do they think about this, because I don't know about this, I don't know about that. And then I went into another fucking downer. I thought, I can't be doing with all this. It's just draining me energy. What's the fucking point of this fight going on?
What the fuck?
I left it alone for a bit longer, and then again, it's always been on my mind. I can't leave it alone. I'm always thinking about it. And then I found, then for some reason, a couple of years ago now, Nathan Oakley's show popped up on my YouTube for some reason. And I looked into that, started listening to Nathan Oakley, which I'm a regular on that show now. But at first I didn't. I heard Nathan debate and come in and the way he operates with people. And I thought, oh, that's a bit fucking harsh, like,
That's a bit fucking harsh. Those
not really. Not really.
Well, not really.
But that's funny, man.
Because listen, just personally, I remember when Nathan started his debate show, and he used to be nice to him. That did not work. That was not a plan for success. That was a plan for failure. Then he started just over time, the things they've done to him were been so vile. They're lucky that's the only thing he does, and he's not hunting them down.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, but then I realized after realizing that, then probably Nathan's, after I've got into the show a little bit and spent a bit more time there listening, I thought, well, Nathan's had to become like this because 2 years previously, I was trying to debate and I was getting abuse off these people and seeing the low life fucking shit that they'll go to try and prove the globe. So I'm thinking Nathan's probably had to become like this to, overpower these people and, stop them begging the question.
It's called callous.
Cut the fucking legs off before they can go anywhere else.
I don't think Indio's never became like, I'm just Indio and Nathan would be like fucking, like, you guys are fucking toast.
I could be nice though.
You're super nice.
I can be sometimes.
Nathan can be nice too, man. Don't get him wrong, man.
Don't be modest, dude. You're a fucking beast, dude.
But you are a fucking beast. Yeah.
You guys are putting me in there with Nathan now. Damn. I must be a real asshole.
You can be when you want to be.
Well, you both come off.
I'm trying to be funny most of the time. Nathan, like, I don't know. I guess maybe Nathan is too, but he is pretty funny to me.
Nathan is not funny, man. Nathan's not funny, bro. I love Nathan.
No, when he berates Globers and like says, "What do you got?" He just chant through me. Like that shit's funny as hell to me, dude.
But we've all heard Nathan go off on somebody. I mean, it's like a fucking Jerry Springer show. It's like, oh,
Huey, he's a whole level of harsh.
It's high level. Yeah.
Nah, he's a nice guy.
Oh, he's not us because we're not a bunch of knuckle draggers.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. If you are honest with Nathan and you are, can back your shit up, whatever, man. Yeah, he'll treat you like a king. But if you fuck up, man, come in there, man, try to pass off some fucking gravity bullshit, man. He's gonna fucking take you to the woodshed. And that's it, man. Take him to the woodshed, bro. Take him. But yeah, that was all. QE was back up in the day, man. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, Oakley, in my opinion, is one of the finest working comedians on the circuit now. I mean, think of all the people he's got to admit that they would see their own ass if they were standing on a ladder in the right conditions in a high enough powered telescope.
I know,
that's
right?
Comedy.
And he would do it without laughing like I just did, right? And he would do it with such a English fucking cunt, as they say there in England. He would do it.
Well, Nathan also starts off. He just asks questions, right? And then he'll ask them questions. And then they're like the answers just become more and more dishonest. And as they get more dishonest, he gets more aggressive, and they get more dishonest, and then he gets more. And then eventually, he's just like, "I'm gonna just ridicule you."
Well,
I think I'm not even trying to talk to you no more. I'm just gonna abuse you. And that's like I feel the same way sometimes. We're like, okay, you don't even want to have an honest discussion. I'm just gonna fucking pick on you now.
Yeah, let's just wreck this shit right here, right now. Let's not fuck around. And Mayhem, you're really good at that too, man. You're like, no. We're fucking ending this shit right here, right now. We ain't gonna dick around. Fuck you guys. Shut up. Listen to me. I'm gonna tell you how it is, and that's the way it's gonna be. And there's nothing wrong with that, man.
People come in at the end, and then they're like, "Oh, you're being mean to them." Like, man, you should have been here 20 minutes ago. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
you should have been
Johnny
here
come lately, right?
We really got into it, but
Johnny,
I mean, the name calling. The name calling is one thing, but just to call him out on a daily basis, like Nathan did for years, he doesn't do too much anymore. But in here, we are calling these Mongos out day in, day out, man. I mean, it's been
let's put it this way. Well, let me just say this: when Nathan first, it's like maybe like in the beginning, like when he first started doing the bait show, he'd probably been doing it like 2 months. I actually got the comment that said on his thing that said, "Nathan, dude, you're fucking up. You're being too nice to these people."
Well, maybe
maybe he read it, man. I doubt it, but like maybe he read it because they were just grabbing. Like he was actually being genuinely nice and polite and let them just say shit, and they'd be like, "You're lying." I think when they did this shit with his kid, right? That he snapped. Like I think that's what snapped him out.
Oh, that was it, man. That's what snapped fucking Nathan to the next level was when they went after his kid, man. That was fucked up, man. I remember that.
Yeah, you don't do that.
I listen to him berate Matthew because he teaches young folks and also at a.
I do the same.
I'm not going to get it.
I berate him the same way.
Yeah,
What Strange Age wants to know about his kid. What happened was Nathan, or his kid was crying, and Nathan dropped the book, or vice versa, and the Globers were like saying he smacked his kid, that he is beating his kid on the stream.
I swear to God, man, I was there. I remember that shit, man. I'm like, no.
Didn't they like actually call like the police on him or something?
Yeah, I think they did. Those cock motherfuckers, man. I was shaking my head.
Now remember why they did this, right? Just this, like he didn't used to be rude to them then, just to take him off YouTube. They used to porn bomb and like do all sorts of.
Oh fuck, man! The porn bombing, man. I mean, is anybody
I got porn bombed the other day, Indio?
You got porn bombed?
Yeah. You did
on your mayhem on your wig snatching?
He wanted to. There was a guy that came in here that said Mayhem can't do math. Like a guy who was trying to impersonate me. And on my avatar, he put a big L, like where my cap is. And I was calling him out. We're berating him. And then he unmuted his mic, and you could hear like porn noises in the background.
Oh, yeah. I remember I was on here. That's right. Yeah. You tried.
tried.
Yeah, that's very creative.
Yeah, that's never been done before, man. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Creative.
To just put it on the mic, but that reminds me of an Adam Sandler sex or weightlifting. But anyway, I digress.
Anyway, we cut off one deck, man. We just went off on a tangent.
Hey, shout out to Nathan Oakley, man, being the fire starter of
So anyway, guys, so
these motherfuckers in their hole, man. And I'm at that point, man. I mean, I'm in the rocking chair of Flat Earth, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, we need to keep putting their feet on the fire, man, every day. And that's this. Yeah, you guys are doing a great job. I think we're all doing
I think I heard you on Nathan's. You go on the show, right? I think I've heard your voice before. You sounded familiar.
Yeah, well, I was on here the other day. I spoke to Mayhem the other day, and I'm a mate of Eli's. I do a bit of poetry on there for him, so Flat Earth poetry and stuff like that. So I read the odd poem out on the show and just get involved with them. So I've been on there, but then I've just recently come on here, found this one, so I just thought I've been having a little mooch about, seeing what's going on.
Are you on Nathan's Discord too? Science versus pseudoscience. Are you over there on his Discord?
Yeah.
Huey comes in here sometimes. Nathan, I haven't seen Nathan here in quite a long time, but I think he's just busy. He don't have time to do all that.
Dude, he's got children, bro.
Yeah, so do I. So what?
He won't go anywhere.
He's got
his door's open.
It depends on how old they are.
Yeah.
I have an 11-year-old and adult children.
Yeah.
I think Nathan had an incident with somebody here one time, and I don't think he's come back here. I can't remember who it was with though.
It was it was Battle Mod. It was Battle Mod.
It was Battle Mod.
Yeah, he had a bit of a run in with Battle Mod. Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Over what?
Who hasn't?
Was it over cars?
No, it was just over the argument that was going on.
In particular.
Yeah. I don't think Mike liked the way he was delivering the message.
Yeah, Mike don't like shit forced down his throat, like people just to make bold proclamations about what is and what ain't. Yeah, he's open to discuss it, but he don't like this is the way it is and that's the only way it is. He ain't a big fan of that. I mean, I don't know what happened. So I'm not really going to comment on it.
Nathan was grilling a Glober and shooting him down, FED style, and Mike just didn't like the delivery.
Was it a girl?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't like the delivery.
It's always over a woman, right? That's why.
Yeah, dude. Oh, no, Michael White Knight for a chick. I don't think he White Knight for a dude. So that's a
Yeah, he went White Knight for a dude. Period.
Must have been a cute dude. I'm sorry, joking.
No, he had a sister.
It's a sister. Hey,
Yeah,
I have to
gotta
tell
get
you
with
guys
his
something.
sister.
Forget y'all heard me say that.
I haven't been on in a while, and I tell you what, I miss hearing your guys' voices. I miss you people.
We're on strange days, man.
We miss you too,
hey,
man.
Guess what, man? We're all living
up here.
We're all living in some pretty fucking strange days, man. But at the end of the day, man, if you want to talk about Earth and where we live, this is the coolest place on Earth to talk about Earth, man. And that's it. Take it, leave it, enjoy it, don't enjoy it. But if you love talking about Earth, this is the place to talk about Earth. And
also, if you're going to recommend any place, any video, or anything, tell them to come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Because a lot of people are like, they come here to this Discord and they're like, hey, I'm going to recommend you a video. Go over here to talk about Flat Earth, and go over there. It's like, bro, you're in the best place to talk about Flat Earth right here.
Right here.
You got to go anywhere else. You're landed in the right place.
You landed on like channel number 1 on your television set. Welcome.
Yo, Miggy, did you hear? Did you listen? Did you watch or listen to Simpchord's compilation?
I was gonna tell you that, man. If I was waiting for a break in the conversation, but hell yeah, bro. Like, you're.
Oh, that's so funny, man.
Featured in there. Like, he did a great job putting it together, though.
Dude, I love the ending, man. I love the ending of that, man. It is perfect, man. It's so
he did
great.
A great freaking job, man. I'm gonna actually re-upload it to my channel and put like his image on there with some like Thug Life glasses.
Yeah, I'm definitely putting a podcast on. Guys, pull the audio and stick it out on the podcast, dude.
Yeah,
I just don't know how to label it. It's pretty crazy. I like shared it on like all the social media and shit because it's fucking just so great.
It is. I didn't know how, dude. That was a lot of freaking people that I've done that.
Dude, that was only in like 10 days.
God, that's a lot of people, bro. I was like,
here it gets better, man. Someone came in and defended that video, and then argued with me that reality is a presupposition in the lobby for like an hour. Argued that there is a reality, that there isn't. No, he was just arguing in text in the lobby. He wouldn't come in here. I think he might have. First, he started arguing about the video. He didn't understand, but then he started arguing basically the subjectivist viewpoint in the lobby, saying that reality itself is a presupposition. Yeah, dude.
Wow.
So he's like, yeah, all you know is what's in your own mind. You can't know if anybody else exists out there outside of your own head because that's just perception.
Yeah, Spake is asking if it's playable now. Yeah, it's playable now, bro.
Yeah.
It's like,
how
what is it, 11? 10 minutes? Something like that?
Yeah, it's like 11 minutes. Yeah.
It's all good. It's everything. It's just like it's. I don't know. I like it. It's really well done. He's got like sound, like the soundboard playing through it. Sometimes like it's funny. It's really good.
It's amazing.
Shit, I actually want to play it because I've been hearing it over and over. I'm just like, because I talk about the mind virus there. So like. Anyway, but we're talking right now, so I think we're.
Oh, this guy had this dude had a mind virus on fucking steroids, man. Like I said, like he was like, "How do you know you're talking to me?" I'm like, because I'm not talking to myself. How do you know that? I'm like, because I'm seeing words come up on the screen that I didn't type. Like, how do you know that? Like that's what he kept saying. Like, okay, dude. Now, if reality is a presupposition. Right? Something that they created in their mind, all the external entities and beings, right? They could just be figments of their imagination. So when a baby is born and the doctor smacks him on his ass and he feels pain, how did the baby come up with those ideas in their head if they had no experiences before they were born? Right? How did a baby imagine a doctor into existence and imagine the pain of the spank into existence when it has no experience of anything? Then he started spiraling, so I had to kick him off the server. Because he spent 30 minutes doing his little shtick, dude, all to end up there. Like, okay, dude, you're done. Like, you're caught. Like, your whole reality is just a mental fucking construct in my head that, like, without, and I can't prove anything exists external to me. Well, how does a baby do it? How did a baby do it in the first place? And how do we all have this common experience of being smacked on the ass by a doctor? Like, is that like a common thing when you're in the womb? Like, you just imagine doctors exist, and you imagine getting smacked in the ass, and then it happens, and that's just a hallucination? Yeah.
At this point in your life right now, you imagine that baby.
No, if you are, like, I'm talking about when you are a baby and you're first born, dude, and you get smacked in the ass by the doctor. That reflex test, right? They smack your ass, so it's a reflex.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to know how?
You can't possibly have imagined that. You don't know what a doctor is. You don't know what a smack is. You don't know what skin is. You don't know. All you have are your senses. And those senses tell you what reality is.
Well,
you didn't construct it in your head.
Yeah, do you want to know how strong the mind virus is? I can show you right now in this room alone. This room alone. I bet you there's people that believe that you can only know some things up to 99.99999%. You can never be certain of anything. I bet you there's some people right now in this Discord that think like that. I would bet dollars to donuts that if I was to ask this whole room, if we're talking on Discord right now, or if we're 100% sure we're talking on Discord, I wonder how many people would chime in there and say that they're not sure they're talking on Discord. I bet you somebody will chime in.
I don't know. I don't see anybody in here would fall into that. Maybe this
If I punch this wall.
Sure?
It might be this guy above Indio, maybe.
I punched this wall. That other guy, the wall puncher.
If I punch this wall right now.
I don't use my hands. I use tools.
No, we had a guy in here earlier talking about punching walls and shit, dude. Like,
I heard him. Like, you guys were talking about like the net force of like pushing on something, and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking?"
No, he started talking about. No, he gave it away, right? Because he was like, "Oh, there's a force on something." If you like, we were trying to tell him, force is just an abstraction, right? It's an idea, right? It's not doesn't exist in reality. It's something like it's a placeholder variable in a formula we do. He was like, no, it isn't. Like, okay. So Martov came up with the idea, okay, if there's no acceleration, like mass times acceleration being zero, that means there is no force. He's like, well, if you punch a wall, right?
Oh my God.
There's a force when you punch the wall, even though the wall doesn't move.
If you have a
no, that's why you should tell my brother. Like, I didn't punch you. You fell into my fist.
If you have $1, and I have $1, we have a net wealth of zero.
What?
I should change it to 24/7 mental gymnastics.
I swear, dude. Anything but this direct measurement of Earth's curvature. It is.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to go anywhere near that. That's like the third rail of talking about the Earth.
Oh, tell CB we should do mental gymnastics Monday.
That does have a ring to
it. That's got a ring to it, man. Mental gymnastics Monday.
Yeah, we tell CB, yeah.
And then Eminem.
I don't know. OK's getting bored, man. She needs some action. We need to get some ballers in here. Shellac them.
Sounds like kind of weird, but whatever.
She said, I'm only in here for the drama. She's like, I don't go either way, flat or globe. I'm just here to hear the fight.
She's here for the drama. Let's talk about her then.
Nah. OK's cool, I guess.
Anybody that tells me they want drama, I'm going to make them the subject of the drama.
We are empty and void of anyone in lobby, debate.
Substance.
What, Flassy? What'd you say?
We don't have anybody in lobby or anything that would be a candidate for you.
Yeah, I know.
It's pretty quiet, yeah.
That guy popped in here from yesterday while we were talking. John?
Who is this John character?
Flat.
I seen.
Oh, sorry.
I seen something about
say
some John
Flatsy.
character.
I love that name, Flatsy Klein. That's
beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think that's your original name, though. I think I've heard you under a different
Kim
name.
Hopkins. It was Kim Hopkins.
But
before.
it doesn't matter.
It was my real name was what I had before.
Flatsy Klein. That's very, very.
My dad used to play Patsy Clyde all the time. Crazy.
Love Patsy Clyde, man.
Who doesn't, man? You'd have to be deaf not to like Patsy.
Oh, was that Jilu? Oh yeah, for real. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just saying my dad used to play that all the time. He used to play Patsy Cline, Crazy. Like it's just something I remember from my childhood.
Mine too, but it's gone all the way over into my adulthood. I play Blue Moon of Kentucky, I Fall to Pieces, Crazy, and Walking After Midnight on guitar. I perform those.
Hey, Glow, are you playing Atari or something? I freaking hear it like, like when have you ever played Atari, Indio? Like that sound like the.
You're talking about Pong? Like, bing,
your mic is doing. No, it's like.
Are you talking about my mic?
Yeah, your mic.
Dude, I was doing some weird ass shit, man.
Sounds like Atari. Or
Yeah, I have two fans going on. It's hot as shit over here. I can turn my fans on. It's definitely my fans.
You mean like
because I don't have
like Atari when you turn it on when you don't have a cartridge in it?
Yeah.
Let me turn my fans off, dude. All right. My bad, guys.
Yeah, it's white noise.
Damn, bro.
Oh, that was Blue 25. Yeah, that was. Yeah.
We got Salt Lake Stacy in here. What's up, Stacy?
Hello, tuning in.
We need some Helioers in here.
Is that better? Can you hear my mic now or no?
Stacy, I saw that video you posted, man.
Which one?
Who is that Gideon clown?
Yeah, some creationist and heliocentric believer.
He's a Helioer?
A Helio and a creationist.
Yeah, so I went on YouTube and looked for like his videos, man. So there's 2 videos up, man.
Bring his.
They're horrible. Like they're like they're like what the hell? Eratosthenes? Like that's what the best you can do. Like at this point in time, like we're still on this Greek guy.
He seemed like he looked into the topic for 5 minutes on Flat Earth debunk websites and then made his presentation.
Yeah. That's literally what he did, right? Flat Earth debunk, right? Just copy paste, just like just go right down the line. First 10 links, just copy it into my PowerPoint.
At least he
got the clip notes.
He should have at least brought up like refraction. He didn't even bring up refraction. What a fake heliocentric defender.
Well, but are there any real heliocentrics?
Well, I mean, like that would be proof that he's like looked into the argument a bit more if he brought up refraction, but he didn't.
Yeah.
I guess it's helio-off-centric with elliptical orbits, right? So, like the other video was, it starts off, Flat Earth is a CIA psyop. What the hell is that, dude? Like, what the... Like, what?
Could he click...
Well, where's my check, goddammit? I want my check!
And, like, he says that, and then, like, he turns a blind eye to the fact that, like, if you go on YouTube, it has, like, what's that word? Like, it's an old thing, and it's like, okay.
Archaic,
yeah. So it's like, that's a psyop and they're doing that? Okay. I thought that's called censorship.
Context box.
Yeah, and then when you type in flat Earth, you get a bunch of flat Earth debunk videos. So with the CIA in on that too, like, where's the CIA part? I don't get it.
Young Earth creationist, heliocentric, numpty. Helio.
They put a lot of labels. They put a lot of labels on the flat Earth. Because there's all these other little hashtags that they can attach to the flat Earth or to the truth. And it distracts from what the truth is.
Yeah, and I find that, like, for example, with my mum, not throwing her under the bus, but she can be a bit simple-minded in certain things. Like, she'll go on Telegram, and then she'll see, like, someone posted a picture and it has some words on, and then she'll kind of just take whatever it says to heart, and, like, one was, like, the Flat Earth PSYOP, and then she's like, Stacey, did you realize that the Flat Earth might be a PSYOP? And it's like, have you even looked into it, or did you just see, like, a banner on some Telegram post?
Yeah. Right.
Just take her to the 3 points, Stacey. Sure.
Amen.
Hey, it has to be a psyop because Alex Jones doesn't believe it.
Yeah, he's a big.
Oh my God,
stupid idiot.
Alex Jones, like my I have a close family friend, Alex Jones. I don't know if anyone has seen like the Mother Mary candle, the Catholic candle, and it's like a Mother Mary, and it's got the heart in front of her and with the cross. They replaced Mother Mary's face with Alex Jones's face.
On the
candle? And they sell this.
Who is this Alex Jones guy?
Oh
my hell!
Right? Yes.
Well, it sounds about right anyway. So,
who is this guy?
Because there are people. There are people who worship him as a saint. It's Saint, and on the candle it says Saint Alex.
What miracle has he? What miracle did he perform?
Fooling the public.
Didn't you know? He told everybody that they're trying to kill us all.
They're turning the frogs gay.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Frogs are already gay.
They're turning the frogs gay. Buy my iodine.
Well, during his talk with David Weiss, he just kept saying, "Oh, like we're talking about the flat Earth, but they're just trying to kill us all."
Oh yeah,
that's sort of a mindset. From everything.
That guy's a fool.
He's an idiot.
He looked good. Yeah, like I seen his pictures when he was a young man, and it's like, yeah, he's a good looking guy. And that only that brought him to where he is now, and now what he has to rely on to carry himself is just to make people afraid.
What the hell did you just say?
Oh.
Stop the cap! Stop the cap!
When you real dicks, you mean?
And also,
hell no!
Yeah, but we can move past the Alex stuff. What I seen at my
there's Clipcord.
My friend's house.
Clipcord. Oh, you made it into an MP3? Nice. Oh, you got that clip of the guy saying that? Yo, we're getting rave reviews from your compilation there, man. Nice one. I'm gonna use your avatar. I'm gonna tell you right now before I do it. I'm gonna use your avatar. I'm gonna put some thug glasses on you, and like a joint in your mouth or something. Then I'm gonna re-upload that clip that you made. I gotta dress it up, put it on my channel, give you all the props. But I don't know if you want to go by Clipcord or Genghis.
I'm pretty sure he changed his name to on YouTube to Clipcord Cupboard or Cabin or.
Oh shit, man! If you got the audio, hell yeah. Because I mean, the audio would be pretty good to just play it in here, I'd say. But if you got it.
Yeah, there you go. He changed his name to Clipcord instead of Genghis.
So I'll just, when I re-upload it on my thing. Well, I wanted to clip just so I could play it. You know, if you have it, I could just play the audio here on. I listened to like 3 times already, dude, and it's still good. Bro, it must have took you forever to put all that shit together. That was like old shit in there that you put in there. Like old stuff.
You talking to Virgo?
No, Clipcord.
Oh.
He's the homie. That guy, he's a clip hound.
Yeah,
he finds our clips and like he DMs me and whatnot. Have you heard that the compilation, Stacy?
No.
Oh,
Is it just him saying some wacky things?
No, it's people from the Helioer side saying wacky things. There it is.
The mind virus.
Yeah, boy. It's awesome. I like it a lot. Like, I seriously do want to play it because, like, I mean, it's so funny.
Yeah, go ahead.
Watch.
Because I don't want to play it and I don't want to listen to it and not hear you guys.
No, I'm gonna play it because it's so good. It's like it's just so good.
Yeah. If you play it, then yeah, it's a win-win.
All right, let me cue it up. Here he goes.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be FlatFact64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Sirus, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.99999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming
just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99.
Well, yeah, we're not saying about let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Corpuscle?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Corpuscle? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% with anything. But I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me.
You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. Well, I'll tell you
nothing's
what.
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not even sure of that?
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
Oh my! This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys. Yeah, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted. Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten, or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut your...
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
but-
my
why-
inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No.
Bruh. Oh, there you go. Fuck.
Yeah.
There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Oh, that was terrible.
That was hard. I made it through the whole time. At some point I thought it was over, and then I tried to make comments, but then I realized it's still going.
That is the mind virus right there.
There's more to
That's
come.
funny.
Mind virus, guys.
I gotta tell you, I love that part where Kiwi's like, "It's over for you. You're done," and you're like, "No, wait, clear." Flatline.
We're trying to bring him back.
So the first,
I love that ending.
the first time I ever heard this, the first time I ever heard this 99.9% is when I read the back of a condom wrapper. Because it's like 99.9% effectiveness against this and that.
Well, I'm telling you, man, like this is like I'm surprised that the compilation actually is supposed to be a lot bigger than this because we have so much content. But as far as Clipcord goes, like it takes a lot of work to actually put this compilation together. Like for him to dig up each one and like it's like a sea of like content. It's like each one video
Did you
is
say
2 hours long.
Did you say copulation or copulation or computation?
Compilation.
You didn't say
compilation.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I would like to say this.
It's not copy.
This is why it's really important. Like when we're in here and somebody's discussing something with one person, like a Glober in here, that we're not all talking over each other, so that we can find clips like that for compilations. I know everybody likes to step up to the mound, but it's really good to let people have their. I mean, relatively speaking, I mean, there's sometimes places where you can insert here and there, but it's good to try not to talk too much over everyone.
So have you ever heard that, Stacey? Like those people say that?
I mean,
99.99999.
yeah, sort of what they have to believe to try and
Mind virus.
keep their paradigm.
Well, it's kind of like a house of cards. So you remove one at the bottom, it's all going to come tumbling down. So if let's say you say whatever you know, whatever you know, right? Doesn't matter if you're a Glober, flat Earth. It doesn't really matter because if it's a mind virus, then it'll attach itself to whatever your worldview is, and then make it like that you can never know nothing 100%. So, which means that anything that you know is really just, it's just something that it's subjective. It's never going to be objective. Ever.
Yeah, it makes it redundant. Like knowledge isn't even knowledge anymore.
Yeah. And
so what is that? The mem, not mem, but there's that guy who created this term. It was the shoot. It was more or less like a disease of the mind. But it sounds like mem. And I remember watching this on somebody's channel. I can't directly bring it up right now. And it was back like in the 50s.
No idea, man, at all. Like I don't know anything about that. Maybe somebody else might know.
Okay.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
But this is like, speaking of like what you heard in those clips. Like I've been doing this for a while, and I usually sometimes I'll have like a notion to ask them the reality check question. Not all the time, but like usually when I do, it's usually I'm gonna get some kind of weird answer like the clips that you've been hearing, and men and women. So it affects both. Not mainly men, because women also, as you heard, there was like 3 women that came out on those clips.
Yeah.
So it sucks. It sucks because like, you can't ever have those good conversations if the person that you're speaking to is never really sure of anything. Like that's pretty hard to have a conversation like that. But we don't know, right? Like you have to actually get involved and talk to somebody. You know what's weird? Yeah. Because the people that you think might have a good common sense mind, I would say run the reality check with them. And you can do it like the way I was doing in those clips. Like ask them, so what are you doing right now? Even if you're standing in front of them, and he'd be like, well, I'm standing right in front of you. Okay, are you 100% sure you're doing that right now? I'm serious.
Are you sure?
And then here, but the reason why I say it the way I do, because it's extremely redundant. And when you say 100% sure, that you're not leaving any room for doubt at all for anything. So if they respond to you in a way that sounds really ridiculous, then you have to like take that into consideration of like your future conversations with this person, because
yes, as
you know,
as you move forward in the conversation, you have to start to adjust your comments or the way you talk, because now you have to be sensitive to their position. Yeah.
Well, that just goes to like, if let's just say you have a really good friend. That's why I'm telling you, Stacy, because like if your friends that like you think you're gonna be able to talk some sense about flat Earth to them, and then you find out that their worldview is really just subjective, and they'll never. It almost seems like a really hard place to, because even if let's just say you turn them to the understanding that the Earth is flat, they would only still say that it's subjective anyways, because I only know it 99.9998%. So they could never know anything. So this is the sad part. So when the mind virus latches onto someone, that's what they start sounding like. And
so is that the same thing? Like when you talk to a family member, maybe, and they say it doesn't matter if the world is flat or round. I'm going to continue living the same way I am.
No, that's more of that's more of like they're not talking about like the certainty of it. They're speaking more to like how it affects them, like the effect of like knowing something. They don't know yet, but I think that right there, what you just said, that's a cop out.
Yeah,
they tell you that it's not that it wouldn't affect them. It's just they don't care, because it's like peeking behind the curtain is not something they want to do. So imagine if you came to somebody and said, imagine if you came to somebody and you told them, I'm going to tell you the truth. Do you think that person is going to want to hear the next words that coming out of your mouth? Like, no, you're going to tell them the truth about something that's going to hurt. Truth hurts. So instead of facing the truth, they'll just say, it doesn't matter either way. In reality, it does, because obviously truth changes people, right? So it sets, it sets people free.
No, I agree.
But in that respect, like that's what that meant. So when somebody says it doesn't matter either way, they're not really speaking to the certainty level. They're just, like I said, I think it's a cop out because it's not that they don't want to know. It's just like truth is going to affect them in some way, so they'd rather not even dare.
Yeah, but on the other hand, when somebody makes they say 99.9%. Like that's a definite answer.
No,
can't handle the truth.
It's not definite. That means that they want to leave one bit of a sliver of doubt in whatever they're saying. And I'm telling you, the mind virus has no respect of persons, so it could even be on some flat earthers here in this room, which is why I was saying, like, it doesn't matter. So when it latches onto someone, their whole worldview is undermined by 99.9999999% of knowledge. So it steals your level of certainty. Like you can never, like if I was to tell you, Strange Days, like, what are you doing right now? You're just like, well, I'm standing up, sitting down, whatever it is you're doing. And then I was following up with a redundant way of saying, like, are you 100% sure you're doing that thing? And I make you think about it. Would you respond to me, yeah, I'm doing that? Or would you be like, well, I don't know. What do you think? Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah. I exist. I'm here.
No. What I'm
doing
saying
what
is
I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm doing. Oh! If I were the one asking somebody else,
no, if
the
I was
same thing you're asking me.
Yeah, if I was
what would I
asking
think
you
about?
if I was asking you, how would you respond? How sure are you of what you are doing right now? Like if I was to tell you, whatever it is you're doing, are you 100% sure that you're doing that thing?
Can I answer 110%?
Nah, it's just 100.
No,
like,
because
yeah, what I'm saying is, well, what I'm saying,
you know what I mean. But
yeah, the reason why I do it is people have this understanding of like the world around them they can never be sure of it like 100%. Some people, not everyone.
No.
Even flat earthers. Hate to say it, but yeah, even flat earthers.
Yeah. So there is a I agree. There is a mindset that it almost seems like it's like this liability thing. Like even within the like, because there is a different language when it comes to law and things like that, where this liability, like I'm not going to take full responsibility of what I'm saying because. So, I think it's kind of like the same thing.
Yeah, accountability. So
like
they don't want to be held accountable if they something. Yeah. It's a safety net. They want to have that safety net because they don't want to feel like 100% sure that it's flat and stationary. Because what happens if they find out that someone comes out with an answer that changes people's minds and they're gonna be like, oh shit, and I thought I was certain with this. So it's a safety net for them.
Yeah, because you can be like, yeah, that baby's not mine. It doesn't look like me.
You guys have a good night. I'm gonna head off to bed. I'm gonna scoot.
See ya, Flatty.
See you.
Yeah, hold them down. You guys got this. Peace.
Good night.
I'm not quick with the soundboard. I should have put that sound for her. Who else is in here? Is it just me and Stacy and you? Strange Days?
Well, let's see.
I'm in here. Can I ask you guys, does my mic sound better now? I put on some headphones or no?
Yeah, a little bit. But we still hear
There's
the
still
sound.
some like sort of sound in the background, but
Yeah, I still hear the
we
sound.
can still hear you.
Man, it's,
I mean, I'm not.
is it
fast, I can
worse or
still hear
better?
you.
What's a little
I
better?
don't remember.
I can't believe everybody. I was talking a lot before Mayhem showed up and called me out on it. Was my mic that bad the whole time and nobody said anything?
Yeah, it sounded like
Oh,
I
so nice.
said, like an Atari game. Like this, like right
so
now.
I'm turning the input sensitivity down. It's still bad.
Yeah, I don't know if it has to deal with that. Maybe it's a noise gate.
I think it's only when you speak that we hear the background noise. Same thing with homie, the other dude.
Yeah, something right there. Do you guys hear that, or is it just me?
No, I hear it.
Yeah, I hear it.
Because I have fans on, but I just put headphones on with a little voice
I don't know
mic.
if it's the.
And
I don't know if it's a fan. It sounds like I don't know what does it sound like to you guys? Because it sounds like an Atari game to me. But that's the only thing I could say.
The sound is just like noise.
Like white noise.
Yeah.
It sounds like
white noise.
Sounds like white noise. Yeah.
How about now?
Are you in a car? That's what it sounds like. It was,
Sounds
as
to
if
me
you're
like
driving.
racist noise.
All right, no fans.
Racist noise.
Damn, Jeffy, it's 3
How was it now? Is it good?
Oh, perfect.
Or
One
is
more
it
time. Say.
Is it quiet now?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Quiet.
Is it quiet now?
Right there, yeah.
It's good now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did it.
So you're saying is I got to be sweating balls in my bed in order to... man. Brutal.
Hey, you gotta
So
take
no
notes.
fans
Where
is
you
good,
at, bro?
fans is bad.
Bro, just
Hey.
put your
I'm
fan
like,
on.
kinda
Listen. Put your fan on, and whatever little noise, don't worry about it. These people are just complaining.
Yeah, all right.
You don't-
Fair enough. I like this guy.
Don't sweat their balls
Fair
because of reasons.
Hey, if
Trying to
I got
solve
through,
too many edge cases.
I got through the Australian summer heat without a fan. What are you doing with a fan?
Yeah, come on. We got Aussies that can
Toughen up.
Hey,
Steady,
I'm near the California Central Valley. It's
who's had
pretty hot, but it's not
20
that hot yet.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, dude. Central Valley. Where are you at, Modesto?
I'm in
Fresno?
Oakley. I'm in Oakley, so I'm close to the Delta by Stockton, kind of.
Yeah.
Between the Bay and Stockton.
Yeah. Near I-5.
Exactly. Yeah, Highway 4, I-5, kind of out there. Yep.
He's
Brentwood.
like, no shit, dude. I'm right behind you. I live in the house right next to you, bro. Like,
Just looking at you right now.
he's like, nah, man. I'm right at your window.
I hope
Man,
you're
I've been
both
looking at you this whole time.
I'm already sweating since I turned the fan. It's not even that hot, actually. It's freaking 65 outside
on,
right now.
Blue.
But during the day,
I got something for you real quick.
No, you guys are. It's what? 1 o'clock over there.
oh, here we go. You just wait though. Wait till like last September it was 114 for like 2 weeks in a row, which I'd never seen
Oh
before.
my
So
god, dude. 114. Are you kidding me? I
Yeah.
don't miss that at all from Texas.
crazy. But
Hey, you know what? I was just in California for the first time in probably over a year, and it's the greenest I've ever seen it.
Dude, you're not kidding. Like it, like because I have a cabin out in the mountains and kind of towards Tahoe-ish area. Driving out there, it's amazing. It's so green. There's so many wildflowers. I don't think I've lived here my whole life. I've never seen it. Never seen it green all the way through April. It's green into now, even, which is crazy.
The poppies, everything's all the wildflowers for sure.
And we filled our reservoirs. So Shasta's full, Oroville's full. Like all the drought, we're like Shasta went down to almost nothing.
Folsom Lake.
Yeah, they're all full now. A couple of them aren't full, but like, and obviously California sucks. But
what about Beaver Creek?
Where Beaver Creek? Where's
Bayou
that?
Canyon?
What's Beaver Creek?
I don't know. I'm saying a whole bunch of stuff because I want to join in your conversation with him.
Dude, there's some by Arnold. I got a cabin, but Butte is up by NorCal, right? But yeah, dude, I don't know.
Yeah, Butte, Chico.
Yep, I went to Chico for a minute. I had to transfer out because it's hard to go to school when you're there. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's a party school, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you do.
What else is there to do?
You just party.
Yep. Nothing to do but that and get eaten by mosquitoes.
Well, I'm gonna head up the server now, but I'll talk to you guys some other time. I'll try and be on the ladies' night if I can wake up that early.
Cool. See you, Steve.
Wait a minute. So wake up that early. Where are you?
Western Australia. So it's about 5 a.m. start, but it goes on till 11 a.m. So I'll wake up probably on the later half of it.
Party just don't stop.
Yeah. So keep it going. Just for me.
Yeah.
It's 24. It's 24/7. 24/7 every day.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, see you.
It's 1 a.m. here.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good night. Day. Yeah, I'm about to peace out too. It's 1:30 here almost. So.
See you, Glue.
Have a good night or day or whatever y'all are at.
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
A little chubbier.
Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. Wrong.
When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
We the best music. Why are you running? Why are you running?
Oh, hell no!
Hey, mic check. Can you guys hear me?
This is a certified hood classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, Systems.
Thanks, man.
Nice tractor.
Yeah, you like that?
It's a Kubota.
No. The Coyote.
Mm.
It's like a Kubota ripoff. They don't sell Kubota where I am. I mean, they do, but it's like extra 2-hour drive or whatever.
Is that you on it?
Yeah, man. Who am I talking to?
This is Strange Days.
How you doing? I haven't heard your voice before.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
One of those OGs that come back every now and then.
My dad died.
What?
So I had to do a little bit of traveling, going here and there.
Okay. Sorry to laugh, but I didn't quite grasp what you meant by that.
I didn't quite grasp it either. I was kind of like, that's strange to the.
It's like,
question.
I don't mean to be rude, but it reminded me of that I Like Turtles kid on YouTube. Interviewing the guy, and he's like, out of nowhere, he's like, I like turtles. So, okay.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
my dad.
Was it a while?
Yeah, my dad died. No, it's all good. It's been a time coming. You know, it's one of those things that you just you know it's gonna happen, and when it happens, you're prepared for it, and well, you're kind of prepared for it because you know there's a little adjustment period where you have to, like, you know it's coming, and then it happens, and you see a little time for yourself, but it's we're all seeking equilibrium, so that's what's happening. Like, yeah.
I hear. What does seeking equilibrium mean to you in this context?
Well, we all come from somewhere, and then we all go back to somewhere. That's simply put.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I like it.
The biblical context says, "From dust we came, and from dust we shall return."
Yeah, pretty much.
Our bodies, anyway.
Yeah.
Your mate, Mayhem, your mate was back here earlier. I don't know, about maybe 4 hours ago. India was talking to him, ITEA or whatever, but he rage quit.
Yeah, he got upset, bro. Old Haas, I was listening on my, I was in here, but I was only listening because I'm at work. But
yeah,
Old Haas was telling him that he was a pseudoscientist, science communicator, who said some shit like that, and it pissed him off.
Yeah.
He jumped off.
But, I don't blame him. I think he was looking for a reason to leave anyway.
Yeah, for sure. I don't mind talking to the bloke. I don't. Because, like, I got my pound of flesh out of him from the conversation anyway. I got my clip and everything, so we're all good over here. Like, as far as I'm concerned.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say I listened to that and it was pretty good. It's a pity. Yeah, it's a pity he had to leave like that. But maybe he'll be back.
I think so.
But I can kind of respect a guy that won't let someone talk to him like that as well, in a sense. But welcome to the internet. Like, you gotta
exactly
roll with the punches a little bit, or just ignore him. You just mute that guy if you're not happy. Like, there's other ways to do it. He obviously took it as he's out.
Yeah, but like with him, I think that he likes being in here because it challenges him, but he doesn't want to let go of that. Well, he's got sunk cost fallacy. So he's too far in right now with money in school and all that stuff. So you just got to double down at this point,
Yeah.
So is it the education in because I with my own experience and people that are close to me, they have spent a lot of time in school. And when I tried to speak about I don't know, the things that I learned, like I barely have a junior college education, never had any degree. But then I tried to speak to people that I know who have spent a lot of years in school, and like I'm not. I feel like I know something, and I want to share that, and I get shut down.
By who?
Yeah, I guess it would depend on how you approach those kinds. If you're trying to reach them at their level or talk to them in a certain way, maybe they're not receptive to that.
But is that even possible?
What do you mean? Those people are shutting you down because you can't talk to them, or well, I don't know.
They don't want to hear what I have to say. They don't want to hear what I have to say.
What are you trying to tell them? Like,
yeah. I'm trying to. I don't want to say regurgitate, but that's kind of what it is. I want to let them know what I've learned, and for me, it's because my education is limited, and what I learned, but what I learned is it makes sense to me. It is on a critical thinking level, and it applies. So I try to share what I've learned.
Yeah, but like some people in life, man, like I think it's more like opportunities that you take to then speak to some people. I don't think you have to like hunt them down and say like, I personally don't think this way, but I mean, some people might want that. I don't know. Like, you don't have to go looking for them and say, hey, let me speak to you about flat earth, or, make it like a soldier type thing. Like you're carrying flat earth as a badge or something. You don't have to do that. Like, if you're like in a conversation or something, and then like they're asking like about space or something, you're like, well, how do you know space exists? Like just easily, talk to them about that, what they're saying. You know what I mean? Because if you want to present something to them, you can do it. There's always an opportunity to do it, but you don't have to make it like awkward where you're always trying to like tell them about flat earth, even if the like opportunity doesn't present itself. You're just like trying to shoehorn your flat earth, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to always be that way. Like, just be normal like you normally would, and if the conversation gets around to it, then present it. Speak truth whenever it's time to. But
yeah,
that way it unburdens you, man. You don't have to carry that burden.
Yeah, when the opportunity presents itself, pretty much.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. Let's do it that way. Hey, if you do it that way, you don't have to walk around feeling like you got to, man, how come I haven't told my aunt about flat earth, and like, you don't have to worry about none of that. Just when it's time to speak truth.
Because
no.
I've contemplating making like getting a large piece of cardboard, writing
Yeah, you don't have to do none of that shit, man.
You can if you want to. You don't have to.
Yeah, but you don't have to do. That's a bit over the top, man. But like, carry the cardboard everywhere. I mean, if it makes you feel great, do it. You could do it like those people that are on the street corners with those signs with the arrow, like, spin that sign around. Like, I don't know, shit. Get creative. Where do you go? Am I talking to myself? Why, yes, of course.
No, I'm here, but I just don't want to make too much noise.
Jemsy, what are you doing up, man? You need to be in bed. I have a reason to be up. I got off of work. Did you get a midnight snack or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna fall asleep soon.
Just some warm half and half. That'll make you sleepy. It sounds like he fell asleep. Yeah, possibly. Who the other guy was talking to? Strange Days or Chemsy? Oh, yeah, possibly, dude. Well, he was in the middle of a sentence. I don't know. That'd be kind of weird for him to fall asleep in the middle of a sentence. I mean, it can happen. I'm not saying it can happen. What you got, Clipcord? What is that? Oh, that's dope, bro. I gotta play that. That is dope. I'm going to play that.
"24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified."
Donald Trump, bro. Thanks, Donald.
Quiet now.
It sure was okay. No drama today. Well, not
What are you talking about? Making a sign?
since you came in here. There was no drama.
Yeah, I know. So disappointing.
Perhaps we can manifest it if we think really hard. Like
I
you
don't.
know,
I
like
don't know how you said that. I don't remember saying that.
I do.
What did I say exactly?
You said that because they asked you like, are you flat Earth or globe Earth? And they were trying to figure out what side you stood on, and you're like, I'm not on either side. I just like to come in here, listen, and I like when it gets really rowdy and stuff. Like, So that sounds like you, right? That's why you laughed. See, Told
Yeah,
you.
that does sound like me. I remember now.
Okay. I don't forget. Well, I do sometimes, but I remember that. That's what I'm saying. There's no drama. Well, at least not today.
No,
Oh,
I do
wait.
listen like when you're just discussing topics like learn more as well, but the
It's
drama
better
is
when
fun.
there's it's better when there's drama. Okay. I agree. I'm with you on that. I'm getting what you're putting down. But I'm like the one that likes to cause the drama, so.
Oh, good.
But still, we don't got people that like to debate anymore, like the way they used to.
Yeah, I think people are just coming here to troll.
Yeah, it's just like mostly trolls. And they're not really fun because after a while it gets boring.
I don't know, they're really repetitive. I feel like they all come in with like the same mindset that like you're dumb, I'm smart kind of thing. Like they just think you're an idiot.
Yeah, it gets boring. I like the ones that like to debate. That's a bit more fun. But I'm strange like that. Then you got like some that don't like to debate, so that's still okay, I think.
I feel like they probably do, but they do want to debate, but they can't because they don't know that much on the topic.
It was really cool that one time that guy came in here with his girlfriend and she was like in the background. I listened at work because I got my earbuds in and I could hear like really clear with my earbuds, and she was like talking in the background, like wanting him to get off the mic. It was so funny.
Yeah, like
was like-
at first she was like wanted to join in, but then after a while she was like, you know, kind of trying to get him off Discord. She was getting upset.
Hell yeah. That was so good. I was like enjoying it too, because like she got pissed, and then so she's like getting on here to try to like, I don't know what her mission was anyways, to get on the mic to like tell everybody to stop it or leave her boyfriend alone, or I don't know what she, because she said that we're all acting like kids in here.
Yeah, she's
And we
like
need
his
to-
keeper. She's like,
Hey,
she probably knows him better. Obviously, she knows him better than us. She probably knows that he's gonna like spiral or something. 'Cause she's trying to prevent it. That's why she's
But
getting
you know,
upset.
I mean,
She's kind of
have
talking
you-
like his mom. You know, like when your mom is trying to like tell you off, but you're in public, so they're kind of like talking through their teeth. Like she's, I don't know how to
Yeah.
explain it, but
Have you ever seen relationships like that, like friends of yours or something like that have like, you know, like control over their?
not personally. But I don't think it's right for women to do that. I think it's really disgusting.
Well, he likes it.
A lot of guys do. A lot of guys won't admit it, but they do like to be walked all over.
But that's very strange for me. Well,
It must be something that happens, you know, when they're a child, like a childhood thing.
fatherless kind of stuff with it, because I think usually if you don't grow up with a dad, you don't have the like qualities of like knowing what a man should be like to, you know, be in
Yeah,
society
maybe.
and stuff.
Maybe it's
And
all
that's
these
what-
single mothers. All these single mothers, their sons turn out like that.
Well, because they're always drawn to like Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate and all those guys, so they want to be like those guys, and they're trying to look up to somebody. They don't have a father figure, and it's like they're just trying to find their place. And in the middle of that, like it's easier just to find a woman who's like controlling and dominating. That way, she can be the one to fight your battles for you. I guess I don't know, because that's what it seemed like when he was talking. And here she like got the phone and was like fighting his battles, and I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Also, kind of funny though.
I felt kind of bad for him.
And then he got on, and then like, wasn't she mad still? I think she was still mad in the background. You could hear her in the background. That's crazy. She was trying to tell him to get off the freaking phone, and he didn't want to.
Mm. Yeah, I could hear her, but I don't think she wanted to be heard. It sounded like she was doing like that angry whispering thing, like the really loud whispering. Girl, stop.
Yeah. Yeah, for real. No, it just goes to show, guy was like, I don't know. I think we got under his skin, and so he really wanted to just like make a point or something.
Mm.
And he was like gonna do it at all costs. Because like even after he got off the voice, he was on text, and then even I guess he couldn't even be on text because
I don't think he had much to say though. I don't think he really understood.
Who, that guy?
the-
Nah, he's
Yeah.
no man. That guy's
Because
he's
every
like a
time you ask
newbie.
him a question, he just tried to be like, "Well, you're being mean. You're hurting my feelings.
That's so
I don't
funny.
feel comfortable talking to you."
Why is it always got to be about feelings, man? I hate that. Like, you hurt my feelings. Like, this is like a logical debate discussion that we're having here. Like, come on, let's do this. But I don't like you. Okay, and don't care. There's 16 people watching the YouTube live stream. Is there any
I
Glovers
was-
out there among you? Hello?
Maybe.
You were what?
I wasn't speaking earlier because I was bathing my dog, but I had my earphones in just listening.
Oh, okay.
She's just eating a dentist stick, huh?
How long have you been a part of the server? Okay, you've been a part for a while, huh?
Yeah, probably like
Is that-
3 years.
I remember, yeah, because I remember your you've had the same avatar, huh?
I think so. I'm not very active though.
But see, that's the dog you were walking, huh? That one that's in it profile.
Oh no, that's not.
What is that? A polar bear?
No, it's a dog. It's a puppy
Oh,
though.
with the
In a
tuxedo.
suit. Yeah.
Hey Mayhem, you saw the dorm report, right?
Saw the what?
The dorm report?
What's that?
It's remember how they alleged that Trump was colluding with Russia?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a report, FBI report just came out right now, basically exonerating him almost completely. Yeah,
Oh, he's gonna be like
talking
told
about
you
it like
so,
crazy.
I told you so. I told you so. Like he's gonna be.
Yeah,
But they can't get him on anything, man. They're just at this point. They're just trying so hard. Did you get it on your Twitter feed, Kel?
what?
That information, that news or whatever.
No, I got it on YouTube.
Benny Johnson will be talking about it today for sure.
I think it happened a few days ago, I think, but I just heard about it now. I was like, oh, what the fuck is this?
I guess
What's
I don't
that
have
about?
it. They're exonerating Trump from his charges that they had on him.
Okay.
Basically, basically what happened was that the FBI, they had no basically they had no evidence that what they were saying that he was doing. I forgot I forgot what it was called. It was called fuck. It was like the FBI thing where he was colluding with FBI. I mean, with Russia. I forget now what it was called though.
Got those documents that he took from the White House.
Anyways, the FBI investigated it for nothing because they had no proof of anything, right? And so
Yeah.
they didn't they didn't follow protocol, right? So if they were to follow protocol, that none of that would have ever happened. But they went with like he said, she said stuff, and
they
freaking
weaponized the alphabet agencies, bro. That's what they did against him, and he knew this. Everyone knows this because they have, who's behind all that stuff.
Bro, how the fuck does what is it like? It can't be more than 2% of the population have so much fucking power, dude. Tell me that.
That's just the way it is. Some things will never change. Yeah, that's the way it is, bro.
It's fucking nuts, man.
Well, I mean, it's the world we live in, bro. We got the haves and the have-nots. I'm running out of time here, man. Where are these ballers at? I'm gonna have to be going here in a little bit.
I was just watching. I was watching Witsit. Oh, did you watch Witsit today? He was like interviewing Dave Weiss. It's really good. It was fun. They talked about a lot of stuff. They talked a lot of conspiracy shit. Plus, they talked about the globe, the globe, the flat Earth, everything.
Now we had the astrophysicist come in here earlier, and there was a baller and a couple of ballers in here. That's really exciting.
I realized that I had not seen some videos of his, and I just finished watching his Professor Robert Parks video as well. I thought that wasn't
he coming in here? That guy?
Fuck if I know.
Robert Parks. Or scheduled to come in. I don't know, something. That'd be great if he comes in here.
He's actually pretty how can I say this? He's not like crazy. At least he doesn't come off that way.
I want to talk to as many PhDs as I can possible so I can put them all on my channel, run them all through the 3 points, and watch them all fail. Every single one. Knock them down like bowling pins. Bloop, 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 bloop.
You know what I notice about the globalists is that it's kind of like the in politics the Democratic Party, where they live in a bubble, right? And they don't feel any censorship, right? They don't feel anything, and so they think that there's no such thing as censorship, right? Since they don't feel it. It's like a rich guy saying that, just because like what Myron always says, just because I'm a millionaire and I don't feel hunger, doesn't mean that world hunger doesn't exist, or whatever, like they live in the bubble. And I think that's what's going on, because a lot of times you'll ask them like, oh, you'll get censored if you try to talk about flat Earth, and they'll be like, oh, that's a lie. That's not going to happen. And it's because they don't experience that.
Hey, was that from Fresh and Fit?
Yeah.
That guy that you just mentioned,
Myron.
They say I sound just like that guy.
Nothing like him.
No, I meant like how his demeanor is.
Oh, I don't know. He's actually kind of like he's actually really straightforward. He's no bullshit type of guy,
That's me. Call people out.
I thought usually when people say you sound like somebody, I usually think like their voice, like you sound like their voice.
Nah, he does kind of. I did actually sound like him a little bit when I heard him. I was like, damn, that sounds like me. On the clip that CB played, because he was playing a clip that he was getting all up in someone's business. I don't know who it was, some lady that was there on the show. And I was like, shit, dude, that's what I would do if I was there. Like the same, everything that's like what he said, I would be saying the same thing. But it's kind of cool, I guess. It's a good show.
He has a little bit more of like an accent, like sort of like, I don't know. I wouldn't say ghetto, but kind of like how, yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, leave it at ghetto, yeah.
I just don't want to.
Kind of like okay. You know, she sounds good.
Yeah, he sounds like a nigga. Miggy doesn't.
I didn't want to say that. Shit.
You did want to say it. You just hesitated.
Yeah, you hesitated.
I didn't want to say it that way. Jesus.
You know what's weird though is because Kel's dark skin too. Well, not really.
Yeah,
dark.
from the waist down for sure. I'm kidding.
I don't know about all that, bro.
Pause.
TMI.
Nah, I'm as white as they come, man. Like I'm Cuban. I think I'm like European descendant. Not entirely sure from where, but really, really white.
I'm like I got piercing blue eyes. I'm like ripped. You know, just the standard stuff. You know. I go to the gym, you know, today's leg day. You know what I mean? Like, it's just regular stuff. Nothing big. Well, you live in Florida, dude, so you have to keep up with looks over there, huh?
I recommend everyone come to Florida. You know, the sights here are fucking great. I see even though the earth is flat, I see curves all around me.
What type of vehicle?
A lot of curving. Bro, I drive a Toyota 4Runner.
What, like from the 80s or?
No, hey, dude. No, it is a good car. I love it. I love SUVs. I do not drive like like small cars. I hate them.
You like 4Runners, Gemsy?
Alright.
That's okay. But I keep thinking you're super young, dude. But you actually like, you had kids or whatnot,
huh? No, I never had kids.
No kids?
No kids.
There's a big percentage of men that don't reproduce. There you go.
You don't reproduce, Kel?
I don't even know if I can, honestly. Like, I've never gotten a girl even pregnant. Yeah.
Just kidding, bro. I had to do it. Sorry.
There's actually
that's cool. It made me laugh.
Been to the doctors about it?
No, I can. I think I can do it. I don't know. I've never really been like sick in my life, so I've never gone to the doctor for stuff like that.
There's actually natural ways to boost that. So if you need just a boost, there's natural ways to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I eat plenty of pineapple and stuff like that.
That's not.
Eat more fish. Seafood. You'll be having babies in no time.
Because they say They say that the pineapple makes it taste good. I don't know. I wouldn't know, but that's what they say.
It's not true.
The pineapple what? Makes it taste good.
It's not.
Good. What you talk about, Willis?
Haram. Fucking, you should have.
What?
Where's the haram?
Pineapple is not haram.
Right here.
No, not
haram.
Jesus, not the pineapple part.
I know what Kel's thinking.
She belongs to the streets.
Well, good diet helps with anything, really. So, helps if it. Yeah.
Yeah, but he wants to make babies.
He wants to make a lot of babies.
Bro, I have no desire to make babies. Like, I mean, if I were to find the right girl, bro, but I'm so scared of marriage. Like, it's not even funny.
Don't marry her. Just make babies with her.
But bro,
that's actually I want to go to Colombia. Okay. I've already
Colombian.
I've already been to Cuba a few times. All right, I might have some kids.
A good Cuban wife.
No, bro, I hate Cubans.
¿Quiere una cubana?
No, bro, las cubanas son malísimas.
There's some pretty ones.
You don't have to tell me twice, bro.
Bro, I know they're fucking pretty. I just don't like their attitudes, man.
All right.
Like, I have to
go to Mexico then. Mexico has some pretty
No.
women.
I like Colombian women.
All right, Colombia too.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
It's either gonna be Colombian women or maybe some. I don't know why. It's more like a fed.
Okay, so
Asians
like
are pretty nice too.
Or is this something you're actually going to do?
Eventually, I'll do it. I mean, like I said, I've gone to Cuba a few times.
The clock is ticking, bro. You're not.
You got this, bro. You got this.
Bro, what are you talking about, dude? I'm
make
not.
some moves. You say you're 32, right?
No. I'm older than that.
Oh shit. More?
Yeah,
36?
38.
Whoa. Okay.
I was born. I think it's 38. I was born 84, so I think it's like 38.
Well, you gotta hit the gas then.
Bro, if you look at me, dude, I look like I am maybe 22, 23. I always get told that. I'm like, oh, how old are you?
But that's not fair on your kids. Like having a kid really old, they're not even gonna have time with you.
Damn. Okay, you already put him in the grave. Like,
Damn.
Let me tell you.
Okay. Are you gonna help him? Are you gonna help him have children, lady?
Yeah, you're gonna leave behind a poor single lady, like a widow, with her young children, and you're gonna be like 90.
Yeah, they can't. And you know what's funny? They can't even be over the age of 25. I won't allow it.
You're not even gonna be able to play ball with them outside, Kel. You'd be so damn old.
They'll be looking after you. Your poor kids are probably gonna be having to like.
I'll be changing
change
your
you
diapers,
and clean
bro.
you. Yeah.
That sucks.
He got this.
Not if he's gonna wait for later. Like he's got to go to Colombia. He's got to then meet somebody. Like that's.
Well, here this is a really cool story. The pastor the church that I used to go to, that church now is like fucking, I don't know, dude. I can't stand it anymore. He went to jail for 20 years in Cuba because of he was going against Castro. So he went to for jail for 20 years. His wife, I think they got married. He was like 30 when they got married, and then he went to jail for 20 years, got out of jail at 50, and then had 2 kids.
Orale.
Yeah. With her, too. Which is crazy.
How old was she?
She was like 40. Man. I think she was like 40 something.
The kids are okay? They're not like Down syndrome or anything like that?
No, they're actually okay. I know them. 2 girls.
Yeah,
they're in their...
And they're in their 20s. He's in his 70s, bro.
No. They are already in their 30s.
So he's in his 80s?
Yeah, he's like 80. Fuck, what old is he now?
Damn, bro.
He's like 83. But, dude, he's like...
Hell no!
Let me tell you, dude. This guy, you would love to be like him in 80. He walks like 2 miles to church every day. This guy is a beast.
Yeah, be a beast at 80, definitely.
And he's only like 5. He's only like 5'5". He's really short. And his wife is like 5 foot. Like they're really, really short.
Yeah, more power to him, man.
Good for him.
Yeah, I think it's actually healthier to be shorter.
Well, I don't know about all that.
Not really. It depends. How short?
Oh, under like
I think
six. Under like 6'4".
As opposed to being really tall. Because being tall is it causes health problems, but you have to be tall to a certain extent to be affected by that.
Yeah, I think once you're over like 6'5", I think you start having issues. At least I think.
6'5", dude, that's really tall.
But that's what I'm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like at 6'4", you're probably having problems with your joints and that.
Probably too. Who knows?
That's a freaking tree right there.
Yeah, I'm only 5'10". Like I'm not that tall. Oh.
What are you guys doing up so early, Kel, Jency?
I was playing something while listening to
I've
what's it?
been listening and reading and doing something else here.
I'm just procrastinating. I don't know why I'm not in bed now. Oh, because I'm waiting for Baldur's.
I'm gonna sleep till noon.
That's fun, isn't it? I like doing it.
Sometimes.
Bro, Gemsy, I made some
Isn't a baller like
badass...
a good thing?
Huh?
Yeah, that's why I hate that
Kind
word.
of like it's like a term of endearment, kind of.
Yeah, when you call somebody, oh, he's a baller. Like I used to play basketball in school, and
do you want to be?
That's why I call him Boltards.
Boltards is better.
20 blades on the Impala.
Baller again late tonight.
I can't believe you're almost as old as I am, Kel. That's weird. You
Yeah.
look like you're 20.
Yeah, I look really young, man.
This guy.
Like unbelievable. I don't know. Good genes. I don't know.
You gotta stay fresh and fit in Florida.
Yeah, I don't go out that much.
No,
no, I don't go out that much. I go to like some family stuff whenever there's family stuff. If I need to go out and like buy shit, groceries, stuff like that.
You drink?
But no, I don't drink.
Oh,
That's haram.
Yeah. No,
Are you vaccinated? Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
No, drinking is bad.
Gemsy just wanted to do
Yeah, drinking ages you really badly. So.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm young.
Yeah,
'Cause I never really drank in my life, and I never really smoked. So
that will be my filter these days. You want a date? Are you vaccinated? Oh, okay. Bye.
Yeah,
that's another thing.
No drink.
Are you stabbed? Are you jabbed? Oh shit, my bad.
So in other words, you're pretty boring, right? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, fucking super fucking boring, dude. Like I'm not even joking. I don't go fuck though, dude. You know, I'm like one of those guys. I'm like one of those guys that I don't go fuck.
You don't give a fuck, or you don't go fuck?
Well, the first one.
Okay. No, I'm just saying though, like when you, I don't know, you know, people find other people interesting if they're having a drink, you know, just relaxing. And some people don't like that. I can respect that.
The problem with where I live, and considering the fact that I live in Miami, I live right next to where Myron, where his apartment is. Actually, I don't live that far, but the issue is that, man, some of the girls are really, they're really attractive.
I ain't saying she a gold.
I know.
Like unbelievably attractive, and
unbelievably. That must be.
Yeah. It's because here's the thing: all the pretty girls come from everywhere, and they come to like Miami Beach, and they'll.
But you know, they know what kind of guy they're gonna get, so you know what I mean. They know they can. They know what they can get. So.
Well, here's the thing. This is how much the last girl that I was with, she approached me. All right, that's the type of person I am. So you can just imagine.
Damn, player, you got it like that?
No, I mean like it's rare because I don't like approaching women that much. I don't know.
Oh, you don't walk.
I hate fucking rejection, dude. I fucking hate rejection.
Hey,
and
baby,
like
you've been running through my mind all day. You don't say nothing like that. Some cheesy lines. You know, I was thinking about that. Like,
bro, if you go up to a girl and say that, they'll fucking tell you some bullshit.
Yeah, but they're pretty hard, men in Miami. You know, they'll say some real hard shit to you, probably make you cry or some shit.
Times have changed, dude. Like a lot. Usually,
you ask them their horoscope, and if they say any horoscope, like, oh, I'm a Scorpio, you say, oh, I will never.
oh, I saw that video. That guy's hilarious. You're talking about that black dude that went around asking women their
Yeah,
horoscopes. Oh
that's
my
kinda
god,
funny. That's super funny.
dude, we're in the same fucking page. You know, it's a small world.
Just
Holy
walk
shit.
away. Are you a Scorpio? Okay, walk away right now. Walk away. I don't want to see you anymore.
You know that probably you could probably get girls like that. To be honest,
I would never.
But you're talking about the asshole approach. There's many of different.
yeah, the asshole approach with horoscopes. You go up to a girl, you ask her whatever the fuck she is. What is it called again? The horoscope? Is it the horoscope?
Yeah.
Gemini.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
And then you ask her, and then whatever she says, you reject her because of it.
All right,
And that-
so check this out, man. Like the movie Hitch. Have you seen it? With Will Smith, where he's one kind of like he teaches people how to like approach or just like how to ask somebody on a date. Like teaches guys how to, and like one of the tricks he did was like when a woman was getting like hit on by a bunch of guys. Like he'd cut through all the guys and say, "Excuse me, can you get my drink?" Like ask her like she was a waitress, and it was kind of rude, for him to do that to assume that she was like a waitress because, And then she came to him and said, like, that's pretty rude. You think I'm a waitress? And then he made an excuse and said, like, well, that's the only way I can get you away from those guys. And like, you know what I mean? Like he made his move right there.
You gotta play chess. You gotta play chess. Be 5 steps ahead.
Yeah, but like that's kind of like another way, like this other approach, like to be the asshole, and then you just like get their attention.
Well, that's what that guy was doing. And a lot of times the women would be like, wait, what do you mean? Wait. And they'd like, and it would start up a conversation. So that's probably, that's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, but you gotta have game. You gotta have game though, bro. If you don't have game to follow up, it's not gonna work.
What's the name of the lady?
I don't have game.
Lady, okay? Lady, okay?
Yeah.
What is your horoscope sign? What is it?
Gemini.
Oh, I will never.
Okay. I don't care.
No Geminis.
Gemini. Oh my god, I heard Geminis are fucking crazy.
I am a Gemini, actually. I'm an actual identical twin and a Gemini.
Yeah, but I've actually on the real, like no bullshitting. That's what I've been hearing too. Geminis are pretty tough to deal with.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Well, if you
crazy.
believe in that, then that, yeah.
But you just gotta keep control over the other side. That's all you gotta do. Keep control.
You gotta put down the law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta lay down the law. Yeah.
Lay down the law. Yeah, you got.
Yeah, but sorry, okay, you're a Gemini. I will never.
Oh, sucks to be me.
I know Geminis.
Whatever, man. She probably got a lot of simps. The moment she like bunch of simps.
Have you seen the girls on those programs whenever they talk about how much money they make on OnlyFans? Dude, it is ridiculous.
Jeez, man.
Like we're talking like $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a month.
Yep.
I'm like,
yeah, there's a lot of fake money flowing through there. They just get money depending on the amount of content and that they produce and the flow that they get. They get just money. There's a lot of fake money going to many of these channels.
Crazy, man.
Like actually, it's it's not like guys behind the computer that they do give them money, but there's other people behind these promotions.
Yeah.
There's money to be made in that.
They're advertisers and shit, right? Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Dark money.
Dark money. It's a dark place. Do you remember when OnlyFans they stopped? They were gonna stop the whole,
Hey, but you're selling your soul for material riches, fast cars and bitches. You don't want that.
Yeah, OnlyFans was not gonna allow it anymore. Like the whole, prostitution, or I don't know if you could call it prostitution.
Prostitution.
Or you know, corn. They weren't gonna allow corn anymore, and the girls freaked out, dude. Like, bro, they want it so bad.
Hey,
You don't
what's up,
remember that?
Jedi? Morning, dude.
Gentlemen, how you all doing on this fantastically bright flat Earth stationary day?
I'm doing alright.
We're kicking it like Bruce Lee in the morning.
Oh, hard until the nuts then. Well done.
Yeah.
Over here, when I go to the beach, I see a lot of curves.
We're talking about Kel starting up his OnlyFans account.
No. I'm gonna be a millionaire.
With him and his rock hard abs and, you know.
Yeah, I spray painted them on.
What did you say, Jedi?
Sorry, as soon as he said OnlyFans, I just started staring into the distance and feeling sick. That was all, mate.
That's a normal reaction.
He's gonna get money off of them feet pics, bro. It's all about them feet pics.
That's the way to go.
Yeah, I got like crooked toes.
No, there's actually a market for that. Those are gay people like that.
What, feet pics? Yeah,
like
they'll
hairy
like it.
toes, smelly feet, crooked feet.
There you go, Kel.
Yeah, but you're a Gemini, so I would never.
Yeah, dude.
You didn't see that girl that was selling her farts? She made a lot of money doing that.
Oh my god. Hail.
Didn't she
to
get
the now.
hospitalized because she was like filling herself up with too much air or something? And like,
That's so stupid.
I don't
Was she
know.
like a freaking seagull with the Alka-Seltzer or something?
No, she was actually really, really attractive. I'm not gonna lie. But she was selling her farts for a lot of money.
She looks like a cartoon.
Hey, would you?
No. Are you sure we're
Kel.
talking about the same girl?
Kel, let me ask you a question, man. Would you date somebody like that?
I mean, I wouldn't marry her, but yeah, I would date her. What's
So
wrong
you
with
will
that?
waste your seeds on that.
Just, even if she.
Help
I
him.
mean,
Someone fucking help him. Someone help him.
Hold up, man. If she handed you a little Ziploc bag and she told you to open it up and smell it, it's just.
Oh, that's going too far. I wasn't talking about all of that.
Sample for next month.
Just in order
next
for
month's stock.
she's like, oh, this is 2022. Yeah, it's chilled, room temperature. And he's just like, it's got hints of oats.
Gotta test the product.
She probably eats a lot of eggs.
Oh God, no! Oh,
Hints of oats. I've never.
No.
I
I don't think it's like that. I think they have like a. I don't know what it's called, but. Like,
Yeah, I think it's all just. I think it's all just fake.
No, she actually does it. Like, it's like a thing where they fill themselves up with air on purpose.
Bro, as long as she's not vegan, you'll be alright.
I'm getting hints of cabbage and like bacon.
What a mix.
Cabbage.
How can you even prove that it's like real when you buy it?
That's what I'm saying. It's probably not real.
Right,
you'll
buy it when you
They have so many products out there that smell like fart, like those prank products, like those prank things. Like, you've seen those videos where they're driving and like the guy or the girl sprays the fart in the car, and their girlfriend boyfriend freaks out. You seen those? Those are funny as hell.
I've seen people use that spray, but they put it like on a microphone and then go to like interview people.
That's so.
Oh, that's fucked up.
That's so crazy.
That's messed up.
I think it's like a good social experiment to see like how polite people are.
Did you ever see the social experiment where the guy?
See, that's why with a Gemini you can never. She's like, okay. He's gonna be like, we can just try it out. I mean, what harm could it do? In an elevator, it smells like poop.
Elevator pranks are funny.
No, red flags. Red flag.
You're going up the elevator. It's like all of a sudden you just smell like a really bad, like, I don't know. What's something that's horrible, that smells horrible?
Like a dead animal, like something dead.
Oh, dude, that's.
You know, you remind me. One day I found a dead cat in my backyard, and I don't know how long it had been there. And I was like, "Oh, I gotta bag it up and throw it out." And when I lifted it up, it was like full of maggots on the bottom, and it was just like the most terrible smell of my life. Like I literally
said that. Oh.
Yeah, it was bad, and it just fell apart. Like it didn't
That's so disgusting, bro. That's so bad.
Yeah, it was like there for like a week or something. Oh man, it was bad.
Next time you grab soil and put it on top of it, bro.
That's what I should have done.
Really tender meat. If it's like falling off the bone, that's a good thing.
Oh yeah, it was like scrumptious meat. You could eat that.
Tender meat. Why do you?
I told the story.
It's like, oh, it's so good, it's falling off the bone.
So I wasn't intending to do this, but I told that story. I told that story while we were eating food when I was eating food with my parents, and my mom started puking.
Yeah, I imagine.
Not intentional. It just happened.
What's price?
Yeah, I don't know. I have a pretty strong stomach. Like I don't really get disgusted by too much stuff.
Except for dating that woman who bags her farts. Does he just smell it in order to date her?
I mean, I didn't say I date her for that.
Try one, and then
she's like sending
afterwards.
so many though. You don't even have to spend time with her. You're just like in another room listening to her work next door.
All I hear is like next door.
Hey baby, I'm gonna be in my room. I'm gonna be packing some farts for the internet fans.
How do you get away and do that? That's odd. Like, oh, where are you going?
Okay, make sure you empty yourself before you come to bed.
Oh, disgusting, bro. That's disgusting. Yeah, but you get the Dutch oven because.
Yeah, like what's a dedicated room in the house for that? Where does she do it?
The bathroom.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
Under the covers.
All right, let's move on.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. So I had asked earlier, but like no one fucking responded. I had to ask, why does it get colder as you go up? Like when you're on a plane.
Because you're getting closer to the fireball.
But that's what I'm saying. Why does it get colder when you're going closer to the sun? That doesn't make any sense to me. And the atmosphere is thinner, right? So there's less, I don't know. I guess there's less, like, obstruction.
Just think about it.
I'm thinking, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
Think harder.
You haven't thought hard enough, Kill.
So we go up in the air, we fly on a plane, okay? What, 5,000 whatever feet? I don't know how high it is. 50,000 feet? I don't know. We're technically closer to whatever the sun is, yet if I were on the ground underneath the plane, at that very moment I'd be warm. But then because...
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why? Why are you warm?
Because the sun is hitting me.
And what does it need to do? Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
No, you're fine. I want him to answer the question. I just thought it was funny that he thought it was funny you asked him why.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Why not?
I mean, I know it's a dumb question, but I've always kind of thought of it.
Where's most of the sun's heat absorbed?
He'll get it in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously on the Earth.
Where's the stupid clap thing? Way at the bottom.
So you're saying? So yeah, I know this. I know what you're saying, right? Like, there's this place where I walk my dog, and there's like this big concrete wall, right? And you can tell because you can tell when you walk by it that it's like a lot warmer there because the sun hit it, right, and it kept that temperature, and so the whole area is warmer. And so I understand what that mean, what you're saying, but it's still, you're still like closer technically to the sun itself, right? And so when you're looking at the sun, when I go outside and the sun hits me, it like literally will burn my fucking face if I keep staring at it. And so if you're a few thousand feet in the air, wouldn't it be warmer?
Yeah, but I mean, I've been burnt to hell on a mountain top by the sun. That's like a few thousand feet up as well.
So you're saying it's just the Earth that just allows you to be warm next to the sun? It's not really the sun? Is that what you're saying?
What's the difference between being at sea level, being at the top of a mountain, mate?
The atmosphere is thinner, right? Or
yeah.
Okay. Is there something else that I don't know?
So the heat has more matter to vibrate here at Gratmosphere is thinner. Does heat transfer through a vacuum?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay. So
I'm guessing it does. I don't know. I'm guessing. I don't know because if
But what is the sun?
You'll get it, Kel. In the meantime, I gotta get out of here. It's getting late.
No, you've got at least another 2 hours in you yet, Miggy. Shut up.
Just keep going.
Yeah, just keep going.
It's a sunk cost fallacy, man. I might as well just keep going.
Who needs sleep? The other day I didn't even sleep. I slept like 2 hours.
I mean, come on, Miggy. You could do this in your sleep, couldn't you, mate? Come on.
Oh, shit, yeah, dude.
But then the next day I slept like freaking 10 hours.
I like waking up at noon for some reason. I don't know why.
What time do you usually finish work, though, Migs?
Jeez Louise, bro. Like 1:30 in the morning. I go in like 3 o'clock, something like that. Get off at 1:30.
So what's he trying to say that he
and the bullshit. So if there's some,
oh, fine.
I don't get it.
I mean, I
don't understand what he said.
Timbo kind of gave away the answer, but yeah, it's like
There's no atoms in a vacuum, so he can't go for it. Don't know.
Damn, did you just say atoms?
That's what you were talking about. That's what you said.
No, I said matter, not atom.
Oh, okay. Well, matter. There's no matter.
No atom.
Well, Timbo said particles. But that's probably the same thing, right? Particles, matters.
Yeah. So it appears to be warmer down here because there seems to be more matter for the heat to transfer through, where opposed to upper altitude, there's less matter atmosphere for the heat to transfer through. Our friend earlier said you can get sunburnt at the top of a mountain. That's usually because the sun is radiating off of the white surfaces. So surprised. Yeah, no. So yeah, that's how that happens. But the temperature is usually to do with the amount of atmosphere that the heat is able to transfer through. That's why it's cold at the top of a mountain.
Yeah, I've seen that. People have to like. I was thinking of that plane crash that happened when they got stuck on the mountain, and they were saying they were basically blinded for a while every time they went outside.
Oh, the whiteout.
Yeah, the cannibals.
What are you talking about? Alive, the movie Alive.
I haven't seen the movie, but I think I listened to a podcast about the actual like story of the survival. Like they were saying, they were trying everything to protect themselves from the sun. I think they said they were wearing makeup as well, like lipstick and foundation.
Yeah, have you ever experienced a whiteout? Like when it's all snowy outside and it's real sunny, like there's no clouds. Like you can't even. It's so the light is so blinding that it hurts your eyes to even open. Like it's so bright.
No, we don't have weather like that in England.
It doesn't. It never snows over there.
It hasn't snowed. It doesn't settle usually. Normally it's too wet to settle.
Where does she live?
South are you, okay? Yeah, how far south in the UK are you? How far south?
Not that far south. Southeast London, so it's like
I mean, that's quite. When you talk about the island of Britain, that's quite fucking south, mate. Yeah. Down in the south, guys, we don't get a lot of snow, but the further north you get, yeah, you do. Especially in Scotland, it usually starts snowing around October time.
Yeah, like when you get a lot of snow on the ground, you can experience a whiteout, and that really it hurts your eyes, like that being a whiteout.
So I don't know if this graph is right. Okay, the Black Roads posted a graph yesterday at 11:19 p.m. Okay, it shows the temperature changing as you go up, like you go up to the stratosphere, the mesosphere, the thermosphere. Yeah, it
exosphere.
Well, it doesn't go that far, but
thermosphere is supposed to be super hot, man.
The thermosphere is actually when you're at the peak of it, I guess. You're like negative 50, it looks like, Celsius. And then as you get to the end of the stratosphere, it goes back to 0. And then it goes back to fucking negative when you go to the end of the mesosphere.
You should take a snap or a screenshot of the Go Fast rocket. Oh, was it the Go Fast rocket? Which is the one that goes up there and has a temperature on it?
I think it's Go Fast.
Yeah, you can see the temperature says like negative 350 degrees.
Oh, so that's just bullshit then, what I'm looking at.
Well, I'd say, yeah, the video shows you because it has a like temperature thing on it. So
okay, because
how hot does the thermosphere get on that little chart, mate?
Fuck, it's at 75 miles, it's like 60 Celsius plus, over 60 Celsius.
Pretty hot up there, isn't it? Apparently.
Yeah. But would you say there's less particles up there?
No, I think the reason why they say that is something to do with radiation. I'm not too sure. But either way, that's us leaving that theory about what's up in the sky, right?
I don't know. Somebody put it up, this graph thing. I'm just looking at it. Have we ever even been that high?
Nah. Well, have we? I don't know. I haven't.
Well, anyone.
Don't know, mate.
Because that's 75 miles. That's fucking insane.
They've been to the moon, mate. What's up with you?
Yeah, but that wasn't any altitude above the Earth's surface because that was on the Hollywood basement.
Yeah, space may be the final frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement.
Someone has to give me access so I can put up, like, when I link something up, it does.
You got a mic?
Oh, you.
Hey, y'all got a mic?
You got a permission to post, Carl?
No.
Oh, mate, you've been round here long enough to have permission to post. Miguel, surely we can do that.
Yeah, well, what the hell? He doesn't have that. Someone just gave it to him.
Good.
And now I gotta find this post again. Jeez.
Might be Gemsy. If it was him, he's pretty quick. Quick on the trigger. Value
Sometimes I think it's old dude. He's not even in the room, but you always know he's watching somewhere and doing this, that, and the
It is Gemsy. It is Gemsy. It is Gemsy.
Gemsy's pretty quick. Yeah,
well done, Gemsy, mate. Thank you for that.
Gotcha, guys. Gotcha.
I was gonna say, yeah, Kel should have already had those tags. Looks like the morning crowd is rolling in.
It does, doesn't it, mate?
Yeah.
All right. I just posted the picture that I was talking about earlier with the different temperatures.
Cheers, man. Thank you. See, one of the excuses that they give about having gas pressure without a container within a vacuum is because of the temperature. It gets cold up there, therefore the gas slows down and comes back. It's interesting to point out the thermosphere, because we understand what happens to heat. It accelerates and vibrates gas much faster. So within that idea of it gets cold up there, no, it don't. It gets fucking hot, and there's another reason for the gas to fuck off. According to that story, anyway.
Yeah, because supposedly it's supposed to be really cold in space.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on, I guess, where you are. I don't know.
Do you know what happens to ice when you put it in a vacuum?
No, please enlighten me. I don't know.
Okay, so when you put ice in the vacuum, it does something called sublimation. Now, we understand the 4 stages of matter, but we'll go for the usual 3. Okay, so solid, liquid, gas. So we have solid water, ice in a vacuum. Sublimation means it jumps over turning to fluid and turns straight into gas. So when you put ice in a vacuum, it turns to gas. It's interesting, right? Being as we're told that there's huge chunks of ice in the vacuum of space, either comets or, let's say, the rings of Saturn. But when you put ice in the vacuum, it sublimates. So how have they got ice in the vacuum?
Problems for the globe.
Yeah.
For the heliocentric model, actually.
Every single day, there's problems for your ball.
My friend, I don't believe in no ball.
And things weigh more in a vacuum.
I'm just an ignorant person.
Back.
Just saying you. You say
mate, robot in for me, bro.
Fucking bad signal, man. Driving.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries.
Look at live stream voice text, Jedi.
Okay, okay. I know a lot of things, mate. We'll have a chat one day. I'll share some of my secrets with you, Timber. All right. But yeah, it's interesting. Sublimation, the jumping from one stage of matter over the other one into another one. So solid ice in a vacuum turns to gas. How the fuck do you have giant rocks of gas in a vacuum? Don't know.
It wouldn't be.
But they tell you have fucking gas giant planets in a fucking ball in a vacuum.
Yeah.
But the gas would just expand out and fill all that empty fucking space, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah. I'm kind of leaning that way, mate. Yeah.
But I remember I used to get into these. I used to fall for that argument. I used to say, well, you know, Jupiter's a gas giant. I used to argue the fact that it's a gas giant and it's not a rock, forgetting the fact that you can't have a gas in a fucking vacuum anyway, in a shape.
It's one of my favourite things to point out when we're talking about gas pressure without a container. Jupiter, a giant ball of gas without the level football around it in a vacuum. Okay.
Yeah, but it's like I say, I've done it. You fall into that argument of it's not a rock, it's a gas giant. Forgetting the facts. You know, you're not getting to the actual fucking crux of the point.
Okay, I can't remember, young lady. Are you a flat earther or a globe earther, or are you somewhere in the middle and not caring so much?
I'd say flat, but I don't really know the talking points that much. I feel like it's more true, but I don't know that much about it.
What do you know?
I feel like when people speak about globe, it's not the fact that I believe in flat Earth, it's the fact that I don't believe in globe Earth.
What do you see when you go outside? Do you see the Earth being flat, or do you see the curvature of the Earth? What do you sense?
The ground is flat, obviously, but
Okay, when you go to the sea and you observe the ocean, does the ocean look curved to you, or does it look like level water?
level.
Awesome. Do you notice or sense, or does the Earth look like it's moving?
No.
You're just like everyone else, mate. I mean, observably, to you, to me, the Earth is flat and stationary, right? That's just your senses. That's how we observe the world. Now, it's incumbent upon you to either believe the story that you're told about the spinning ball in space, or demonstrate it for yourself. See, this is the problem we have. Lots of people disregard their senses in favour of a narrative given to them by an authority that they, for some reason, trust. So, yeah, I understand what you mean, that maybe you don't necessarily understand the arguments and stuff, but you understand your own senses, right? To you, the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, just to add on, even the authorities of the government, Neil deGrasse Tyson, they will actually tell you should not trust your senses. They'll advise you not to.
Oh my God! You remember? You remember 2020 with the Cocoa Puffs? The news told people to. Oh wait, was it that? I can't remember what it was. They were like, "Oh, don't believe what you read. Believe what we tell you." Like something like that. Like I forgot what it was. It's fucking late.
mean, even when you look at the sun, you know, I do sun gazing a lot of the time, and it's perfectly shape is perfectly. It's it's not a board burn of fucking gas flat to look at. We don't know what it is. Don't know if there's any distance to it or where the heat's coming from. But when you look at it, it's not what they tell you it is. It can't be. It's impossible. Just you only got to look at what's going on up there. They're all lying to you.
Yeah, I've been actually observing the moon lately, but I haven't seen it like the last few days for whatever reason. I just went out like a few minutes ago and I didn't see anything. I don't know what it's doing. It's being sneaky.
But the moon or the sun?
Oh, the moon.
Yeah, it's not a good idea to keep staring at the sun.
I think it depends. I think it depended the moon. I don't.
There's glasses that you can use.
When the moon's within, I think it's 15 degrees. That's when it's not visible. You can chart it on a chart, see where it is, and you won't. That's when it disappears. Is for a couple of days.
Yeah, it's what's today? The 19th? Wow, yeah. Today's the 19th, right? Yeah. It's 0% illumination, it says. I don't know what that means.
It means you probably won't be able to see it, I think. I don't know.
It's new moon. Wow. That's probably why I haven't seen it, because it's been pretty... It's recharging. That's what it's doing.
Yeah, it's a lady. Yeah, sun gazing. Yeah, I only do it sunrise, sunset. Whether I'm doing the right thing, I don't know. It's just something I read into, and I believe the sun is a sacred thing from our Creator. It can also kill you as well. But I feel I just ground myself and stare at the sun for 10 minutes. I feel recharged after it. You've got to be careful. Got to
Is that
start
like
off
a
slowly.
religious thing?
No, I'm not.
You do what?
Because I heard that's what they do in Japan. Like they wake up before the sun, and I forgot what the religion is. This is the main one there.
Oh, I don't know.
One above
No,
Buddhism.
it's not. No, it's supposed to sort of the sun energy is supposed to come through you, and if you're grounded, wearing bare feet, it's supposed to just give you its energy and supposed to be good for you. Some cultures say. It's something I looked into a long time ago, and I just do it occasionally. I've just continued to do it.
What surface do you normally stand on?
Usually, it's just it's on grass.
Oh, grass.
But I have done it on beaches as well, on sand and in the sea.
What about pavement?
I may have done it on the pavement once or twice, yeah. I've probably done it on every surface you can think of.
Which one gives you the most energy?
Probably.
I'm being serious. I'm not even laughing.
Yeah, no. I'm probably going to give you the straight answer. It's probably the when I'm near the ocean.
The sand?
Yeah.
I would have thought maybe the grass, but okay.
Why?
I don't know. dirt, grass. I don't know.
Have you ever gained energy from the sun while being on a bouncy castle?
If you're on a bouncy, you said a bouncy castle?
Yeah, like those big rubber bouncy things.
I think you'll probably be losing energy if you were on a bouncy.
I don't know. You could gain energy and then bounce even higher. Or on a trampoline.
What vitamin is produced because of sunlight, or what happens when you have sunlight deficiency? What goes wrong with the body?
You don't get a tan.
That's one thing, but vitamin D.
Yeah, vitamin D. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what's SAD? Yeah. So you understand what SAD is? Sunlight, something deficiency, where you don't have enough sunlight and it causes your moods to change. There's a physiological change within people when they absorb sunlight, and one of those things that the body produces is vitamin D. So there is something that happens with sunlight.
Yeah, it fucks up your bones and your muscles.
That's probably why people, get depressed when they're at home too much, because they don't get enough sun.
Yeah, no, that's exactly why this has become a medical condition, because people are not absorbing, sunlight, getting vitamin D. That night and day cycle gets screwed up and so on. They don't get enough sleep, or they get too much sleep. So yeah, there's lots of things.
You can get vitamin D, like if you're deficient in that, and you live somewhere where there's not that much sun. Like you can probably I think some foods, like I think it's in fish skin and all that. Like
Yeah. So there's lots of natural supplements that we can take that the body will produce vitamin D. And yeah, there are unnatural supplements, but I don't think there's kind of any substitute for sunlight. It's good to get out in the sun sometimes, right?
Is it true that you need vitamin D to process vitamin C?
I think so, yeah. I know vitamins are very much linked to each other. This one to produce that one, and that one works alongside this one, and yeah, it's very complicated.
I don't know if this is true or not, but animals, right, when they get sick, their body, like carnivores and stuff like that, their body produces vitamin C naturally. I don't know if this is true or not. I read it somewhere a while back, because I know we can't do that.
It's like certain foods. It's like I think it's spirulina. That's one of the first algae, I think, that they say was on Earth, and it was just formed by. I think it grown in the sea from some sort of bacteria, but it was mainly sunlight. If you look into the spirulina, it was formed. There's a lot of emphasis on the sunlight, but there's so many minerals and vitamins in spirulina. It's really not had it for a while. Actually, I'll have to get back on that. That's reminded me. But just look into that spirulina and sunlight.
It's also, and Timbo pointing this out, and thanks for reminding me, Tim, because it's kind of important, especially to the men in the room. Sunlight helps you produce, or vitamin D helps you guys produce testosterone. Now, it's important to remember as well, guys, that both men and women produce testosterone and estrogen, and they are regulated through the chemicals within the body. But for men, I suggest you get out in the sunlight whenever you can. Maybe chop a tree down. That's good as well. Get that testosterone up, guys.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned. I was listening to something the other week. There's a few topics involved. It was Mark Passio, actually. It was to do with the dark occults and Satanism and how it works and all this. He goes right into it, how they've controlled humanity and worked out how to control humans' brains. Blah, blah, blah. But part of that was testosterone. And there's a lot going on with reducing testosterone within the food industry and chemicals in the air and in deodorant bottles and other sorts of things. So yeah, very good point. And I was only listening to something along the same lines about 6-7 days ago, and I thought, I'll have to look at that, get my testosterone up, because I think the way life is at the moment and the world we're living in, we're obviously being a lot of poisons around, heavy metals. Got to be careful what we're doing.
Yeah, everything has plastic in it, which is crazy.
Yeah, but Timbo is saying don't wear sunscreen, but I think you still absorb vitamin D with sunscreen on.
Yeah, the problem
So
is
it's just
it's made of nanoparticles. They use nanoparticles to actually screen it out. So what it does is it goes through your skin into your bloodstream. So if you can just maybe go in the sun for 10, 15 minutes, then get out of it instead of staying in the sun all day and using sunscreen, then you'll be better off.
Yeah, I feel like people in the desert, they don't wear sunscreen to protect themselves. They wear clothes. So you actually want to protect yourself.
Since people have been using sunscreen, the cancer rates has gone up, which is a correlation only. I'm not saying it's a cause, but it's pretty weird that skin cancer rates go up as sunscreen becomes more common. Pretty strange.
I don't know. I mean, you can get natural sunscreens. I'm not promoting them, but the only reason I'm saying it, my daughter, when she was younger, she had a bad situation. She got really burnt. We was in Europe, and she was only young, and we got one of these henna tattoos on her arm. A little, I think,
the Indian one.
Yeah, I think it was Mickey Mouse or something, to tell you the truth. Which is ironic. Anyway, then we got back to the hotel, in the pool, armbands on, in and out, and I tell you what, he had a really severe reaction with her, and this henna tattoo swelled up, and she had a really bad. We had to take her to the doctors when we was abroad, and anyway, somebody else on site who we met by fluke knew somebody and recommended this certain cream and natural sun protection. It was all it's all natural herbs and flowers and petals. I don't actually know the ingredients, but we use that from then on because she's very sensitive and she has reactions to things. So that's what she uses.
I use if I have to do it, I use zinc. And as you know, we've got a fair bit of sun out here, so. Or you just train your body. You can get 15 minutes of sun every day, and then you can last by the end of summer, last a good couple of hours without any work.
I feel like your clothes would protect you more than sunscreen. Like if you're wearing long sleeve instead of like wearing a short sleeve and covering yourself in cream every 2 hours.
No, you have to I'm not gonna say. Yeah, I used to cut grass all the time back in the day for hours and hours, and after a while, you don't really get a sunburn.
I mean, you still. I mean, I tend to like the morning sun and the evening sun. Even when I'm on, I live in the UK, so we don't have crazy summers. But even if we do get some hot weather in summer, I try and stay out of it when it's at its peak. As I do if I go abroad on holiday in the past when I've gone on holiday. But you can buy clothing. You see the Arabs and you see people in these countries. You can still wear certain clothing where the sunlight can sort of filter through a little bit and without getting burnt and damaging your skin.
Yeah, wear like a full burqa.
That's what they do in the desert.
All right. Fuck. I don't want to talk about
Not a black person,
speculations.
Black would be wear white.
So I was watching Witsit, and he was talking about he was talking to Dave Weiss, and let me ask you something. Okay, if I were to tell you, where do you think the biggest and the most pyramids exist on Earth?
Ooh. I know. Ooh.
Well, I know you know. I'm asking her because obviously she might not know.
I want to know. I don't know. Tell me.
No, but just guess. Like from what you've learned your entire life. Egypt. Okay. You can say it, Jedi. I know you probably know.
Isn't it South America?
Oh.
If you're asking for the biggest is in the sky.
Oh yeah, but
In the
aren't the most and the largest in South America?
Yeah, yeah. Like nothing to do with Egypt. But yeah, we've always been told all the pyramids are in Egypt. For some reason, they never talk about the ones in South America or in America.
I was reading something. I can't even. I'm only going to say it because when you've just said that, it's sprung something in my mind. I can't remember if it was just a little podcast or it was saying the real Egypt is America. I can't remember what I was reading, or it was associating America and Egypt to be associated with the same. I don't know, past civilizations, or I can't remember what it was, but there was someone was drawing a connection to them two places. Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh.
Yeah,
You say that, but when I've actually, okay, this is silly. This is a Disney movie, but I don't know. I forgot the name of it. It's like the one.
Aladdin?
To Mexico? No, it's like the Mexican one with the Mexican girl. And that movie, there's loads of pyramids in it. Like they live in pyramids, and yeah. And it's a Disney movie as well.
I think I know which one you're talking about. I just don't know the name.
I could be totally. I've never looked. I heard somewhere there was speculation of pyramids on the seabed somewhere.
Well, supposedly
I heard that as well.
That the pyramids, like what I think it was Jedi or either Deck. I don't know which one it was who said it. That supposedly the first pyramids were in America.
Shit, there's
South
a pyramid on Mars.
Where?
There's a pyramid on Mars as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're definitely speculating about pyramid, but it's not funny, guys. It's the first ones or the last ones. We don't really know the timing of them, right? We don't know when and how. That's not something that we can actually claim. When and how.
Actually, they said that they had pictures of some of the Sphinx, like the Sphinx of the head, like as they were putting it on. I don't know what the hell. Like, I guess it's like paintings, or I don't know what it is, but to kind of prove that those were made a little later.
Just for saying, it was funny that you're saying Mars there, because before I got into the flat Earth, I remember a time I found the Anunnaki story and the planet in Hebrew and aliens coming to visit us every 25,000 years and altering our DNA to turn us into slaves. Anyway, that freaked me out a little bit. But then when I was looking at that, they were actually, I was telling people, look, there's a pyramid on Mars, because at that time I thought Mars was a fucking rock in the sky. And I was looking at them pictures of apparently Mars with a fucking pyramid.
I remember that.
No, that seems like the path. God, yeah, that was I wonder what. I've had some bloody journey, me, mate. I'm telling you, you know.
I mean, why bother putting a pyramid on Mars? Why? Why even bother about it? Mars, the rock in the sky, isn't real. So why try to continue some narrative by putting a pyramid on Mars? It's interesting you brought up Sumeria and Nibiru and 25,000 years, this alien race from the sky. But if we don't have a sky with rocks in it and aliens to come from rocks in the sky, what are we left with?
Outer lands on Antarctica, possibly.
Yeah, but we've got, like you said, a kind of false trail leading back thousands of years because, you know, we're a spinning ball in the vacuum of space and aliens are the secret that NASA want us to think that they were keeping, right? It's one of the reasons. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why NASA are around, isn't it? It's not just to go to the sky, it's to tell us who lives in the sky.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I'm only cutting you off because I'm a bit excited because I had this exact conversation a few weeks ago with somebody, because that's what I had this conversation about my journey, Anunnaki, space, and I was coming on to maybe there is a civilization or was a civilization called Anunnaki who are more civilized than we are now. Whether they might be here on other lands, I don't know. Whether they do come into this pond or this land, I don't know. But I was saying the narrative was, we'll turn these Anunnaki, whoever they were, into aliens and outer space to back the heliocentric model up. Exactly my thoughts.
I just think that knowing that the Earth is flat, knowing that there's a creator, it just brings on so many other ideas, like, you know, like the afterlife, like what, like if the Earth is created by a being, I mean, man, that's crazy.
I mean, I always like I'm talking about these outer lands now on Antarctica. I can't prove that, but I like that thought and idea of these, and it has been spoke about before, like our land, our pond, I'll call it. We've got the ice wall, that's our pond, and we've got the sun and the moon and the luminaries, the sun circling, just enough to keep the pond as a pond. And then possibly there might be other ponds further down that road with another sun and luminaries, and they've got a pond and land within the pond. But for some reason, their sun and our sun at some point may have some sort of attraction or come together or collide or something happens. So one of them ponds ices over or things start to happen. So the civilization within that pond have to try and escape and find somewhere else. Yeah, because something catastrophic is happening. And maybe this is why, you know, you have different civilizations mixed, and you find things buried in ice. And, you know, I'm sure you can understand what I'm trying to get at, but I like thinking about things like that, although I can't prove a fucking 1 ounce of it.
Just very, very interesting subject to research, guys. Glad we kind of brought it up and kind of touched on it. You know, there are lots of things laying around on the floor and we don't know why they're fucking there. Pyramids and such, right? We haven't got a clue. But there's an official narrative that doesn't kind of fit what we discover, as in the pyramids. And there's hundreds of pyramids everywhere, for example. So they are continually lying about the floor that we live on, what it is and what's on it, and even what happened upon it in ancient history. Why do they keep lying to us? And why do they want us to think we're on a ball and that things came from the sky from other planets? Why do they want us to believe this shit? They're hiding something, right?
Yeah, well, it has to be. They're leading us down another path. And this is the big question, where I spoke to one of my daughters. My daughter knows I'm a flat earther, and she's on board with it, and she can see what I say, and she can understand it. She's not really... I'm going to say obsessed. I think I'm a little bit obsessed sometimes, but her thing was in the beginning, well, why would they lie? And that's what everybody asks. Why? And my answer is, well, exactly. Why would they lie? That's what we need to know. That's what we need to find out. Why are they lying? Because they're hiding something from us, and we need to find out.
Has anybody seen the Illuminati deck card regarding flat earthers? And the first phrase of it says, "Flat earthers know something." Has anybody seen that?
No, is that the playing deck that they use, apparently?
Yeah, exactly that. So you know what I'm talking about. There's a flat earth one, and at the top of it says, "Flat earthers know something." And I've scrabbled that around in my mind for a good few 8 years. What is it that we know? We know the earth is flat and stationary and base isn't real, but I think our knowledge is deeper than that. I think we know that they're lying about everything. The shape of the earth, what it is, what happened a long time ago upon it, what the things are upon it. They're lying about everything. And that's what we know. It's not just that their first lie, that the earth isn't a ball. It's not just that one. It goes much deeper. We know that they lied about everything.
Why is the Illuminati symbol a pyramid with an eye? Do you have any idea why?
Gemsy might have brought this up earlier. This might actually be the kind of shape of our reality, maybe.
There is Give me 1 minute. 1 minute.
I mean, I'm not going to go into. Mark Passio's quite good at explaining this.
I will reply.
If it's not too big a deal, I mean.
No, it's not a big deal. So there is some very interesting research that is some equipment called electro-optical, and it shows a certain pattern of what we call the sporadic meteors. It's a light phenomena that we see in the sky, and what we see is that the phenomena in the sky revolve around a certain area of the sky, a certain point. So we can kind of observe this. You see the luminaries doing the same thing, and if you put it in a bigger perspective, you see all the revolution of the luminaries at a certain area. And with the electro-opticals, what we see is a pyramid shape. It's a pyramid of light. It's a pyramidic shape of light that helium, the sun, anti-helium, the opposite side, the six radiants, the moon, all revolve in circles, in cycles around this center pyramid in the sky. Of what we see as a pyramid. It could be a pyramid. It looks like a pyramid of light. Could be just light, right? But it could be a structure as well. There you have it.
Very good point. Just to go slightly off there, what I was talking with the other gentleman, the way that they deceive you. Because I'm intrigued with the pyramids, and most of us are. But then, and I've just looked at my clock, and it's 11:11. One thing they tell you about the pyramids that the measurements of it all add up to the spherical Earth, and the speed of light, and things like this. So there's some lies. There's some lying.
You can do the perfect ratio of the rainbow. It's a pyramid inside of the pyramid. I mean, around the pyramid, you can make the perfect ratio for a rainbow, or the iris, the circle of your eye, the way we observe. We also observe in lines, triangulations. We do this to navigate. So 3 lines, a triangle, right? You can kind of depict that as a pyramid. And the way we see...
Hang on, mate. Unless it's a spherical triangle.
No, around the pyramid you have a sphere. That's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I
was just joking, mate. That's all.
Yeah. So we see the sphere as we observe, but we also see a structure based on it. The way we navigate triangulation structurally, right? The way we apply it. So yeah. It's definitely something very interesting, and you see a lot of things in nature kind of following a certain ratio that will give you a very fundamental structure that has been emulated all around the world. All continents, all biggest areas of the world have kind of emulated this pyramidic shape. And yeah, it's one of the strongest structures out there. And yeah, the sphere that you're talking about, around the sphere, around the pyramid, you get the sphere. You get the perfect ratio for the rainbow as well. So yeah.
Pyramids was what started me off on. Well, it didn't. I've always questioned things. I've always been inquisitive. I've always looked at the heavens above. But before as my journey got a bit deeper, pyramids was the one that sparked me off, because when I was at school, I was just taught it was, slaves with ropes and bloody metal rollers and lift pyramids were built. So when structural piece of art that we probably can't duplicate today, then I thought to myself, why have I been taught something totally different? Why have I been lied to? And that was probably one of the first triggers I had, and that to go down the rabbit hole, which I've never came out of yet. It was the pyramids, Anunnaki. You talk about 9/11 and other stuff, but that was the main one for me personally. Knowing that I'd been lied to about how the pyramids were built. And that's what you're taught at school. It's in the educational system. and it's a lie. So, fucking lies everywhere.
It's funny. When I was younger, a friend of mine gave me a bunch of VHS videos, like freaking like 10 of them, all about the Anunnaki, Planet X, Narubu, all that stuff. And I just binge watched all of them. Yeah.
It's interesting now, though, to maybe look at that in a like I was sort of suggesting, that look at that, but maybe not in the story that they've told it in. That there is maybe.
Yeah. Now that I look back, I just think it was just trying to confuse, like just another misleading, to mislead you.
Yeah, but how do you know they're lying and they're not just like wrong because they don't know?
Well, we know there's no space, so we haven't got a planet Nibiru coming from outer space in the vacuum of space. That's what I'm saying. They're just emphasising the heliocentric model. Now we might have a Anunnaki.
But how do you know they genuinely don't believe that? How do you know they're lying and they're not just like confused or wrong?
I mean, I'm not saying they're lying. I'm just saying it's misleading.
Because we know the vacuum of space. There is no space. It's impossible. If space was a place,
she's probably saying like maybe they don't know.
They might actually believe that.
Yeah, they might believe it, and they don't know that it's a lie. And it doesn't matter if they know or not. It's misleading.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I see what you're saying. They might just these Anunnaki might have come from outer lands on foot or however. Not from outer space, and something might have happened, but they're just presuming, because presuming a heliocentric model, that they've come from outer space. That could have been a scenario as well, or they know that there's no outer space, but they keep in their. I don't know. You can look either way on that, but we know there's no space anyway. So yeah.
Think about the word that you're using, outer space. Now, the vacuum of space, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. But an outer space, not terrestrial to this Earth. Now, for example, I was going to say we know. For example, if we were to follow the biblical narrative, the things in the sky are aliens, right? The things in the sky are angels, right? We get that. It's quite easy to understand that they are not terrestrial. They will be extraterrestrial. And they probably came from an outer space, where it's cold and dark. It's cold and dark when you go further enough away from the sun in Antarctica, for example. It's cold and dark there, right? If you were to follow a biblical narrative, some people say that these things are frozen in ice, captivated within the earth or locked in the rock. It's interesting when you try to compare these two narratives. The narrative that the Bible speaks of, things came from the sky and fucked with us. Or if we were to follow the heliocentric narrative, things came from the sky and fucked with us. It's the same thing. The only difference is one's real, one's not, one's biblical, the other one isn't, one's God-made, the other one's man-made. Which one are you going to follow? Because whether they're lying or whether they're just misinformed and misunderstand is kind of besides the point. The narrative that is thrust upon us is this heliocentric narrative, where NASA's the agency that wanted you to think that they were keeping aliens from us, Roswell and all of that type of shit. So if you've got a critical eye and a critical mind and you compare these two stories, however they come around, it's interesting. You must think of the alternative, and it's not one that we gets thrust upon us. Let's look at is it Ancient Aliens on the History Channel, for example. Everything but fucking angels. Always aliens from the sky, right? It's never a spiritual thing. It's interesting when you think about it, guys, and you compare these ideas, because there's lots of things on the floor that also appear to be ruined. You could talk all day about this, and I realise it's not Speculation Sunday, but just compare those two narratives. Aliens and angels. One's true.
Yeah, I think I look. What's the Speculation Sunday? Sorry, go on.
So, what you're talking about is like intentional emission, then, so that they're intentionally emitting stuff that we should know about. So it's kind of like lying, but it's I don't know.
Yeah, there's it's called the occult. It's the hidden knowledge. There's a knowledge that's hidden from us, and the knowledge can be used in a good way or an evil way. Currently, I think it's being used in an evil way at this current time on Earth. Whoever's in control is using the knowledge to serve themselves, and I think personally it goes through cycles like the sun cycle. I think it goes through the ages. I think when we're in the golden age, I think this knowledge will be used in light working and peace and love. And then you've got the gold, silver, iron, bronze and iron age. Them ages, I think, determine what level of consciousness the humanity is on Earth. That's my personal sort of thought on it.
If I was just going to reply to Timbo, you should watch the Dave Weiss and Whitsitt interview they had today or last night. It's really good. You'll like it. They did a lot of speculation. A lot of the stuff that we're talking about right now, they were talking about, including the flat Earth.
All right, I'm gonna go.
All right, good
Why,
night.
was it something you said?
No, I just got things to do.
Take care. See you later, okay. Take care.
See ya.
Yeah, she was on like freaking a long time because I left and I came back and she was still here. So I was like, damn.
Yeah, that Dave Weiss sometimes speculates. I don't like speculation about the Earth. Eric Dubay does it sometimes, giving the distance to the sun. We don't know the distance to the sun. We can't prove it. We've got no evidence to the distance or what it is. I think I've heard Eric Dubay put a figure on that, and I think you're putting a bit of a noose around your neck once you do that in the flat Earth debate. Anyway, Dave Weiss does it as well. It's a light in the sky. It's a light in the sky as a cycle. It determines our time, and that's all we know.
No, be careful. Be careful. Sorry, mate. I try to jump in when people even try to give other people caution with regards to the definite article, sun. Because when we start talking about these things, we seem to forget that might not actually be the definite article, sun, that we're looking at. We've got no idea what that is. It could be a projection. It could be a reflection, like you get on a piece of glass or something like that.
Yeah.
So
totally with you. Totally agree.
Yeah. So it's only because it's Eric Dubay as well. I've got this thing about him because he makes claims that other flat earthers stand on and still repeat 8 years later, like the horizon always rises to eye level, stuff like that. But just a word of caution, my friend. Even when you say we've got no idea what the sun is or how far away the sun is, be careful because you're making a claim to the definite article, sun. You understand that, yeah?
Yeah. So I agree with what you're saying. My second comment was probably incorrect. My first is we don't know what it is. Maybe just stick with that. Yeah.
Yeah. What it is.
It could. Yeah, we don't know what it is. It could be a hologram. It could be a tube of light.
Anything, mate. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It looks, but yeah.
Well, I was just sort of saying, that I do like the Eric Dubays and I do like the Dave Weiss, but I can't agree with some things that they claim.
Oh, I think he's super entertaining. I think his speculations are really, and he does say these are just speculations. Like So at least he does say that before he says them. But yeah, it's
That's fine. That's fine when you talk about the difference, say, between Dave Weiss and Eric Dubay. The thing that kind of irks me about Eric Dubay is 8 years later, he's still saying the same shit. Whereas 8 years later, I've had to change my argument, and that was based on his stuff. So why does he still say that Horizon rises to our level? Hasn't he been listening to us for the last 8 years? No, the Horizon is optical, and yeah, it moves around a little bit because it's an optical phenomenon. It's not physical.
I mean, exactly. I mean, the guys put that much work out there, and we all know the Horizon is optical. So how on God's earth can it rise up? It's not a physical thing.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that kind of irks me a little bit as well. And he makes claims, and I'm kind of don't want to talk bad about him so much, but just want to make sure that everybody is aware that he makes claims. He makes claims about the seasonal cycles, for example. The Sun, definite article, does this and does that. We've got no idea. He throws the AE map down. It doesn't matter what type of projection it is, but it's circular with Antarctica around the outside. But he's got no idea, and people still follow this stuff, right? Because, yeah, he is probably one of the most popular flat earthers that you will come across on YouTube. And because of that, people who don't understand the flat earth will probably find him first of all, if not second or third. But ultimately, it's those claims that he makes. And I don't know, if he was honest enough and humble enough, maybe he'd have changed some of his narrative over the last 8 years. Maybe he would, like David Weiss and, let's say, us, put the caveat of the speculation in front of what he says. As in, we have no idea, but it's definitely not a fucking ball.
Yeah, well, we've all done it. I mean, I've done it. I mean, in the, few years ago, I would be saying, I would make claims that the sun is local, and I reckon it's 3,000 to 5,000 miles. I would talk this talk, because I'd heard these people say, but now, like yourself, I don't. If I don't know, I don't know. But I do know the Earth is observably and measurably flat. That's what I do know. And I do know you need containment for gas pressure.
Yeah. I like the way you're starting that sentence.
And I do know that gravity has never been observed as a natural phenomenon or been put through any scientific method. What else can we throw in there?
Well, I like the way that you were starting those sentences because you do know. And mate, I'll side with you because I've been in the server for 5 years, and back in the early days, for example, I used to know let's call it the Eric Dubay seasonal cycle model inside and out. So much so that other people make other people shut up so people could listen to my explanation about it. Because, the sun moves inwards towards the Tropic of Cancer in our northern hemisphere, quote unquote, summer, and over a 6-month period it moves southwards away, crossing the equator down and circles what we call the Tropic of Capricorn. So this is how the seasonal cycles, but I've got no fucking knowledge about that. That would just be an assumption based upon a model that I've got no way of clarifying because I don't know what the fucking sun is. I can only observe its motion, and when I model it, I could probably model it in 2 or 3 different ways. I could even make the Earth square, and they'll have to come up with some kind of Enochian window magic to fucking figure it out. But ultimately, I'm with you, mate. When we start those sentences with I know, then those are the things that flat earthers really must stick to. I know we've been speculating for what seems like an hour, maybe 2, about this, that, and the other. But it's with the caveat of speculation, and we shouldn't are allowed to do these things. We've got to think outside the box, and that's speculation, right? But ultimately, when we're talking about flat Earth, our knowledge is kind of the key. Our speculation is our Achilles heel.
Yeah. And it is, when you get into chats with the Globers, you need to sort of know, they're claiming a ball, how was it measured? Where do we observe it? And how can we physically measure it? And until you can get past that point, you can't pass go, and you can't collect £200.
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned.
No, I think I might have said that once in a debate or conversation with someone before. You've got no horizon. You've got no direct measurement of R. You will not pass go. You will not collect $200.
Yeah, but it's right, isn't it? I mean, why move on to gravity?
Yeah.
Why move on to gravity at this point?
You can't. You can't.
Gravity's holding the water to the ball. Now let's discuss the ball. I want to know the ball's measurements. I want to see the ball curve. Let's tell me where I can see it and how is it measured in physical reality. Once you can do that and convince me of its severity and the radius of 3959, then okay, hands off. You've proved it. You've given me evidence. I can't dispute it. We can move on now to gravity. But until you can do that, we can't pass go. And you can stay like that. You don't have to. I found myself in the past. You know, you like. It's nice to get into the topsy turvy of gravity and the sun's sets and fucking. You don't need to. Stick to the first point. It's boring. It's a bit boring, but just keep them. Show me the proof. They can talk about Eratosthenes. They can talk about Al-Biruni. They can talk about satellite. They can talk about what they want, but they can't show you the curve, and they can't show you where it's measured in physical reality. So there's no globe, basically.
Gets brought up in here a lot. What would happen if the Earth was proven to be, being a ball? If taken up into the sky, you turn around and saw the Earth being a ball. And again, I'm with you, mate. Ultimately, it comes down to the actual physical demonstration of the fucking claim. That's why we're here, right? We're not being disingenuous. I don't want to fucking feel special, right? I don't want to not have relationships with people because they understand I'm a flat earther and quote unquote deny reality. I don't want people to think I've got some kind of mental disposition. I just want the evidence, and that's the honest place to come from, because the evidence that we're given is spurious at best, but definitely non-falsifiable. I ain't going to space. I can't go to Narnia through their fucking magic wardrobe, for example. There is no direct measurement of R because you have to understand the only way that they could do this is if the horizon was physical and they could take a direct measurement to it, because no one's drilling down to the center of the fucking Earth, right? So,
well, they give you distances to it. They've given us distances to it with the Earth curve calculator, and now we've got photographic evidence that debunks that. The old black swan. We've got the black swan photography. Shows the horizon past its limitations of where it should be.
As soon as we demonstrated the horizon was optical and not in the geometric location, that was it. Game over, job done. Dust your hands off, sit down, crack a beer open.
Yep.
And that was it. We could sit around all day long and say, we see too far. Look, that's over there. And we could argue the toss, and we did for years, that we can't see the bottom of things. But as soon as we removed the physicality of the horizon and demonstrated that the bottom of things is now up for fucking debate, that was it. Job done. 2020?
220 January.
Yeah.
Yep.
Devastating.
I was going to ask Jedi, how long have you been doing this for?
2015, September of. Yeah.
Because let me tell you, man, I've been here a little over a month, I think. Maybe 2. I can't tell. But, yeah, man, it's really exhausting sometimes.
Exhausting.
And even listening to, like, the globalists.
Yeah. I mean,
it's the anti-flat earthers that are the ones. Well, the anti-flat earthers are actually flat earthers, but they can't deal with it. They've got cognitive dissonance, and they know the Earth's flat, but they'll throw any lie up they can, any deception, because they're not capable of putting themselves through the fact that they've been lied to. And the whole world has been lied to about the shape of the Earth. They can't deal with it. Because it is a hard thing to do for some people. Was for me. I've lost friends and fell out with family. I've been depressed. I've been through anxiety. But once you find it out, you can't go back. it's flat. Once you get to that point, and you're not going back to globe ever. So they're the ones that drain you. They're the ones that will insult you, name call. They'll drag you down. They'll drag your energy down. So try not to deal with them. Try and just talk to normal, everyday Joe, Globe, your neighbour. Just maybe drop some hints to him. See how he feels about it. Ask him about gas pressure and a container and stuff like that. Anyway, sorry, go on.
The conversations in the real world seem to be a lot different to the ones that happen online, right? And in the real world, we don't usually come across, let's say, anti-flat earthers so much that have got YouTube channels. These people are few and far between because we are dealing with a niche subject. But I try not to deal with these people, Fight the Flat Earth, and all of these other guys that have got YouTube channels. I try not to get involved. I just like the conversations that I would usually have with somebody on a park bench and just, slowly start talking about putting the world to rights and maybe slipping something about maybe what the earth may or may not be. Those types of things. Sometimes in the early days, especially the early days on this Discord server and debating on YouTube, especially on FED and Nathan Oakley's channel, that was exhausting. Because back in those days, maybe our sword wasn't as sharp. We see too far, right? We don't feel the earth move. And space, well, that's CGI and shit. But over the last 8 years, we've brought it down to you've got no physical measurement of anything and no demonstration of any of your claims. None whatsoever. And it's just 3, the earth being a ball. Well, you've got no direct measurement of R, for example. And you're going to need that for you to base your maths upon. Because everything from this point forward, being as you haven't got a direct measurement, is an assumption. And then you've got no direct measurement of the Earth spinning if it was a ball, so you've got to beg the question for that shit in the first place. But again, it's outside our senses, and there is no direct measurement of the Earth moving in any fucking direction, let alone spinning around. And 3, there isn't any physical demonstration of a violation of a natural law. You cannot have gas pressure without a container, and without the container, entropy will take effect. The gas will disperse into the lower pressure environment. So there goes every single story that you've ever told us about the vacuum of space. 3 points, that's it, game over. Because they made 3 claims to physicality, and those claims cannot be physically demonstrated to be true. We just have to believe the bullshit and assumptions. There you go, guys. That's my little rant over.
Yeah, we were. I was listening to Witsit, and he said because I think he either asked Dave or Dave asked him. I don't know who said it first. But they were trying to find out, when do you think people will finally, wake up at, a faster rate? And I think Whitson said, 3 to 5 years, things are going to be a lot different, he said. So, we'll see.
Yeah, he must have had his crystal ball out. Anyway.
Yeah.
Just,
it was speculation, obviously.
On the measurement one, though, the radius value is all derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Yeah, and then they just wrap it around the ball. So that's where your latitude comes from. Elevation angles from Polaris. That gives you latitude and longitude. It's a grid system, and then they wrap it around the ball, and they use a formula called the Haversine formula to change a few things and give you great circle routes and all this. So it's all flat. It's all measured flat, all using angles and elevation angles or a horizontal baseline. And then they do some mathematics then to turn it into a spherical model.
Mathematics.
It's all derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements. And that's where the globe comes from.
And I love that point, and that's one of the things that I keep in my arsenal, and this is something that has changed also over the last 8 years. Because as far as I was concerned, every single argument that they had was on the presupposition that the Earth was already a ball. But we've come to discover, apart from this one, Apart from
listen,
the fact
guys.
that you're going to need a flat Earth to measure angles to Polaris to fucking navigate across the Earth and map the Earth. So yeah, you're spot on. Well done for bringing
Well,
that up.
I do a few poems on Nathan's show. I do a few flat Earth poems. I've got to go in a minute. I'm going to read you the first poem I wrote. Yeah?
Good man. Yeah.
I'm going. It's called The Globe is Flat. The globe is flat. It was measured like that. The globe is flat. The Greeks all knew that. They measured angles using sticks and shadows. The globe must be flat for horizontal shadows. Al-Biruni knew the globe was flat. He measured the height of a mountain like that. And when I was a sailor navigating the sea, the surface of the ocean appeared very flat to me. Triangulation on the surface of Earth, all achievable without one single use of a curve. There you go.
Well done, Sunshine. That was awesome.
Nice chatting to you. I'll probably jump in again later this afternoon.
That was good.
A couple of jobs to go on. See you later, guys.
Have a blessed day. Have a blessed day, mate.
We got a poet. I mean, jeez.
Lots of people, lots of talent. It's interesting. Sometimes I say this as well. Flat Earthers have got so bored that we end up writing poetry, that we end up writing songs, we end up becoming very creative because in our downtime, and we get a lot of it between the bunk and the ball, we have been inspired in some way to share this idea in many different ways. And poetry and lyrics and bars and all of this type of stuff, yeah, that kind of has exploded a little bit within this kind of Flat Earth community. Seems to be a little bit of impetus for creation at times to get this message out. Like, what's his name? Flat Earth Music Guru. I don't listen to a lot of his music, but I realise he's got a bit of a following, and he's within the Flat Earth community. You know, he's quite famous. Again, like Nathan Oakley, he's a bit of a personality, but some of his music is, you know, on point, and it doesn't just talk about the Flat Earth, but very creative. Lots of people become very creative when they understand the truth about reality. Whether it's in their own lives, they can be creative in changing their lives, right? Changing their diet or the way that they live or the things that they understand. But very creative. I like that poem. That was really good. I might ask him to send it to me. I might start scribbling it down on the back of toilet doors at McDonald's and Burger King and superstores and stuff like that. I used to do it back in the day. I might do it again.
I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna head out. You guys have a good night, good morning, whatever.
Have a blessed day, mate. Speak to you again soon.
Yeah, take care.